ভাই কোটির ঘুম পাইছে ভাই, 3:30টায় ঘুমেতে উঠছি রাতে, এখনো ঘুমাই নাই। পিছনের লাইটটা অফ করতে হবে, আই থিংক সো। আসসালামু আলাইকুম গাইজ এভরিওয়ান, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য স্ট্রিম। দাঁড়ান আমি কমেন্ট পড়তে যাই আপনাদের, যদি কেউ কমেন্ট করে থাকেন অলরেডি, লেট মি রিড দেম আউট। 16 জন দেখতেছেন অলরেডি স্ট্রিমটা। ওয়ালাইকুম আসসালাম তানজিল, আরিফ ভাই, ডিজাইনার ভাই, আছি আলহামদুলিল্লাহ। আপনার কি অবস্থা ভাই? হাজিরা দিলাম আরে। ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য স্ট্রিম শোন ভাই, ডেড বয়, ওয়ালাইকুম আসসালাম, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য স্ট্রিম। গাইজ যা যারা আসছেন সবাই একটু স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার করে দেন, স্ট্রিমটাতে লাইক দিয়ে দেন। আর আর কি ভাই, এতটুকুই করলেই অনেক খুশি হব ভাই। ততক্ষণ কিছু কমেন্ট করি। আরে দান্তে ভালো ভাই, ওয়েলকাম টু স্ট্রিম। দান্তে অনেকদিন পর আসলাম, আপনি দেখে অনেক চিকন হয়ে গেছেন। কই চিকন হইলাম ভাই, এখনো হইতে পারিনি। সবাইকে স্ট্রিমটা একটু শেয়ার করে দেন, ঠিক আছে? দান্তে তোমার ডিগ্রি কি হয়েছে? বুঝি নাই ভাই কি বলতে চাইছেন। আমার ডিগ্রির তো কিছু হয় নাই ভাই। কেন ভাই হঠাৎ এই প্রশ্ন? লাভ ইউ দান্তে ভাই, থ্যাঙ্কস আ লট, লাভ ইউ টু। ইনশাল্লাহ রায়ান বট ভাই লাইভ শেষ করে স্ট্রিম শেষে দেখি, যদি মনে থাকে আই উইল। ভাই লাইভ পিজা খাওয়া দেখতে চাই। নো পিজা ভাই, পিজা খাইতেও ভালো লাগে না আর টাকাও নাই। ভাই কি রেগুলার জিম পেতেছেন? আমি জিম করি না ভাই, আমি আমি জিম টিম করি না। আই ডোন্ট নো ভাই, জিম করতে এলো।
Welcome back to Group Red of PMGC League Stage 2024. I'm here by just looking at IHC, what they're going to be doing. You know what? I see that their coach is right here. Do you have a quick second with us to just do a quick interview? Let's see what he's got to say, because I really want to pick into their mind of the defending champions of 2023's PMGC. You guys are the defending champions, as I just mentioned. What are you guys going to be looking to do different? Because you're currently in 15th place. You're facing elimination.
Okay, өнөөдрийнхөө ямар нэгэн өөрчлөлт хийхээр төлөвлөж байгаа юу?
За мэдээж одоо 2 өдрийн байдлаар бол маш муу тоглолтыг үзүүллээ. Одоо үлдсэн 2 өдрийн 12 матчд бол ширүүн тоглож
Inshallah I will come back today bhai.
Шахах болно.
Okay, for the last 2 days we not playing that well. So like the next last 2 days we trying to make it difference.
বাসায় ওয়ার্কআউট
and we're gonna be like more aggressive than before.
Right on. Well, one quick question too. I gotta ask this. Do you guys feel extra pressure knowing that you are the defending champions? Do you feel like you have to make it to the grand finals?
Okay. Өмнө жилийн авраг болсон учраас энэ жилийнх дээр илүү их pressure авч байгаа юм шиг санагдж байна уу?
Одоо бидэнд бол мэдрэгдсэн тийм дарамт шахалттай энэ төр зүйл бол огт мэдрэгдэхгүй байгаа. Бид боломж байгаа гэдэгт бол итгэсээр л байдаг. Тэгээ өөрсдөө тоглож чадах сайн тоглолтуудыг үзүүлж байгаа боломж байгаараа гарч ирэх болно.
So like for now, like we're not feeling that much pressure on us. Like we always believe we still play like there is still a chance for us. So like we just like do whatever we do like that.
All right, well, I hope you guys end up making it. Thank you so much. Let's see what IHC is going to be doing on day number 3, because as the coach mentioned, they just haven't been able to play that well. They haven't been that aggressive, and maybe we'll finally start seeing that aggressiveness that we saw out of them whenever they did become champions. Now, we're talking with teams that are in 15th place. Let's talk a little bit more about some of the other teams, right? Teams that are currently in the top 3, teams that are going to have to continue to perform really well if they want to get a chance at being able to be on the top there, as I'm actually passing by Alter Ego. There you go. Thanks, boys. That's a team that definitely needs to pick it up a little bit more. But going back to top 3, I have none other than ASIA with me. You guys have been performing so well the past 2 days. What are you guys going to continue to do to make sure you stay within the top 3?
First of all, thank you for having me here. Yeah, like we have second highest kills till now. So yeah, we will go for kills again. Yeah. Actually, it all depends on the situation, the zone. If the zone is far, then we'll go for kills. Like I believe my IGL's decision and the coordination of our players that they will manage the things accordingly.
Well, hopefully they will manage everything accordingly, and hopefully you guys will maintain that top 3 and get a straight ticket to the grand finals in London. Thank you so much, Brenda. Let's get started with day 3 of Group Red.
You know, I'm going to have to go in a little bit on the IHC interview, saying they don't feel any pressure right now to perform against the reigning PMGC champions. Bro, I guess he's technically right, because they definitely played this year out as if they had absolutely zero pressure and expectations on them.
Hope
They
I
have
see
not
a
been
comeback
a
give. Yes,
good-
I hope
They've
to.
not been good. Their results have not
By
been good.
university daily,
However,
I'm
they can
university
obviously
to
still
continue
qualify
করতেছি
here
ভাই।
and get through the grand finals or get through into the survival stage. We'll see what will
Walaikum
happen
assalam,
at
Iftikhar
the end
Mahmoud
of
bhai, welcome
tomorrow,
to
since we
stream.
still have 2 days of action left. Just Cap and joined once again by Hot Jukes and Max Man, as we're going to break down yesterday's play. And let's start things off with you, Hot Jukes. Yesterday, what was the big standout team for you?
Well, the big standout team, obviously, IWNRX. These guys just shredded the whole lobby, but it's not just the team. It's also the player, dude. I was looking at the stats. Z-Wolf on top, obviously, right? 27 eliminations in just 2 days. The dude did over 6,000 damage. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. So whenever you have at least one standout player like that, I mean, of course, you're going to be on top.
Max, what about you? What was the standout team? Do you agree? I mean, obviously.
I mean, I was going to say IWNRX. Can I use it? I guess not. I'll go Nigma Galaxy, let's say right now. Again, we mentioned it many times how the IGLing style has changed significantly from the spring season going into the fall season. This is the most aggressive Enigma Galaxy roster has ever looked realistically, Jason. And for that to happen here going into PMGC is absolutely perfect timing. So right now, IWNRX, Enigma Galaxy, the two most aggressive teams in this lobby, and currently the two teams that you want to take down absolutely going into today to make a spot in top 3.
Yeah, that aggressivity being shared between the two teams. I want
Gucci
to
ভাই
talk
কোথায়?
about
আমি
actually
Discord
Vengeance, the
এখনো
team
যাইতে
coming in
ভুলে
from
গেছি,
Japan,
ভালো
who
কথা।
we kind of had a pretty damn good day yesterday, considering all things. They're able to, push through into top 11. It seems like their style, though, yesterday, Hot Chicks, was more about playing center and not about looking for those eliminations.
Yeah, they play it very quietly. At first, I thought it was just like I thought it was a much better strategy than what I saw, because sometimes you see some teams go very, very early center and they play super quiet just to kind of bait teams out, right? Just like give them false confidence. And we saw that happen in Erangel, but they never flipped that aggression switch. That's something I want to see them change. If they can do that, they could definitely take better advantage of the situation. 'Cause right now, just looking at the individual player stats, the top
I think আজকে মঙ্গোলিয়ার domination হবে ভাই।
go down, I think all the way to, they're in 32nd
চশমা
place
লাগান, আমি
with
চশমা লাগালে মনে হয় ঘুমিয়ে
so
যাবো।
with only, was it 11 eliminations? So hopefully we could see them just turn that on, win a couple better fights, and we could definitely see them make some moves for sure.
All right, we'll take a look at our leaderboards at the moment. We do have I currently sitting in 3rd place. Get to Roy, Max. They had a pretty damn decent day, able to get themselves up to 5th place.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly thanks to that last game, Jason, on Miramar, where they got themselves the chicken dinner. Well, actually,
No, they
chicken
didn't.
dinner. They didn't. I was like, because it should have been a chicken dinner. I was like, they got it. No, actually, they did not get the chicken
আমি
dinner.
যদি
They failed
ঘুমাই
the
যাই
1v2.
আপনারা তো খেলা
This is
দেখতে
the
থাকেন,
final
ঠিক
play of
আছে?
vengeance. But outside of that little bit of a fumble, let's call it, Jason, it was a very, very solid game, clearing all of the teams trying to exit out of El Azahar. They knew they had such a good, strong position in the circle at that point. They made full use out of it with that 2-2 split. Then again, that little fumble at the end. But I think Getzeroy here has been stepping up significantly in terms of how they rotate. They get in strong positions quite often. They are struggling when it comes to fight every once in a while because, well, IWNRX and Nigma Galaxy are currently just popping off. But I would say Getzeroy right now could be a big surprise going into today. They're in 5th position. They are in reach of a top 3 spot. So I'm telling you, man, they are looking like they could be contending for a spot in the grand finals if they keep improving at this pace.
And it was still so impressive to see IWNRX at the top of the table with 0 chicken dinners and having 35 placement points. They're 10 placement points behind Nigma Galaxy, and Nigma Galaxy have 2 chicken dinners. Like that's insane.
I don't know what to say about IWNRX. We knew they were just absolute fragging machines coming into this, and as of right now, Z-Wolf, if he pretty much has the same kind of result as day 1, day 2 in terms of fragging potential, in terms of total elims, he could be tying Nomi, maybe even overtaking Nomi's current record in week 1.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum. In terms of elims in the group stage. So he is on track to beat Nomi, so we'll see if he can do it, but yeah, Z-Wolf is the absolute package as a fragger, and this guy, he's going to 1v4 at some point, Jason. It's going to happen. Just check it out.
Well, I'm getting a little bit worried looking at our leaderboards.
Welcome
down
to
towards
the
the bottom.
41
IHC and
second
Furia
day.
just extremely far out of reach of top 11 at the moment. You can see there's a 20-point gap between 14th
Day
and
3
15th place.
of group break.
In my eyes, if they want to get top 11, because for me, top 3 is going to be out of the books for them. They have to start performing today, or if they maintain this position they're currently at the end of the day, Hot Jukes, I'm going to say, yeah, those 2 teams are out.
Without a doubt. I mean, Furia, I don't know what's been going on for these past 2 days. These guys just can't seem to win a fight to save their lives, and it's so brutal to watch because during PMSL, this team was such a strong squad. They had so much potential, but just to give you an example of how rough it's been, I mean, this team in past 2 days have done 5,518 damage combined as a team.
Wait, that's less
less.
Seawolf has.
That's less than Seawolf had by himself. Okay, that just goes to show you the difference from the bottom all the way to the top there. And man, they have to go crazy. And IHC is in the same position really because if these guys don't pop off today, they're going home.
I mean, we had on the interview, right, Jukes, them talking about they want to play more aggressive today for the side of IHC, which you need to at this point. If you want to be able to make a way into at least the survival stage, the bottom teams are going to struggle to reach the top 3. They need to step it up big time. IHC, we know what they did for so many of the players back in PMGC last year. Sure, the placement points, they're going to be low. It's IHC, it's what we expect, but IHC really need to be starting to take those fights. It's what really made them stand out last year. And the fact that they are looking so passive now is just such a surprise to me. So go back to what was working last year. Go back to just completely destroying teams in the lobby, and you might be able to put your weight up in top 11.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, they're going to need to. And as we did take a look at our schedule today, it's going to be Sanhok followed by triple Erangel, followed up by double Miramar. It's going to be exactly the same way that we're going to be going about the entire time here. Of course, with Group Green still to come up next week, and then survival stage followed up by last chance thereafter. But before we can hop into our matches today, I got to remind you guys once again that the official phone here at PMGC 2024 is the Infinix GT20 Pro, which Maxman's going to show us on screen right now. Whoa. It's 120 FPS and 144 hertz AMOLED screen. I knew he had it there. I knew it was going to be there. And Hot Cheeks is still looking at it as if like, oh, come on.
There you go.
Where's mine? Give me one.
I want it.
Well, Hot Cheeks, I heard there is a way you potentially could get one. Do you want to know how?
Tell me how.
And this is no way representative of PMGC and actually an offer out there. You guys can go follow all the official channels for PUBG Mobile. I don't know where I was going with this. On YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. If you follow us, you're not gonna get an Infinix GT20 Pro. I'll just tell you that right now. It's a little disclaimer. But it could help. You never know.
Never know.
It never know.
Say
also,
please.
you guys can still pick out, say please, $20. There's also some tickets available still for PMGC Grand Finals over in the UK on the 6th through 8th of December. You can go there. You can potentially meet some of the players. You can participate in some activities, watch the amazing games that are going to be happening. Not to mention, you get some sweet draws within game as well. So make sure you guys pick those up if you're in the area, or even if you're not in the area, do it anyways. Come see everything that's going to be happening. Come see who's going to lift that trophy this year. Will it be IHC? Probably not, but we'll see if it can bounce back today. I don't know. I'm hammering on them so hard. It's just so weird for me to see like S2G have a downfall after winning PMGC, IHC having a downfall after winning PMGC. The only team to not have a downfall after winning PMGC was Nova, because they did it back to back.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel bad for talking on S2G and IHC, but it's true right now.
You did tell me one of the most disliked teams from you is S2G, right? I'm kidding. I'm just trying to bait him.
I was like, did I? Wait, I don't remember saying this. This is weird.
Not out loud, at least.
Seven's on the desk. He will dive on that grenade and be like, "Yeah, that was me, actually."
Thank you.
He loves controversy. He loves getting angry DMs. But gentlemen, as we do obviously head towards our day of action here, I'm curious if you guys would expect any big changes to see Falcons. To be honest, I mean, they've done okay. They're into survival stage at the moment, but they're not the Falcons that I remember, and they haven't hit that stride, I would say, even with the new roster of having East on the team yet.
I mean, Jason, when we're looking at Falcons results, they got 2 chicken dinners, which if you compare that to other teams in this group right now, that's really good, right? 2 chicken dinners is really solid. I'd even go to say that right now, those 2 wins we've seen have not been all that impressive. We had some great shots from Top yesterday in that Erangel game. That was fantastic engagement from him on those teams like TJB and the squad on the West. But right now, outside of those wins, Jason, I'm not really seeing too much from them. I'm not seeing these big flashy games. And the thing is, when you're looking at your IWNRX, your Enigma Galaxy, your i8, your Navi's DOS, so focused on getting a ton of elims almost every game, Falcons are just falling kind of behind. So right now, Falcons, I would say, elims, we know what they can do. Put a bigger emphasis on making it to the late game. I want to see some more top 5s, top 4s, top 3s. And if that happens, we know the eliminations are just going to come rolling right in.
Absolutely, yeah. You know what? Speaking of a team like I8, right? We're about to go into Sanhok here. That's what we heard. You know, Seven talk to them and say that was their best map, and it's so crazy. You can just look and just see how well they've performed. 17 eliminations right there, 3,344 damage on the first day of Sanhok. They did 7 total, and then on the second day they ended up even doing better. I think it was with 10. Yeah.
ও
10
ভাই আমি ঘুমাই
eliminations.
গেছিলাম
So if these guys can just continue
থাক
that here
ভাই
on Sanhok, they're going to be really, really
Yeah.
set for the rest of the day.
For IA in particular, and Jason, is quite interesting when looking back to what was happening back in CSA. Falak was the top frag of the team. It was completely undeniable. Falak was the top player in terms of elims for the team. That was it. The stats speaks for themselves. Actually, IQ, as of right now, on day 2, is out-fragging Falak. He is currently up to 22 for IQ and 20 for Falak. So IQ is the second top fragger behind Z-Wolf because everyone's behind Z-Wolf at this point. But currently IQ up there with Falak, they're just strengthening the fragging potential of this squad so much more in this game that they can just weather the storm in this lobby and be in top 3. And realistically, with the way they're playing, I think they're going to stay top 3 for a long period of time because that consistency is to be feared.
What worries me about them, if you look at our top 8 teams, they have the least amount of placement points outside of chicken dinners, except
Which
in
is
TJB. TJB have 7, they have 12.
Yes.
They're stacked on eliminations, which obviously it's not bad, whatever, right? If you can frag out here, you're proving you can easily beat these teams when it comes to this close quarter combats or whatever kind of combat you're throwing off. But what I worry about for them is the consistency of placement points. I think might come back to hurt them, if I'm perfectly honest.
It could happen. I think we could agree on that, Jukes. It could definitely be an issue, but as of right now, I say that this playstyle is working great, and I think they can remain in top 3 thanks to it.
Yeah, it's working out perfectly for them right now. But that's the thing is, like I mentioned it yesterday, is we constantly see them that kind of have that all or nothing play style. Like we see them pop off with crazy eliminations and get a good solid game, or it's nothing, right? And I think if they can just kind of up that consistency a little bit more, I mean, we'll definitely see them, I think, up in that top 2.
I'm not sure about their
Guys,
all or
আপনাদের
nothing
কি মনে হয়
point there because they got
table
their worst
turning
game so
তে
far been a 9th place with 1 elimination and a 15th place with 0 elims. Outside of that is like 3 elims, 10 elims, 6 elims, 4 elims, 10, 4, 9. So like they are still racking points on their bad games, and we mentioned it many times. Your bad games are very important to see if you can stay relevant in a group. As of right now, that is the case for I8. So right now, as you said, Jason, if they can get more placement points, that would be a big positive. But the elims alone currently are enough. But you always want to try and get a bit more in these games, right?
I mean, I feel like if they can work on their placement points, this could be, which surprises me to say, a CCT, a championship caliber team. As we're going to dive into Sanhok, our first map of the day. We're going to find out at the end of the day what teams will potentially be out of the running and what teams will still be gunning for that top 3 position. Let's go back to our characters here for the first time. John Allen and Blaine, take it away.
Right, Sanhok.
Every team here with something to prove today here in Group Red, and we'll see who is going to step up to the mark and who's going to be left by the wayside. Playing path cuts through the middle. Nothing really special here on Sanhok to kick things off. Let's see if we get hot drops or if teams are going to be able to finally extricate themselves from one another.
Yeah, I think honestly for a lot of our games, it has been teams being fairly okay, fairly safe here on Sanhok. There has been maybe 1 or 2 elims coming through early. I actually think that our Miramars have been a lot hotter than our Sanhok so far, which is a weird sentence to throw out here in day 3 of Group Red. But yeah, very, very exciting stuff that we're getting to watch here because we do have a lot of teams who are streaking out towards that top side. Yesterday, unfortunately, on Miramar, it was awkward. It was awkward, John.
Virtus Pro, what is this drop? They're normally all the way over in Painan, but they've gone down to Camp Charlie. DJB have to adapt to this one.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what they get up to. I don't think this is too out of the ordinary for Virtus Pro to try and take a split like this. You're right that they usually play in Painan.
PMGC live
they've not been finding a lot of
with
success. And to be fair for Virtus Pro, they got to make some special moves. They got to make some special plays going forward because they are far behind the rest of PMSL EMEA inside of this lobby. But we know Virtus Pro is that team that is great on those last 2 days. Well, that's where they turn up the heat. But we have some really consistent teams at the top, so it's going to be tough for Virtus Pro to catch up to them. But if you can get a good start here over on Sanhok, that might be the game that you need. You can see they're currently in 14th place with 53 points. Probably one of the final teams that I would say that has that chance today to get themselves into a secure position for survival stage. Maybe not in the top 3, but if you look at IHC inferior at 33 points to 28, today's got to be really good for both these teams just to even have a shot at staying in the conversation.
We saw the circle pop. It's going up northwest flank, and of course we remember what Ultra were able to do atop the mountain last time around. So controlling over the surrounding terrain. We're going to be seeing if the Galaxy can get back up to their compound in the foothills of that, and will we see a return to that northwest compound conflict that we saw? I think it was Team Queso taking a fight. I can't remember who the other team was in that instance, but it didn't go well for Team Queso. That spot. A lot of early rotates came through last time. Let's see if the same happens here.
Yeah, for Tongjiabao, they actually got themselves that chicken dinner yesterday on Sanhok. And for Ultra, although I enjoyed like some of the control they showed on the high ground, it definitely felt like sand slipping through the fingers in those final like 5 minutes for Ultra when they couldn't control several teams at once and they didn't really have that idea of what side to pick on. So Tongjiabao, I think they're going to give us something similar again on a instantaneous rotate up towards that northwest side. This is such an early rotate as well. I think a lot of teams might not be expecting this. So Navi's got to be prepared when this rotate comes through. They're currently heading over towards that southwest side of the island from ruins. So
Dante kalke bhai
top three, but it has been a fierce battle between them and ASI8. 83 points to 85 for ASI8 currently to Navi.
Fardin bhai bolteche Falcon chicken. Let's see bhai. Sobai predict korte thaken guys. Prediction diye thaken.
Definitely going toe-to-toe on the tables as it stands. TJB, I mean, this is an interesting factor though. For TJB, they really weren't able to loot early because of that adjustment they had to make around Virtus Pro's stretch out towards Camp Charlie down on the south side. They didn't even really start looting until about minute two and a half. Which means that they move up.
এই জন এর থেকে কেউ চিকেন নিতে পারবে না
very, very low on those meds. They're going to fall short of the river crossing for now. I wonder if they're going to have to try and trash loot along their way. The compounds that they spot, and that may indeed slow them down. They haven't gone for that cross all the way to North Island yet.
Yeah, they actually stopped short, like you say. It's a interesting one. I think they're going to try and see if they can scout over towards that north side and see what's happening between teams that have already made their way in. Somewhat getting cut out by what they made yesterday. I think people have read into this just a case of there is a lot of open spots on the map where I think this is one of the few lobbies that we've seen over the last year where you have teams playing over towards Dogs,
এবং যারা যারা প্রেডিকশন দিতে চান গাইস প্রেডিকশন দিবেন হচ্ছে ইনিমিক্যাল মঙ্কি স্পোর্টসের ওয়াইটিতে এবং বেস্ট প্রেডিক্টর বা সবচেয়ে ভালো বেস্টতে প্রেডিকশন করতে হিসাবে রাখবেন কিন্তু
which means there's more space for teams to
play. But most কমেন্টে কিন্তু ইনিমিক্যাল মঙ্কি স্পোর্টসের ওয়াইটিতে করতে হবে।
I think in a lot of lobbies recently, more and more teams have decided that, you know what, playing around boot camp and kind of surrounding that area does actually give you a lot more control to siphon off players from other teams, basically.
Dante ki live na na live.
We saw DXA if you're playing from that north side of boot camp, pushing in and making Team Spirit's life pretty difficult. A lot of times, even sometimes at the cost of DXAV's performance themselves. But this time around, no one really pushing into the north side.
Streamটাকে
definitely having
like
an easier time of getting
share
across
করে
this
দেন,
water than
subscribe
Team
করে
Spirit
রাখেন।
did, and that's good news
আমরা আরো
for
নতুন নতুন
Falcon
এক্সাইটিং
fans
স্ক্রিম
all around the world.
তারপরে টুর্নামেন্ট
like
এগুলো
they
সব
will
নিয়ে
once
আসবো
more
আপনারা সব আপডেট পেতে পারবেন ইনিমিক্যাল
Northwest
মঙ্কের
side. Vengeance, they're a
ফেসবুক
little bit
পেজে
behind
সাথে
back in the
ওয়াইটিতেও
queue here, behind both Enigma Galaxy and
আর হচ্ছে
TJB,
প্রেডিকশন দিতে ভুলবেন না
on
সবাই প্রেডিকশন
the
দেন
way to
যাদের
get
কারেক্ট
across this bridge,
প্রেডিকশন
because
কারেক্ট
Navi,
হবে
they're
মোস্ট
still
অফ দ্য
holding quite
প্রেডিকশন
fast
যার
south.
কারেক্ট হবে সেখান থেকে টপ 3 টু
Yeah, I
5
think
কে
Navi
আমরা
playing on
প্রাইস
this southwest side is not a bad idea
Price
either.
pool এখন
I think
announced
it gives you
হয় নাই,
options
but
to rotate
soon
over
করবো
towards
আমরা।
the northwest side of the map, which is smart. It's one of those things where for Navi, in terms of positioning, this will give you a fair amount of opportunities in the near future, whilst also giving you that ability to scout out to the south side, which is very important to keep notes on when teams start to flow through, because there is several priority compounds down towards the south side of this island, and Navi wants to make sure that they have pick the litter when it comes to it. More spots now moving out. Tiamba, we wanted to see more from this team, but 9th place right now. A good start on day one is a little bit disappointing. So both of our PAL teams, and Tiamba as well as Tongjiabao, not quite hitting the mark that a lot of us here over at PMGC thought that they would.
They're still half of the games left to go, though.
পার্পল কালার ইউজ
What has
কম
been done
কেন
in the
হয়
last 2
জানেন
days can be repeated.
ভাই পার্পল কালার ইউজ
different
কম হয়
teams
এটা
as
তো
well.
ভাই আমি মানতে
Vengeance,
পারলাম
they closed down yesterday with
আমি তো ভাই
the
যেদিকে
Miramar
দেখি
game
ওইদিকে
that
পার্পলই দেখি
saw them up towards those survival stages, but the team from Japan, a little bit of a surprise entry considering you had teams like Reject over in the region competing against them, but still looking to make their mark here, get to those survival stages. They're going for a crossing now. Na'Vi actually on the move a little bit, so maybe a small timing opening here for Vengeance to get through, but they're still going to have to contend with the cannons and Na'Vi. Through the middle they go, they're cutting in front of the queue and into a crossfire potentially, as Punch is actually isolated on his hill.
বাট ফ্যালকন চিকেন নিলে কিন্তু টপে চলে যাবে
And a
ওইটাই
decent
দরকার
position could be theirs. I mean, the compound up the top of the hill is still open. The position that Enigma Galaxy
না
played
ভাই
for,
এসআই
for
টপে যাবে
so long last time.
ইনশাআল্লাহ
Yeah, the fact that this is free is somewhat surprising for Avengers. I think even they're like, okay, I guess we'll have this. That's absolutely fine with us. It's a strong position on the map. Hasn't quite confirmed down towards that south side just yet, but they'll be happy to play that one through. Tiamba suffering to Furia in the meantime, as well as Team Queso taking shots over towards Virtus Pro. So a lot of these crossings now coming into effect. As we know, this is a northwest shift on the circle. So tons of teams are attempting to get their way on in. Enigma Galaxy start things off strong versus Tongjiabao. They rocked up behind them on the southern side. Not quite crossed the bridge yet, but Enigma Galaxy is looking to clear out teams. Virtus Pro's in the area, and Team Queso is not that far behind.
I eat chicken, Habib bhai.
Big surround on the south side for Enigma Galaxy.
সবাই স্ট্রিমে লাইক দিয়ে দেন
of the river
শেয়ার
crossing.
করে দেন ফ্রেন্ডসদের সাথে যত বেশি প্রেডিকশন হবে তত
lost
মজা হবে
one of their players. IHC,
এই
they were looking
গ্রুপটা
a bit
এন্ড
more
গ্রুপ
aggressive.
গ্রিন
Blank
যাদের
out all the
প্রেডিকশন
way in the
সবচেয়ে
blue
বেশি
by
হবে
Paradise
তাদের
Resort
মধ্যে
right now. That's not really what I would call
আমরা
aggressive. So
এক্সাইটিং
we'll see if they are looking to
প্রেজেন্ট
crash
অর গিফট
into a
নিয়ে
fight.
আসবো না সেটা
And go
ফেসবুকে
a
পেজে
little
আমরা
bit
জানাই
helpful
দেব
leather
ইনিমিক্যাল
onto the
মংকে
first map of the day.
সো কমেন্ট করতে থাকেন প্রেডিকশন দিতে থাকেন
Navigate their way around towards the north, and ASIA currently holding that north bridge back. We've seen them play up on this position on the northwest
Navi
island ship
chicken
before.
let's go. Okay,
You try and cross that
let's
bridge,
see.
they are so ready for it. We saw them pull out a lot of points from yesterday's Sanhok.
Yeah, I think for Falak as well, he's an extremely strong player. They opt to put him over towards the eastern bridge instead of having him on that high ground. Tongjibao's still holding their own right now versus Getso Roy. Melodious will find a rundown onto Action. And that fight still rages on between Tiamba as well as Furia. So for both teams, it's looking very dire as they haven't even really escaped from Paradise Resort just yet. Shan goes down.
That is an unfortunate turn of events for Tiamba, and it seems like Furia just been such a difficult weight for them to lift. To can't even get it off the ground at this point. Getso Roy.
আজকে ফুরিয়া দেখাই দিবে ফুরিয়ার কামব্যাক দেন নাকি
mountain.
3 কিল অলরেডি বাট একজন ম্যান জিজি
both flanks now. It's going to be very difficult to get rid of them, but the
The
circle
most
may push
expensive
them
car
away.
in the
Shan does
world.
get flushed away in the end, so I think it's just QZ left for Tiamba out on that eastern side. IHC yet to make their push through. ASI8 still stopping everybody moving on that northeast side, and actually a lot of these teams haven't even tried it. They're all on this south coast.
Yeah, it's a massive struggle now. Again, for Vengeance, it really did feel like the freest crossing in the entire world here. Team Queso come against Falcons. They were able to get a run down earlier over towards Action, but Falcons not going quietly into this one. It's over on that southeast side, and a hard shift on the circle over towards the north. Once again, really does assist ASIA. Now, Na'Vi, they don't take that compound over towards the eastern side, but this actually helps them a lot. And I still appreciate the fact they took the western side of the coast, and they've controlled so much of that ground. That's going to mean a nice, easy wrap on a western rotate here for them towards some of the compounds to the west of Hatin. Damn, it's just all popping off all day long here on the Sanhok. 43 players and 14 teams, so a lot of teams still in this one, but a massive amount of casualties.
Fabi Botro sends the vehicle out wide, has to hop out, leave it isolated, and aid onto the corner from east. Maybe looking for the knock there, but
IPL daily
it's
stream
gonna
হবে
be
আজকে ভাইয়া আজকে
diverted,
হবে না আজকে
evaded
রাতে
by
9টা বাজে একটা
Botro.
ফাইনাল আছে
Swatted
আজকে আর
aside,
কালকে
and East wants to put another one
তো
in,
এটার
but
জন্য
he's
হবে না
lined
দুই
up
টাইম দেখে আর
easy.
কি স্ট্রিমসগুলো করবো
Across
আমরা
the road he goes with the DBS onto the door frame, looks for another. Papi Potro on a tear for
আর যারা
Team
যারা
Queso
প্রেডিকশন
here,
দিচ্ছেন
but
খুব
Icy
ভালো
gets
এখানে
the heal off,
প্রেডিকশন
the
দিতে
med
পারেন
kit
বাট
comes through,
মেইন
and
প্রাইস
health
পুলের
bar
জন্য
keeps
প্রেডিকশন
them
আইএনএম
alive. Falcons forced
ওয়াইটিতে
with 3.
দিতে হবে
They're on the
আইএনএম
outside.
থেকে
Virtus
বড়
Pro,
ট্যুর
IWNRX
আসবে কি
both
সামনে শেখ
looking to
ভাই
try and
শেখ
bear
ভাই
down on
আইএনএম এর
this one, but
অলরেডি
Virtus
একটা
Pro
বড়
have
ট্যুর
bigger
রানিং
problems right now.
250 কে
6,
যেটা
7, 6 looking to try and
PHGUL
push up towards
ক্লাসের জন্য
Icy. A nade around
রানিং
the
হইতেছে
corner.
না
The cook is there, but it's
ইভেন
on the wrong
হচ্ছে
side of the tree trunk. And
মঙ্গোলিয়ান
6, 7, 6
টিমসদের
looking to
যে
cut straight
রিজিয়নটা
on
ওটা
through it.
এখন চেঞ্জ
The
হয়ে
back of
গেছে
the rock, 2 players, Tixi and
তো
Icy.
আগে
1 not going to be good. Tixi
সব
on
একসাথে ছিল
this is
ওইভাবে
the
সব
second.
কিছু সাজানো
6,
ছিল
7, 6
রোডম্যাপ
with the pump
তো
action.
ওইটা নিয়ে একটু আমাদের
Candles
কাজ
versus
করতে হবে
Pro.
দেন আমরা আবার রিজুম করবো
Man, that is rough to say the least. 6,
আর এই
7,
মাঝখানে
6
একটা ইভেন্ট
with the pump
এনাউন্স
shotgun.
পেতে পারেন এটা ডিপেন্ডস অন ওই ভাই
1-2 punch.
ওই ভাই গ্রিন ফ্ল্যাগ হইলেই
Flick back on the handle. I
আমাদের
mean,
কাজ
it
শুরু হয়ে যাবে
is actually gruesome that they lose that
না
fight.
লাস্টে তো লিগ স্টেজ
Will played
করতে গেছিলাম
6-7-6, but
না না
again,
আরেকটা
a
ইভেন্ট ভাই
slight amount of
টাইমে
panic coming from Virtus Pro there. They know they need to get
ওটা
rid of him in
ইনশাআল্লাহ
that
আমরা
moment,
করব
but it did
আমাদের
not need to come through
একটু
that quickly.
প্রবলেম
There's
আছে
a
আমাদের
disconnect
ওয়াইটিতে
between the
ওটা
players.
সর্ট
Just
আউট
need to
হলে
wait for
ইনশাআল্লাহ
Tixi
আমরা
to get
ওটা
that
করব
side swipe and then take
বাট
the
ওইটা প্ল্যানিং
2v1.
তো
Essentially,
অলরেডি
it is
চলতেছে
just two
কাজকর্ম আগাইতেছে
single fights
ওইটা
there for 6-7-6,
সুন
but
আমরা ওইটা
still pretty
অ্যানাউন্স করব
impressive to
আমাদের
do it with
ওয়েবসাইট
just the
থেকে
pump action. Now, outside in the blue stage 3. Tickles, but not by a lot. Tries
হাবিব
to get back
ভাই
behind the tree, but
এইটার
Nick
জয়েন
Galaxy's
করতে
got his
দেখেন
number.
সেই ভাই সেই
আই
নাইস
ভাই
আমার তো কথা হলো
সমস্ত পুরোপুরি নিয়ে নিতে
ফ্যালকন আর
of
আইএচসি
what
তিনটা
has
টপ
been
3 তে
happening right now.
থাকে
Virtus
সব
Pro
কর্নার
can't
আছে
do it.
যেহেতু
Nick
এসএ
Galaxy
রিজিয়নে অনেকদিন ধরে
rock up
খেলতেছে
so easy.
খেলে
Unfortunately,
আসছে
they do have the
সবগুলোর
numbers
প্রতি
advantage
সব
there.
কর্নার
Being
আছে
a little bit cruel, but still,
আমি তো চাই মনে করেন যে
আচ্ছা
আইএ
গাইজ
much
গাইজ
more
গাইজ
impressive.
ক্লিন ফিরে একটু
And
চেঞ্জ হবে
now
আমি
they
নতুন
have a
ক্লিন
little
ফিরে
bit of freedom on that south side to take on Falcon's force with the numbers advantage, playing as 3. They're both going to have to try and move through. And the sticking points of the lobby are starting to retreat. We had that
সবাই
line
একটু
across the
ওয়েট
middle
করবেন
of the
একটু
north
লোড
island of
দিবে
Na'Vi on the
নতুন
west,
ক্লিন ফিরে দিতে প্রথমটাতে
Alterigo on the high
King
ground,
is
ASIH
ছিল
on the northeast side. But now Na'Vi have retreated up.
আশা করা যায় হবে
Galaxy
ভাইয়া
maybe going to be
তোমার
moving
কাছে
in
যদি
their
কোনো
wake
টিম
up
থাকে
west.
দাও তিনটা শট ফুল
Oh
করা
boy,
Wow.
that is a nice circle for Na'Vi. I think they'll be very
অলরেডি ভাই
pleased with
পাঁচ
this
টিম
one.
দিয়ে রাখছি
They're
তারপরে
going to
বলে
take a
ফুল
2-2
করতে
split, fairly dangerous in stage 4, but I
আর
respect
পাঁচটা
it.
দিলে
If
মনে
they
করো
can hold
প্রাইস
on to
ফুল
this for
উঠে
a little
যাবে
bit while longer. Essentially, they do have a bit of safety here because I think most teams that are rotating on this western side likely will stop short on one of these compounds that sit over towards the southwest edge, so they can be a bit greedy with these northern compounds. So I don't mind it from Na'Vi, but yeah, for Na'Vi, this is certainly a game where they can shoot themselves further up the tables. Though ISIA already have found themselves a full 4 eliminations over towards that eastern side, and IHC is just not even making out of the blue.
Yes, all good.
Send up the east edge here past IWNRX. A hop out, Icy down a second as well, and they immediately evaporate
nice one.
as IWNRX turn their ire their way. It will be very difficult to make that approach. Top of the tables, they'll maintain it. East side though, a difficult approach. They have to push past ASI8.
But we hope Falcon come back
it's sad for Falcons there. I mean, they rock up to Frozen, who is a solo, but the response time from the rest of IW and NRX was fairly speedy. All just flipped around and took the shots that needed to happen. But a good initial knock coming through from Frozen as well. Vengeance now make them move up, and this is the reason why you did see Na'Vi go for that rotate over towards that compound. It did restrict their choice of where they can go. For Vengeance, it pretty much has just been a straight line up into the circle. Enigma Galaxy takes more space though, and I like that from them because I think they rocked up over towards this compound on the southwest, realized that, you know what, there is a ton of space being given here. For what reason? It's likely because the team has given this up, so they can move over towards that north side. Now Lemon gives up on that northwest compound and will just try and scout down towards the south. But again, for Na'Vi, this is an important game and a big chance for them.
Take DM, bro.
Unfortunately, though, ASI8 have already got 4 elims blank on the north side, which puts them a total of 6 points behind their competitors right now for that third place spot. They want to get rid of them as soon as they can. The good news for them, though, is that ASI8 are kind of trapped in Hatin, right? On that northeast side, getting out of Hatin is going to be pretty tricky. They're towards the edge. Na'Vi a lot more central. The two really powerful spots are Na'Vi's, and I would say Alva from Alter Ego holds the other one. The difficulty of that high ground is it's so just isolated. Was that a knock at that range? Goodness me, just a quick one tap. Or maybe that came from another angle. But Alter Ego still holding off all angles here. IHC moving in from the south. Is Yol going to crash onto Tunch? Find an opening towards Alter Ego. I mean, it's kind of how they started to fall down earlier, right? On the last game that we saw on the Northwest Island. Taking an early knock, getting flushed away, losing players, bleeding out.
Yeah, it's that lack of expanding of influence, really. I think that Alter Ego haven't done badly from this high ground. I think they would have liked a lot more than just 5 eliminations. But if you are playing on that Northwest Mountain, you somewhat have to commit to that position and hope the circle comes down your way. I would, in fact, go as far to say that ASA actually have a really strong spot. And getting out of Hatin is not as difficult as you might think, because they can rotate over towards the northern side and play the coast. And there is a ridge that cuts off a lot of sight lines. So they can play off the back of that quite easily. And there's a lot of hard cover in that area too.
See if they can navigate it. Na'Vi will try and stop them with more motivation than just the points on this game. It's taking ASIA out of the mix because 6 teams remain. The placement's starting to ramp up now. And it's more and more likely that you see these elimination counts go up and up. IWNRX got taken down in the meantime. Not too sure where that happened on the roll-up.
Yeah, it was on the south side. It was a brutal crossfire between ASA as well as Alter Ego, so I don't think they were really making their way out of that one anytime soon. Here's Vengeance, though, taking shots over towards Nick the Galaxy. Vengeance actually made a very slick rotate to get ahead of Nick the Galaxy. It was a bit of a gamble over on that northwest compound, but they had enough time to get the scouting done. Falak attempts to leave, or at least get a peek out from these walls in Hatin. Yeah, that's hella dangerous.
Oh my goodness. Excuse me? They're still alive? Okay, that's more like it. But a second follow-up as well. I mean, you're kind of sacrificing 2 to allow this second crash, right? You're drawing ammo from the mags, and they crash in and they get to some cover. So 2 players for Alter Ego make the crossing. I feel like that's just the only option that they kind of had, other than just fully committing to the high ground, which I think arguably may have been better for them, and try to pick off some points on the other teams making moves in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been out in the blue at that point as well. I think Alter Ego, this was really their only choice to get further into the match. It's a good explode in the vehicle coming through from ASI-8. But yeah, now time is limited. But they could pick up an easy extra double here, sending them to 9 eliminations on the game and the highest in the lobby, which would be really fantastic for them. So despite Na'Vi having arguably the best position inside the lobby, they're still on 0 elims. They haven't found much value out of this game. And ISA is still just pumping those numbers. Good side swipe there coming through from ISI-8. Ooh, that's a close nade, but Rosemary is just not able to capitalize off the back of it. And a good shot from the DBS. And like I said, 9 elims now found for ASIA. And yeah, Na'Vi needs this chicken dinner now to stay close, even just close to ASIA.
I mean, it's also Enigma Galaxy who have to worry a little bit with the elimination count coming on through from ASI-8 with the power that they have from this position. A likely third place finish for them. The shots over towards the high ground. I mean, we spoke about this guy yesterday, right? The Terminator on FaZe Clan has just been so brutal, but the blue zone, you can't out-heal it anymore. And he will fall. Na'Vi breaking the seal. 2 points now on the match.
Though the thing is, though, I'm pretty sure that Miller has picked himself up 2 elims there. Just off the back of the 2 knocks he was able to get over towards Vengeance, which is wild, by the way. This is that crossing that I was talking about earlier over on that northern side. It's a slight dip. It does give you cover. And like I said, there's a huge amount of rocks in the way. Oh, they're stealing the elims away from Mela and adding more to the tally, up to 11. What a start of the day here for ASIA. And Na'Vi just doesn't know.
I mean, they're aware there's a team there, but a big nade from Falak, an opener up to the wall of the compound. This flex out has done so well for ASI-8. Lily for Vengeance, very unlikely to be able to get away from this one. Just crawling away with the blue zone at the back. Gonna be watched eagle-eyed by Noki. Actually steps forwards up to the next layer of the ridgeline. Falak, what is this guy doing? You can't do this, Falak. That is not allowed. Na'Vi have got him in the compound. They spotted it as well. Puncher sees him on the cross. He's hopping out. He's going in on his own. No backup from the rest of the team. He doesn't think he needs it. And the reses have come through, but now he's in a lot of danger. Ralph is having a little bit to say about this one. Nick the Galaxy trying to defend their second place spot. Noki takes down the last player from Vengeance. And there goes Ralph. So we're down to 2 teams remaining. Falak finally falls, and I feel like that was a long time coming. Far too bold for my liking. Another lineup for Puncher. And here's where they can start to fight back. 3 elims on the tally. And they're looking for a second knock as well. 2 players down on ASI-8, and it's only the 2 on the outside left.
Yeah, I mean, for ASIA, that was an unbelievable play from Falak, and the fact that he's able to pick up Rel from Nick McCallicksy is just hilarious to me as he cosplays as one of Na'Vi's teammates. IQ moving forward, just maybe trying to look for this final knock here and flush. Now just UZM left remaining. Could be a decent nade towards the back lines, but highly doubt it. And that is Na'Vi take themselves a win on the game, which they could be happy with, but they have not caught up with ASIA on a blinder of match. A huge amount of eliminations, which is not easy to do a lot of times from Hatin, because you are slightly cut off towards that northeast side. But yeah, it was a great rollout, like I was saying. I mean, you have to take advantage of that northern side as quick as possible, and things could have gone absolutely differently for Falak inside that situation.
I feel like that was way too bold from Falak. I mean, they still managed to get a huge game on it. You can see a little bit of frustration there. They feel like they should have won that. They had the outside of the compound. They had that ridge line that you were talking about earlier, and they could not quite convert. They get a little bit too greedy, a little bit eyes bigger than stomachs on the end of that game, and Na'Vi are able to do it. And remember, it's not a two-horse race for third place. Nick Galaxy as well, still in danger. If both Na'Vi and ASIA push them out, there is still that opportunity to go for that third place for both of them. We'll have to wait and see what the overall tables say. Back with the desk.
And I'm surprised why I8's so frustrated considering the match they just had. I mean, obviously a win probably should have been going their way. However, Falak was just feeling himself. He just dived straight into the compound up against Na'Vi 1v4, saying like, I got this, guys, don't worry. And that actually, sadly, might have been the downfall of I8 in this match.
I mean, I can't blame him though, dude. I mean, the guy's feeling himself, and they should, because they are officially the most successful team on Sanhok in this tournament so far. That's right, Major Pride during Group Yellow, they won back-to-back chicken dinners, right? On the first Sanhok and the second week. But with this performance here, I mean, I8 is just on another level, Max. And I think a lot of it is due to one player in particular, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at Noki. I mean, sure, Na'Vi get the win, but I think the biggest highlight is how I8 played this game, Hodrix. But Noki, he was scouting, I think, towards phase 5 or 6, and he got information on Vengeance, and he knew that Vengeance currently did not have a strong position in the circle. And because north of the compound is a high ground spot, they can fight Vengeance without fighting Na'Vi. They don't get in that weird three-way fight, so they can just take a secluded fight onto Vengeance, clear the northwestern edge, and then put all of their focus onto Na'Vi. So Noki scouting was so pivotal for them to even get into the second place in the first place. But at the end of the day, Na'Vi had the compound. Falak was, as you said, Jason was feeling himself a little bit too much maybe on that push, and Na'Vi's team play was on point and just ready to punish those individual players of IA almost instantly.
I mean, I know Na'Vi won the game, but I feel like this entire match for us has just been how I8 played it. I mean, even before the Vengeance fight, the way they were playing Hatin, I kind of wanted you guys to go into, because they denied not only one, but 2 teams from crossing that bridge.
Dude, they're so good at it. They're so good. I mean, it's very fortunate for them to get that zone again, right, Max?
I don't know about fortune. I think that they just dropped Northwest. It just happened to come their way, but they make their own luck in a sense, right, Hodrix? That they were holding off those 2 teams to the east that Jason's referring to, Incilio and IHC. They were coming their way, and because they just had the perfect angle, they had one player in Hatin, they had one player near the bridge, one player to the compound south of the bridge, and one player south of Hatin on that high ground position to scout from a distance. So really, it was an almost perfect setup. It is risky because if one player gets knocked, your entire setup to defend the bridge just falls apart, but they didn't lose any players. So in Incilio, IHC, unfortunately for them, that rotate was not going to work out. So from the early stage of the game to the late game, here, Jukes, it was just absolute perfect how they played the macro aspect of Northwest Island.
Yeah, that's what frustrates me so much, because, I mean, IHC should know that that wasn't going to work out in the first place, right?
Exactly.
I mean, we were watching this and we were like, where's the rotate? I mean, these guys are so... I was watching them rotate in so late, and I remember asking you specifically, like, dude, what do you think IHC is doing here? And you were like, they're gonna rotate 100%. Like, no, you think, what was it you said exactly?
It's just they have to rotate.
Best and simplest play for them is to rotate.
Yeah, you said you know what? If a team is coming in this late, they have to rotate, and they didn't. They just drove straight in. They're like, oh, we're gonna sneak by this bridge. I8 said, come to Papa. Look at that, 14 eliminations. These guys are not letting anybody pass. They're straight Gandalfing it here.
I like that one. That's
I don't understand. Again,
You shall not pass.
You get it now?
I don't get it.
Wow.
Okay, he's playing a bit. Don't worry. I'm used to this, Hot Jukes. I'm used to this. He's playing for the bit. Okay, it's for the bit.
Okay.
But yeah, still, Gandalf in it for I8. Definitely the case here. And we said, right, sure, they might not always get the chicken dinner, Jukes, but the eliminations alone are hard carrying this Pakistani team. I can tell you that much. 20 points on the board. And it's been happening a lot where the second place team, Jukes, is actually the top winning team in terms of total points, not the chicken dinner team. So I'm telling you, man, elims is going to be so heavily focused upon for some of these squads, I in particular. But then I got to say, Nigma Galaxy, as always, putting points on the board. 8 points this game, right? So staying relevant in that top 3 conversation every game, it seems like.
I'm also curious about, I mean, I'm pretty much gonna change topics to Na'Vi, back to them, if you don't mind, Max.
Sure.
Because I'm kind of thinking back to yesterday's game where we had a similar zone yet again, right? And we had Na'Vi, well, we had Team K, so I should say, send it full straight through every team to get to that northwest part of the Northwest Island. And then Na'Vi actually ended up going up in that direction, not realizing Team Queso had gone there, ended up losing a player. This time, they actually just sit towards the bridge a little bit more, where Vengeance kind of leapfrogs them, and from that position, like, okay, we're just going to send it a little bit further in. They didn't try to go for any, like, bridge camping or denying of any players from pushing in towards that island, but I feel like they were a little bit hesitant to move earlier, afraid of like a team full send it like Team Queso did yesterday.
It felt like they understood other teams are going to do the dirty work for them and hold off the bridge. So, oh, well, we rotated so early, other teams are going to be holding off the bridges, holding off the swim rotations across the water. We can just play it very passive until the late game, hold on to our resources, and thanks to that, we're going to be getting a chicken dinner. So it was a really good execution, at least this time around. Jason, as you said, Team Queso did not send it, so they had free reign to do whatever they wanted up Northwest. Unfortunately for them, though, sure, they do get a win, but they still don't breach up into the top 3. I thought that was going to be the game to make it happen, but no, they're just going to be, 3 points behind Nigma Galaxy, and thanks to I8's game here, up in second place. Maybe are we going to see them overtake IWNRX here in 2 matches today? That would be absolute madness today.
This is wild.
It's possible, man.
They
got more limbs. Their placement points are definitely going to be behind them, but obviously, Sanhok, as I said, is their best map. So I would imagine they're not going to have a similar performance go into the next matches. But honestly, who knows with this group? Because we've already had everything turn completely on its head. Also, quick mention there, Falcons did move up a place into 5th, I believe, if I saw that correctly. One thing that's kind of interesting, though, is the gap we're seeing between 14th and 15th place, which I actually did close the lead on a little bit. I think they're originally like 20 points behind, getting into 14th place from 15th, and before that last match it was less than 20. It was 11 points from 8th to 3rd. Like, that's how far of a gap we have between 14th and 15th place. A little bit unfortunate, but Alter Ego, man, Max, you can be happy about this. They moved into 11th.
I'll take a victory when I can take it, Jason.
Yes,
top 11. But I'm happy with Alter Ego here. Of course, it's Northwestern Island. It's kind of gifted to them because they drop on the mountain, and they do a really good job, Hot Jukes, of making sure they don't get backstabbed by teams. Here they were making sure no teams was going to be entering late from the southern side. They even picked up Zol, the solo remaining player of IHC. They were really keeping tabs on every squad entering from the southern side. And by doing so, you have an easy access into the late game. You don't lose any players. You have a lot of resources. But unfortunately, when you are pushed downhill, Jukes, against teams like Na'Vi, I8, Nigma Galaxy, Vengeance, like, you're not going to win that game. You just know it.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's why I'm really, really loving these Northwestern drops. I mean, if the circle goes there, your odds of winning are just like through the roof. And yeah, what do you know? The 2 teams that drop there are the squads that we saw in 1st and 2nd place. And if the zone goes to mainland, I mean, it's not like much of a worry. There's so much room to breathe there that it's easy to rotate on in. So, I mean, I love this strategy of this Northwestern Island drop. We've seen teams that do it more often than not have a lot more success on Sanhok. So, I mean, it's totally understandable why they said that, I8 in particular said, hey, this is our best map. We put up points on here regardless, and the proof's in the pudding, right?
It is.
And I do like some pudding. As a last note, though, a Sanhok. Max, talk to us about that 2v1 out of Virtus Pro up against 676 from TJB.
We talked about it, Jason. You don't bring up my boy Tixie when he fumbles, okay?
Oh, no.
Those were the rules. We signed a contract. It was how it was going to happen.
Fumbling. Let's be honest, right?
It was icy.
For some reason, they gave him 2 1v1s. And why?
And you know what? I got a really good answer to that. I don't know. I have no idea. We've seen a few times where a duo would push a solo and it would get a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too overzealous, and like, oh, I really want to get that elimination, and they send it as a solo, and then he gets picked up, and then you're down to 1v1, and because he's got DBS or Nest 12K, well, the other guy follows in his footsteps, and he gets taken out instantly. So I hope that one day, Jason, these guys will learn. But yet, that is not the day. Today is not the day.
The reason I bring it up in particular, I know as we're about to head into our next match, it kind of shows that, you know, VP with having Tixi, using him to play, there's definitely some like communications or synergy issues that they haven't been able to iron out coming into this event because they had a ton of time to prepare with him. So I was getting a little bit of an out in terms of how the performance has been going. But you're obviously seeing some problems in the team, but hopefully we're not going to see any problems in some of these other teams. We're heading to our first Erangel of the day, and well, we're all looking at I8. We can see if they can replicate the performance from the last match, or will Na'Vi continue to be the most dominating team on Erangel in this group? Let's find out.
And there is only one way to find out, and that is by launching headfirst into our first of 3 Erangels from the military base up to Stalba. Plane path should be fairly kind to a lot of teams. Maybe the west coast a little bit inaccessible, especially up towards North George and Zaki way. But overall, we'll see if Na'Vi can step up to the mark and keep things going, because right now, it's kind of looking like an isolated 4-horse race.
It is, yeah. And as Jason said, the errand bells are ringing for some of these other regions. Right now, PMSL, EMEA, they're kind of on top right now. They're doing sick. Like, we just
good right now.
Kind of good. We had Team Spirit winning out in Group Yellow. Now it's likely going to be another PMSL EMEA team taking a first place position here in Group Red. Like you say, though, still 2 more days to go. But IWNRX have found that spark that they've been looking for quite a while. A return to form. You know, it felt like that rust is just falling away from the blade, and it's nice to see. It is really nice to see because they look sharp.
Absolutely, definitely honed in on this group, which is hopefully going to be able to maintain, but if they go down early again and there's some good performances, might be tricky stuff. West side circle, blank. We haven't seen it this group, but we saw it plenty of times going over towards Quarry. We'll see if we drop down there again, because it seems like so far we've seen so many shooting range circles in this group. Teams may be unfamiliar with it. Ooh, Tiamba, who have they spotted? I think that's one of the Na'Vi players over on the east side, trying to drop over towards Milta and Milta Power.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference for Na'Vi right now over towards Milta at the moment. Right now, I think they're trying to play down towards Mini Milta, which is fair enough. Try and get something done here for Na'Vi. It's a little bit out of the way, but the plane path being so far over towards the eastern side and then the circle shifting off towards the west, it's another one of those circles where it's not going to be easy to play. I did really like Na'Vi's rotates on that last game, and you have to admit, either way you look at it, for Na'Vi in terms of that performance on that map, yeah, they weren't able to get a lot of eliminations, but in terms of where they went, when they went, and why they went there, it was all fairly perfect. I just don't think that the knocks and the elims came their way all that often. And ASI8 were just able to pick a lot more eliminations out from the position they were playing, catching a lot of the teams coming off from that high ground on that south side. It was fortuitous on the circle because we've seen a lot of times where, you know, you play hats in, circle moves down towards the south. You're in that exact same situation versus the high ground teams. You're the one who has to come out the cave looking very sad for yourself because you're about to get railed by the teams up on the high ground.
Furia on the prowl in Yasnaya looking for Virtus Pro. The Bears versus the Wildcats over on the northeast side of the map. Both of them going to have to leave, but on Yasnaya positions in general, you can play 2 teams fairly split. Doesn't mean you can get too confident with it, though. You can't get too close to the danger because everybody's ready for a point, you know? You'll take those whenever they do get spotted. ASI8, you know where they're going. It's military. They go there every time. No questions. They're going to have to leave it now this time, though. And IWNRX may be in their way. So potential danger on the crossing if IWNRX don't send towards a North Quarry position first.
It's an interesting one. I think for IWNRX, there's always this curious, I guess, move between both ASIA and them, right? The way that they play in tandem between one another inside of Erangel, where sometimes IWNRX might want to go for that bridge hold versus ASI8, However, in the past, it's not always worked out. ASA have found the better of them quite a few times. So it does look like you're right, John. IW NRX are going to head over towards the northern side of the quarry early, which is a fair enough move to me, I would say. Getting more control on that north side where you can then back it up into quarry later on. I think that gives you more options in the future. And especially we've seen a lot of times in the past over the multiple years that we've casted PUBG Mobile, the fact that when you get teams isolating around quarry, you get tons of teams all around the outside, and it creates almost this net for the teams within. So if you are one of those teams on the inside of that net, you want to be in a secure position. You don't want to be getting picked up by outside teams. And I think where IWNRX is currently placing themselves on that northern edge of quarry, that's the smart choice.
Yeah, they've headed up now to that west side, just north of quarry a little bit towards those Gatka fields as well. And you're right, it is in general the much more higher expected value play. However, I will bring into the fact that they know that it's ASI 8 there, and they know that ASI 8 are only 6 points behind, and whilst it may be good for your point scoring in the long run to go for that, it would be worse for ASI 8's point scoring if you can take 2 or 3 of their players down on a crossing. So I think it's a little bit early to be going for plays like that. But if this was the last day, if this was tomorrow, and this situation was happening, I would say it may be a little bit more convincing for IWNRX to actually maintain a hold on that position. But then again, it's a risky strategy, very risky.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That's why I say this as well, is that for IWNRX, it has been difficult because the multiple times that they've tried to hold that or even drop around ASI 8, has been consistently ASI 8 winning those fights. Their team is very strong. They have players in there who have been part of the PUBG Mobile scene for a long time. Not always to the greatness that we're seeing here from them. However, it feels like they have been improving time and time again. All credit to their coach as well. Feels like he is being much more supportive of them as a team, which I think is the right thing to do when you come to a team that has a lot of veterans, right? You have to take a step back a lot of times and realize that there is stuff that they can teach you, and your job is mentality and making sure that they stick to the plan a lot of times and give them help formulating that plan. It's more about evoking the approach the team wants to make in those games. I think the way that he's spoken so far for them, especially with the interviews with Seven, it sounds like he knows what he's doing. I think that is something that's certainly helping out ASI. So well done.
They have been certainly very impressive so far, and the biggest surprise in this group, I think it's safe to say, for ASI 8 to be able to come up and compete for that first place spot. Great stuff coming on through. Falcons Force on the south side next to Tianba right now, going past Farm, and I think both of these two teams kind of the opposite, and I guess also one of the biggest surprises of these groups. Falcons doing a little bit better than Tianba right now, 79 to 70, but both of them were expected to be top 3 performers. I think by the majority of analysts or anyone looking at this group, you would have been putting them certainly in the conversation, if not in your top 3. So the fact that they are falling behind and in some cases at risk of not even qualifying for survival stage, it's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I again, there's a fair few amount of teams here. This is I mean, we've said it multiple times now throughout both groups that we just have a really competitive lobby. We don't even have a competitive lobby. We have a competitive amount of teams here in PMGC. All 48 of the teams that did join us, like, damn, it's been an incredible time watching all of these teams play. We haven't even got to our final group just yet, but so far, I don't think really. It's IHC and Furia that so far have been the teams that stand out as not so great teams, but it's not like they can't tango with the rest of these boys, right? I mean, we know IHC's a strong squad. We know Furia has good players on side. They are just being outshone a little bit by some of these other squads. Again, would you say Virtus Pro is a bad team? I don't think I would.
No, I would agree. Think that they are bad, but they're just not as good right now as the rest of this lobby. A hard south shift flank, and it's group yellow time. We're going back to Quarry. Na'Vi going to be trying to roll across the open ground. They've lost Puncher, but Tianba are on foot, or very exposed. I mean, that was a really slow roll up, especially for a bike. Sean should have been going at a fair lick faster, and it looks like Na'Vi are on the hunt. They want retribution. They want some points from this game. Oh my goodness me. They are just absolutely terrorizing. Oh, Tiamba's rotation. This is so brutal. Goodness me. What a way to go.
I mean, look at it this way. Tiamba, you find one Elim onto Na'Vi. You create such anger within this squad that they hunt you down in vehicles, and Flip picks up time and time again some disgusting shots over towards them. It is real nice. I mean, Flip was so on the money every single one of those shots, and it's nice seeing both Lemon and Flip both in that same vehicle, because both of those players really have breathed a new lease of life for Na'Vi a lot of times. And there we go. They actually do cut Nigma Galaxy out from third place, and they will take that on the tiebreaker with the chicken dinners accrued. For Nigma Galaxy, I think that they just had a horrible 2 Miramars yesterday. They were far away ahead of a lot of other squads inside of this lobby at the middle mark of day 2. And I still do think they can bring it back, but ASI8 very much on a tear, as at IWNRX.
I just want to go back a little bit to what you're saying about it's nice to see Lemon and Flip in the vehicle, right? Flip, great shots, right, coming through, but a massive amount of credit to Lemon for keeping that vehicle steady as well, like finding smooth parts of ground, knowing when those firing opportunities are coming up, allowing his teammate to just nail those sprays on a smooth transition. Really, really important, and it's a real pair play there. So it's Flip nailing the shots, but it's Lemon nailing the driving as well. So fantastic stuff from Na'Vi on that roll-up. Furia, they've managed to get in on the north side, close to IHC. The battle for the bottom is on the north side this time.
Yeah, it's got to be done. I think a lot of teams are kind of changing their approach to this one. ASI8 currently here looking over towards Virtus Pro. Felt like he wasn't that low, but
he was on like a sliver of HP there and nearly got the first aid off. I think it was a fraction of a second.
I see. I think that I think I've just gone blind for a moment. I was like, that's full HP, right? Because I don't see any health bar on there. But no, they do pick up Tixie from Virtus Pro. And again, another not so hot game here for Virtus Pro. Absolutely, they'll have to move down towards the south side. Luckily, the circle does shift on down towards the south, so they can pick up position on this southern edge towards Primorsk. This will keep them safe. I think for Virtus Pro, this is likely the best decision you can make in the future, is just to play over towards that north side.
Quarry is the central focus. As I said before, we saw a lot back in Group Yellow. And now it's Group Red's turn to try and dig what they can out of this game. A shot, a knock, a confirm as well for Vengeance over towards Incilio. On the southwest side of Quarry, this is. They are taking a little bit of a look over that way. IWNRX on the north side of Quarry right now. TJB towards the south on the hill that sits to the south of Quarry. You've also got ASI8 in the compound closer towards the water on the south side, nearer to Ferry Pier Blank. That is going to be pretty powerful for them. Fairly isolated from the rest of the teams as well.
Team Queso, nice strong spot for them, and they do want to solidify this one over towards Ghetto Roy. I think Ghetto Roy has definitely been a surprising team. That's a nice name from Colgo, who is consistently really putting out the numbers here for Team Queso. But yeah, like I said, it's an interesting one from Ghetto Roy, because we didn't really see that they'd had fantastic performances throughout the start. I think you were saying it as well, John, that they have just been managing to get towards a lot of these end games. Their rotates are fairly clean, albeit some of their fighting isn't always the best. But in terms of getting towards position, Ghetto Roy's pretty damn good at that.
It's the same story, I think, for Incilio. These were the two teams that, you're right, I was talking about seeing them a lot, right? Seeing their nameplates a lot in these later games. And you're right to sort of criticize them on their fragging potential, though. It's not quite up to the standards that we're seeing towards the top of the tables, or even from some of the players lower down those standings, because they're not able to access those late game frag out scenarios. Vengeance trying to get across TJB's sightlines, and that is dangerous. However, Seems like they'll be successful here. FaZe being pushed in on the north side, moving in, Mela and Mormon on the north, regrouping with the forward position. Furia to their west, Nick Galaxy out to their east, so a dangerous approach from FaZe.
Yeah, for FaZe, it will be difficult. They have to find some early shots here onto Furia, who are... yeah, this is an odd one. We have the leaning vehicles against one another, trying to create a card stack for themselves with the two bookies. And next circle is shifting at the same time. It's an awkward fight to take at this timing as well. I think a lot of teams would be against this, especially now you get this circle shift on the lobby. For Tongjiabao, they are grinning away. This is a gleeful circle for them.
Absolutely brilliant news, but on the north side, it is anything but, because both Furia and FaZe having a real tough time. Damage done back over to Furia. Look at Silence up on that high ground as well. Last player for FaZe up close and personal on this fight. Mormon does take a tumble as well. That is Narvalo. It's Nick Galaxy. We saw how much they liked to third party in yesterday's games, in the games before that as well, and in they come to pick up some points from this match. And at a crucial juncture, remember Na'Vi are breaking down the door right now. They're going to have to try and push in from Very Pier, potentially towards ASI8. If Nick Galaxy can seal these points away to their tallies, they could jump up over ASI8, maybe even contend with IWNRX.
I mean, Nick Galaxy don't have a bad position to play this game out. I think their real struggle is going to come later in terms of deciding where they want to play going forward. Good nade from Silence finds another from FaZe, and that will be the finish there, as Fury did get a nice tight surround on the guys over on FaZe. Yeah, for Nick Galaxy, I do think that they have them potentially dead to rights here. Need some strong shots over towards their way, but a good dip out and quickly finding those eliminations. In the meantime, it's IWNRX coming up against IHC. 2 down, and it's just Zed Wolf remaining, and it's time for him to prove his worth.
IWNRX moving very quickly out on their west side. A nade over towards Godless. Zedwolf looking to try and do it, but he can't find the crash. It's Virtus Pro from a million miles away, having an impact, an import from the other side of the circle.
This is hella important. Na'Vi actually rocked up over towards ASA and actually blew the damn doors off here. Found an opening knock onto him. Nocky's down. IQ's low. Does get taken down by East. And now ASI8 in a little bit of an awkward situation. Falcons looking to capitalize off the back of an awkward situation here for ASI8. Potentially backing up into the southern compounds here. Whilst Na'Vi controls that high ground position. But yeah, that was a great play from Na'Vi. I think me and you both assumed that them crossing in from the eastern side, likely ASI8 was just going to shut them down as they entered. But yeah, fantastic crash from them.
Really well-timed push, seemingly finding that opening, managing to jump through the hoops. I think Falcons, their approach here, whilst maybe well-principled, might not work out too well for them. Because Na'Vi can take shots through those corridors, it's going to force Falcons Force to take a full-on, straight-up fight directly and linearly into these buildings, right? You can't use those side angles, you can't use those off angles unless you can get some picks over towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi control a lot of the pace of this. The good news for Falcons Force is they don't need to go for the full push in. They can just maintain position here and try and play for the next circle.
Nade's been thrown in from either side. Flip's looking to get another one going through as well. Team Queso here against Nick Galaxy. This is what we were talking about earlier in terms of what was their crossing looking like in the future. I think that might be the entirety of Nick Galaxy actually going down in the blink of an eye. Just one player left remaining for them in Ralph as he has to make a quick send round the corner. There is shots coming through from both Alter Ego as well. Now he's just about living. Spins out on the buggy as well. Does he get back behind the tree? I don't think so.
No, he's got taken down there. Will meet his maker. Trying to go for a wild rotate. It was a really difficult approach for Nick Galaxy. They get 3 elims, and Na'Vi can go on the chase now. The next circle keeps them in this. 5 elims on the tally already. They're looking to try and push further into this one. The placement points haven't started to kick in yet either, which means that Nick Galaxy only get the 3 points from the elims they found.
And Nick Galaxy, unfortunate ending for them. 105 points. still, again, for their point scoring, they are far ahead from a lot of the other teams, but you are right, it's this four-horse race towards that top side, and Na'Vi could quite confidently get back into that third place position from their spot on that southeast side. There's a ton of potential eliminations for Na'Vi as well in ASI 8, Falcons, and the final player from Tiamba. Colgo, though, he's been having a great time this game, and the majority of this tournament so far in Group Red. I mean, he has been a singular beacon for Team Queso.
The south side of Quarry, seemingly their playground right now. And we haven't really talked too much about it. We touched on it earlier a little bit, but TJB, slap bang on the high ground in the middle of this circle, are on for a really good game. No elims just yet, but we talk about this a lot. When you get that central strong position, in general, you're looking to stage 5, the end of stage 5 and stage 6, to start to open the cannons, right? To start to open these fights. Icy finally opening up for the Falcons force up towards this compound, because now they do have to make that move. They didn't up until this point, but now they can start to turn up the gas.
Quick pick off on the Bond as well, so that backstab potential is taken away. Na'Vi may be thinking about getting involved with this in the future. I mean, it'd be good to take them down whilst they're distracted with the final player from ASI 8. I think they're more comfortable just to hold the position that's inside the circle. They know that even if Falcons are able to clear this spot, they have to push out into open ground. Good nade from top will finish off UZM, and that is ISA 8 going out in 11th place with only the one elimination. So not quite as bombastic as our previous match there on Sanhok.
Na'Vi able to get a point here and ladder up into third now, Blank. Enigma Galaxy pushed out of that third place bubble. How far can Na'Vi go now? Because the question that is can they reach IWNRX on 114 points? They're on 105 right now. They have just taken a knock though.
Yeah, that's from Alter Ego. I think 6 has been looking out that way quite frequently, and I think Alter Ego finally do find the number. Again, it's one of those positions where you expect a team to be, so you are checking that balcony quite frequently. So I think that Na'Vi needs to be a little bit more cautious on those peaks now as we get more into that slow portion of the match at 20 minutes in. It goes through, another one on that top side. Yeah, Na'Vi starting to suffer a little bit, and they have just allowed Falcons to push on through. There is that off angle still available. 6 again needs to be careful. This is a position he wants to play to stay out of danger, but he knows that there are those sight lines from Alter Ego behind him on that north side, and we are waiting for this next circle shift, which might accelerate this fight quite a bit, but instead will definitely slow it down once again. Both these teams know that they need to win, though. They are on the slow side of the circle, so can play this out quite a while.
Alter Ego will have to move, and not unlikely that they go for a third party on this fight, especially with a knockdown towards the south side. Alter Ego definitely could crash, although it's not in the circle. It might be a little bit of a misstep. 6, however, up on the balcony, doesn't care about those sightlines to his back. They hear the fighting, but a jump out wide, and in comes the Falcons force. Are they finally going to be able to find their feet into Group Red and have that big bombastic performance with only 2 players left? They've got Lemon left to handle.
For 6 there, I feel bad for him. Again, that's just some of the nerfs going through his DBS, where he tags him on the side there. That's a nice nade from Isaac. Na'Vi fall short on that game. I really do think they could have pushed that a lot further. 7 elims, though, is not bad, but that's all they'll be grabbing off the back of this one as Falcons do take them out. It was somewhat lukewarm in terms of their defense versus Falcons as they made that crossing. I think partly that's because they have to commit the time to the res. 6 goes down at such an unfortunate moment for them. And I do think that is partly his fault on the fight, because I don't think he should have been peeking Alter Ego. They should have been way more focused over towards that Falcons crossing. Alter Ego was something that they wouldn't have had to deal with for a long time.
I think it all comes back to a little bit on their initial crash, right? They got an opening to ASI 8, but they didn't conclude that fight, and that may have forced them into suboptimal defense positions against that Falcons force approach, because Falcons were able to consume the ground that ASI 8 were holding beneath them. And I feel like, sure, the hold wasn't super strong, but I think there were multiple factors that played into that, not least of which Na'Vi crashed into the north side earlier on, didn't quite fully establish themselves. As we turn our attention now to the north side, Team Queso trying to push TJB off this high ground, but they're not giving.
Now for TJB, it's a strong spot. It is, however, exposed to multiple positions. There isn't really all that much hard cover in that location. This is just going to rely on pure mechanical skill. Luckily for Tongjiabao, they are filled with mechanical skill. They have boatloads of it. And I think this is one of the few locations where I would have good confidence in Tongjiabao to be able to hold on to this spot. Nades are going their way though now, and they're not taking too many shots outwards. A little bit of a shot controlled for 676, who has shown us he is unbelievably deadly.
With that pump action as well on the back, slung behind the Scar. Team Queso, Alter Ego go for a roll-up, and it's getting messy over on the north side. Rosemary, Alva, both still up in an action, but 3 players down for Team Queso. Finally, they get taken out. Is this a rollout as well for TJB? They're looking to third party. A lot of damage done to Team Queso, but it's Melodious to try and stand tall. Melosa on the off angle as well. 676, nice. Can he find the spray? No connection. And there's a third party that comes through from the Falcons, and Team Queso will be going down very, very low. Can they keep their heads above water here? Because TJB may have just stumbled.
Yeah, it was a great crash coming through from Team Queso. A little bit explosive in terms of losing 2 players on that run-up, but in terms of the smokes they were able to place down, the nades that went through, they did clear out that fight. So Team Queso down to 2 players, but 10 elims on the game after taking down Enigma Galaxy. So a strong spot overcome by Team Queso versus Alter Ego, and also taking down one of the most formidable squads inside the lobby of Enigma Galaxy. Trade there onto Tongjiabao, but it's all for naught there. Tongjiabao do have those number advantages. Circle does not favor anyone. It's over towards the roadside. This is a very, very difficult circle to play in the end game. And again, this is a case where stage 7 is probably going to be the most important stage of finding those pickoffs and maintaining a full squad.
Incilio down. Try to move close to the shack that Furia hold, but will not work out. 6 teams now remain. Melosa launching a nade. Only the one left in the back pocket. TJB, this was a really timely flex out for them. It looked a little bit messy, but they managed to get all of their players alive and kept back up to the north side. But they have to now roll down the hill. A light up for Longs. Looks for 1, 2. Flowers there as well on the off angle, and Vengeance careen into a wall of lead. And they will meet their match on TJB's hold from the north side. But TJB, equally, they're going to have to move. The removal of Vengeance from that west side does make it a lot easier, though.
Yeah, I mean, they understand that, look, there was the crash that happened down towards the southeast. That's likely both those teams gone. There was only one team that could really hold on that western side. So for Tongjiabao, there is now just this sense of, we control the northern edge. And it's going to be up to teams down on that south side to either fight against one another. We just need to have a little bit of interaction throughout the majority of this. You can see that it's around about a 62% chance the win rate for Tongjiabao, and I would 100% agree with that fact. They have so much control in this lobby. Now, getting this close to Falcons is an interesting maneuver.
They're within nade range, but that goes both ways. 676 looking to pull the pin here. They move away from the vehicle. You can see that smoke is dropping. They're playing outside of it, trying to confuse Falcons, but there's still nades in the back pocket. Icy has got 4 of them. A nade over that will isolate the angles. He's looking more towards the edge of the blue here. That looks like it might be on target. It doesn't go quite long enough. The cook's just a little bit too long. Up on the high ground, you still got Longs going. Malloy still hiding out behind his little ridge, his little buggy, and Furia yet to leave their shack.
And the amount of nades that Falcons had, yeah, I didn't like this roll-up from Tongjiabao. I think that they could have potentially set up a little bit further back there and just gone for shots like this as the circle started to push in. Instead, they try and get a forward outpost. You understand why they try and go for that. But again, they don't know the angles on the south side. I think that's the dangerous proportion. It was the advantage they had over on the north is that they knew they controlled all of that area. Again, this is dangerous, but okay.
No way. You can go for, how did he get away with that? Longs is there, up on the high ground. Didn't spot that, didn't even take shots.
He is smoked off right now as he's making his way in. If they lose Longs, it's very bad news for them.
Oh, a little bit of a mishandling here as Furia try and leave. Actually, East picking up one of those knocks. I think that was... No, yeah, they are all out on the southwest side. Falcons actually getting the flush over towards Longs on the high ground as well. And they're picking up the points now. TJB starting to suffer. They still have the numbers advantage, and they still have an overwhelming odd of victory. They have the middle of the circle, and they know where the Falcons force are to leave. Malloy's been quiet for a long time now, though, Blank. And maybe there's a surprise.
Well, they cleared out the players on that western side already. So it's a question whether TJB thinks that there isn't any more squads on that edge of the map. Good step up from Triple S. Instantly gets back down again, and Icy has to pull off some magical plays here. But Tongjival will find that one. Now there's one final player inside the lobby, and it is Malloy from Virtus Pro. This is probably the furthest we've seen Virtus Pro get into a game before, but this should be a win for Tongjival. Good step up from Malloy, though, on the M4 here, John.
And they'll have used a lot of nades trying to get rid of Falcon Force, so not potentially super easy to get this one done. The middle of the circle has to be given up a little bit, and TJB not looking to push forwards. They're waiting for him to step up and go for the pair fire here. 676 and Triple S need to be careful, though. If you're overexposed, if you just get clipped, you could be in a 1v1 situation in a very dangerous spot. You can see no nades there, and he spotted Malloy for Virtus Pro. Still has one more player to deal with, but it's 676. Has to stand up, has to go for the dart out, and 676 stands up for the spray. Can't quite find it, and out in the open, finally it's put to bed as Flower gets back to his feet. And will find it. TJB able, with multiple times where it looked a little bit hairy, to close that game down. The fight versus Team Queso, the flex out on the north side, they keep everyone alive, and on the south side, they hold their nerve against Malloy.
I just think that there was a situation there where the two players had dropped down on the east. If Icy was slightly more on target with those nades, it could have been an easy double for them. So an interesting maneuver from TJB, extremely aggressive, just like a lot have people have commended them for. But in the meantime, we can send this back over to the desk as TJB gets a few more points on their tally.
Yeah, a few more points. I think they'll be pretty happy about this, as well as Falcons getting their 10 eliminations in a third place, not to mention Virtus Pro getting a second place here. So some teams who desperately want to get some points going have been able to do so here in this match. But before we dive into the end of the game, we got to talk about the start of the game and how don't take shots at Na'Vi unless you're ready for the whole team to come at you.
These guys were just straight driving by everybody, man. Beautiful shots off the car. It's good to see Na'Vi getting active. I mean, they're right there. I think right before this game, what were they in fourth place? So they definitely want to kind of keep that point gap, because they are starting to get a little bit of a point gap between fourth and fifth here, Mac.
Yeah, Tiongbao just going to be scared as all hell of Na'Vi going forward. Like, no, okay, we'll drop on the opposite side of the map. We don't want Flip to just completely spray us down in the car. That was just too good of a spray. But yeah, here you go. TJB get himself the chicken dinner. Good to see. And you were telling me just before we went on desk here, Jukes, that it kind of gave you some PL vibes, right?
Oh, big time. Because, you know, in the third day of PEL, these guys went from 9th place all the way to the top, baby. And they won that championship, won over 700 grand because of that. So now we're on day 3 here. They were in 7th prior to this game, and they definitely needed to put something big on the board so they can cross that point gap and hopefully put them in that running for top 3. And after a performance like this, you got to know they're right there.
I feel like they're definitely a lot more comfortable in this lobby. Ever since day 1, they just, oh, okay, we see how this is working out now. We're just feeling the groove of things, and it's working pretty good. Tixie, no. But we're going to see the replays here, Jukes. Very soon we're going to be seeing that insane triple man spray down from Longs on top of that shed. That was such a good spot to be at that point, because it's edge of circle, so you know you're not going to be having any possible bad off angle for you to get knocked from. They had info on Vengeance. He's like, yeah, I spot them. Should I take the shot? Yeah, just one spray down is going to be enough to get the triple knocks, and then the rest of the team helps him to get the confirms. Longs, that was literally the play to clear all of the northern side, and he did it so well.
Oh my gosh, it's a dream scenario. Like, you know, every single player on the squad just lines up perfectly. Just one spray down the line, and you just get a ton of eliminations. So beautifully done from them. Na'Vi as well put up some nice points on the board too. So I was kind of interested to see that we did have a couple of the top squads go out really early here. So I was hoping to see some of those teams in the mid-pack really pop off. And I think we did. I mean, we saw Alter Ego out in the late game. I mean, just a great, solid start to the day, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. Man, I kind of got sandwiched between Na'Vi and Falcons over towards Ferry Pier, that compound we were seeing 3-4 previously. A little bit of a shame they didn't have all 4 players left alive, or maybe they can continue what they did on Sanhok. But for me, it's also nice to see Falcons be able to frag out. And I feel like, you know, Max, as you talked about towards the top of the show today, of we haven't seen these like amazing games out of them, and obviously not winning the match here, I feel like 10 elims for me is a good sign of like, okay, maybe the old Falcons is not gone just yet. Maybe a little bit more time to cook here. and we're going to see them continue to pop off.
Just let them more time to Young Tash out. Yeah, that's cool. And that's all they're going to know. Young Tash. I said, yeah, I said it wrong. I need 7 to help me on saying that. But no, it was a good engage overall. I think there were definitely some weaknesses in how Na'Vi were holding down their position, but then they just full sent it. There are 3 players able to just overwhelm the solo players of Na'Vi really efficiently. So yeah, 10 elim on the board. Really happy with the side of Falcons this time around. Again, I want to see more because the first 2 days they sure got himself a chicken dinner, but outside of those wins, there wasn't really too much happening for them. So this is not a win, so I'm a little bit happy to see that they can at least get some good performances when the chicken dinner is not coming their way. So, man, still, TJB, we saw that spray of longs. I just want to talk about that spray so much here, Hodgins, because it was really the big impactful spray initially. Though, Team Kessa, we need to talk about them, right? 10 eliminations playing the southern side of Corey. That was on point, Jukes.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, who else can you really just shine the spotlight on other than Kolgo, dude? This guy is really, really putting this team on his back. He's just been standing out above the rest, and we saw him with those beautiful laydown spray downs. I saw whenever he had that MG3 in his hands, Max was just screaming at the top of his lungs, MG3, yes, come on, baby. But man, I mean, it's good to see Team Kessel start off strong today. They really needed it. I mean, 10 eliminations, these guys should be stoked, and hopefully we can see them repeat that at least a couple times if they want to make that run for top 3.
Well, I'll tell you, if anyone holds the MG3, I'm supporting that team. Okay, that's how it typically goes a lot of the time. Virtus Pro, I also want to highlight them a little bit this game because they did have a good entry point north of Primorsk. They had a really good high ground. It's good for scouting. I do think they take a bit of unnecessary fight versus Incilio and unfortunately get eliminated in the process. I think you maybe send it to the beach side or to Furia's location, which as we saw, they got really fine that game. That would have been a good option here, but Virtus Pro, I still really feel like they are struggling to pick fights that really help them a lot in these matches. So that's something they can hopefully try and improve on.
Yeah, you know what rhymes with Virtus Pro? I don't know.
That's a good point.
That's how I feel. Yeah. That's how I feel, to be honest, because like I don't know what's going on with this team. I mean, we know the potential they have on the roster. I mean, Max, man, you've had a picture of Tixie on your wall since the beginning of time, dude. You know, so hopefully, that picture can stay up there here as time goes on.
It's just the Wolverine meme of him laying in bed holding a picture of Tixie.
Yes.
What we can see here overall is Na'Vi have been able to move up here again. The tiebreaker will be Chicken Dinners first, which they currently hold over I8. As you see TJB moving up to 5th place as well. Vengeance, I do want to quickly touch on, just because we've been kind of critical of this team of playing very passive, like Senate Center, and just kind of wait. In this last match, they did pick up 7 eliminations and 3 placement points. So I at least want to, point that out to all of our viewers because it is showing a little bit of an adaptation and play out of them. And you got to give them credit where it's deserved. Whereas Getza Roy have been able to, not been able, they unfortunately have fallen from, I think it was 5th down to 8th now in our leaderboards.
Oh, that hurts. But yeah, I'm happy you're bringing up actually Vengeance here, Jason, because they are seeming to take fights instead of just, we want to avoid fights as much as possible. We want to reach the late game. No, they saw the fight in Cilio versus Pro happening. Once it wraps up, they get involved in the fight and they're able to sweep the Western teams really quickly. So Vengeance, I think, have a big change of mindset since yesterday's win on the last match on Miramar, and it's going to help them just hold on to a spot in the survival stage at minimum. So yeah, Vengeance, big change of mindset. I love to see that.
Oof. Yeah, I like to see how quickly they moved. I mean, because they landed right by farm and they just hauled it kind of straight towards Quarry. The zone hard shifted south and they just worked it from there. So it's good to see from Vengeance for sure.
This is rough. 24 points between 15th and 14th place.
Ugh.
I'm looking at from 8th to 3rd.
I see last.
And it's like 26 points.
Ugh.
Not good, not good. So yeah, I mean, I'm almost starting to get to that point where I'm counting out Fury and IHC. If they don't get a win today, or if they don't start putting up, 5 to 10 eliminations per match, I feel unfortunately we're not going to see the representative from last year who won PMGC be back at the grand finals yet again this year, like we saw S2G do previously. So really unfortunate for them. Again, Furia, I would rate them higher than IHC from what I've seen in this year. And I don't know what's going on within their squad either. I know you touched on a little bit, Hot Jukes, but they are just not being able to hit their stride in this event. And I don't know what it is. Maybe we can ask Seven to go talk to them because we haven't really heard much from Furia and see like what is going on within the team, because they are just not playing like the team we know they can be. I mean, even kind of similar with Alter Ego as well, as they're kind of hovering around that 12th, 11th position quite consistently.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're going to definitely have to start thinking about things differently, right, Max? Because, I mean, let's be real. If you're Furia and you're IHC, the possibility for top 3 is still there. It would require you winning like almost every single game for the rest of the day-to-day to be kind of in that running. But it's like, what do you do, Max, right? What would you do, actually? Because you have the decision, right? All right, do we go for that top 3 run still? Or do we just say, hey, it's way too late, let's just try to sneak into the survival stage?
So survival stage is going to be the focus here, 100%. But the clock is ticking, right? And at this point in time, I would say Furia and IHC, just like what IHC said during the interview with Seven, right? Oh, we're going to start playing more aggressive today. I've not seen that, but that is the play you need to do. You need to start like just balling out on these games, getting 5 eliminations minimum in these games. If you see a team and it's a good position to fight, just send it. Don't try and play overly passive. We saw IHC on the Sanhok too, right, Jukes? Just not being willing to go for that big rotation and hoping that the circle's not going to be too mean to them. But the circle does not care about your feelings. The circle is going to be as mean as it possibly can be. So if you're IHC, I would say just send it center if you can and just get elims. Like literally just hold down your position like it's an absolute 4 and hopefully it'll work out. But as of right now, I still really think it's too late, Hodrix. I do have to say, like Jason, I might just count them out.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but again, they still have a couple of matches to potentially change our minds here as we're about to head into our 3rd match of the day. But I am hearing we are going to have Seven Worlds Gaming with their little bit of a report on the stage about Tiamba. So let's go ahead and check in with the man of the moment.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I just wanted to talk about Tiamba because I know the desk was talking about them early at the beginning of the day. I got a chance to talk to the team manager and I was asking him what has been the biggest struggle that you guys have had so far in PMGC 2024. And he told me that it was actually the prep. They don't feel like they were able to prep enough for some of these teams because the research for some of those teams was a lot harder. Hopefully, though, after 2 days played, they'll be able to just go back to the VAR review and adjust because they're currently in 10th places. It's not looking good for them. Back to you guys.
You really got to give credit to our production team of finding a microphone that makes it look normal sized in his hand. Because if it was in my hand, that thing would barely be bigger than my hand. Yeah, hearing from Tiamba, obviously good to hear. And honestly, the pressure, I think for a team that, I mean, I had him in my top 3, man. Like, I had him as one of the teams to easily get through this, considering what we saw at PMWC. They're not really hitting the stride they want to. And I feel like, again, that's just a testament to how good every region has gotten at PUBG Mobile.
Crazy, man. It's crazy to see just how well everybody's improved. Everybody should know, you know, what to do at this point, but it hurts to hear that Tiamba wasn't able to kind of get that prep that they needed done here because they're definitely getting, you know, outperformed by their Eastern brothers. Oh,
sorry, he's just staring down the camera, man.
He's always redox.
No.
Why does he not like us? Who is he looking at?
Oh. He's looking into our souls.
Yeah, I'm scared by redox. Oh my god.
Joke's on him, I don't have one.
Oh. But that would be Kalaris, but yeah. Right.
Whoa. But yeah, it's been rough times, and I kind of like this actually because I feel like for the longest time in PUBG Mobile, it's always been Chinese teams are the best in the world, and there was definitely a time when that was true. Looking back at Nova winning 2 PMGCs in a row, but like every region has really caught up to these teams, and the unfortunate part is when we see like regional clashes, like we had the was the SCA, SA, and PER regional clash not too, or I guess it was kind of a long time ago. It was just all China. But I feel like when we get to these global stages, there's just too many good teams for them to be able to run away with.
Yeah, and you have all these different metas, right? It's not like years ago where everyone would play a similar playstyle. No, I mean, just between Group Yellow and Group Red. Oh, Group Yellow, very center focused. Group Red, oh, we're playing Edge. Wait, how the hell do you want us to adapt to this global scene? It becomes so hard, Archduke. So I definitely get the struggle for them. I think that Tiamba right now, what they should focus on is at least surviving in top 11, making it to survival, and then you'll have that week and a half to prep for the teams that are going to be playing there. Of course, you've got Group Green that you'll be looking at also, so that's even better for them technically. So just survive to the survival stage, and then you'll have the time to do the prep that you feel like you didn't have time to do in the first place.
I mean, let's be real. I mean, they're not that far away, right? I mean, what do they have, like 71 points right now? Top 3 is 106, so... I mean, one good game here, they could be in that show for top 3. So, I mean, if Tiamba can hopefully, you know, make it happen. I mean, we heard from Seven, right? They've had 2 days by now, right? So they definitely should be adjusted to these squads. So there's still plenty of time for them to get in top 3, but they got to start performing. And the reason why I'm really stressing that now more than ever is because we saw in Group Yellow just how toxic things get towards the last day, last games, right? So you don't want to wait until then to really need like a crazy amount of points. So if they can pop off here, I mean, they'll be right there to be able to really make it in the top 3.
I mean, as you're talking about, right, you don't want to wait to that last day to have to pop off. You don't want to be forced to be extra aggressive when it doesn't necessarily suit how the game can go here. But as you did mention, there's 71 points, 10th place. It's what, 35 points between them and top 3? Like, it's really not that hard to go from where they currently are into PMGC Grand Finals. It's just about having those couple of good games and hitting a level of consistency here in arguably one of the toughest lobbies that you're gonna have here in your career. But it is very doable for a lot of these teams. Like even Alter Ego, there's technically in the running. I would even say FaZe Clan and VP are technically in the running as they're down to like 68, 64, 63 points. It's just only the Fury and IHCs we're looking at of not really having that chance to bounce back for top 3.
You know, well, that's something I kind of want to talk about because I kind of want to like go on the opposite side of you, Max, from the question I had earlier, right? Should you go for just the survival stage or should you go for top 3? And I think IHC kind of should have that mentality to go to top 3, right? Not saying that it's really going to happen, but like they need a win here. Like I'm as much as I would love to see them put up like 5 eliminations, you know, a game, whatever, they need like a 15 elimination chicken dinner to get them out of this hole at this point because like there's too much potential from these squads. Like even Tianba, if they wanted to make it to top 3, they need to do that same thing because I mean, look who's in that running. It's TJB, Falcons, you know, Enigma Galaxy, I8's going crazy. I mean, in one game, these guys can go off too. So like, man, I really need to see that from IHC. I want to get to see them in that mentality of like, man, we have to win in order to survive, period.
Maybe just, you can also go another direction on that, is just forget about top 3, top 11, just trying to get these big games. I feel like we have teams at the bottom here, like Fury and Aichi, we mentioned them a few times already, Jukes, are seemingly a bit scared to engage or to rotate into strong positions because they're avoiding conflict. At least that's what I've been witnessing throughout these games. And I would just say try and get yourself a good game, which I know is very easy to say as an analyst. Like, just try harder. Just feel like it's a double point day.
Here and
yeah, exactly. But like, the way I feel like some teams put a lot of pressure on themselves. Oh, it's PMGC, we can't afford mistakes. But everyone does mistakes. Even IWNRX makes mistakes. Enigma Galaxy, IA, Na'Vi, everyone does. So you, at some point, just go for these Hail Mary plays and try and make something happen for yourself. Because if you're idle, like we've seen so far from a few of those bottom teams, nothing's going to happen for you. You cannot hope that other teams are just going to give their points to you and just get eliminated by you super easily. No, they're going to fight tooth and nail to survive, and you need to do the same thing if you want to have the hope of continuing further in this year's PMGC.
Yeah, you know what? I think you hit the nail on the head there, bro. I really do think you put the word Hail Mary plays, right? And I think that's where the mindset they need to be in, because let's be real. I think the reason why we're seeing every single region be kind of at the same level here, Jason, is because the secret sauce is out already, right? These teams know what to do. Like, all right, hey, if we get blessed with the circle, we get a good position, we're going to win this game 99% of the time unless we just make a big mistake, right? But the teams that are on those edge plays, they're like, all right, we're not going to win this game. Let's turn around and just get some eliminations, right? And put some points on the board. But teams like IHC, they could make the decision to be like, all right, we're not going to win. Let's just put something on the board. Or we could go for the Hail Mary, push on this team, and if we win this fight, we could win the game. And I think they're at that stage now, Max, where they got to go for those plays in order to make a miracle happen here.
I'd have to say, you know, in simple terms, you got to stare down the lobby like Redox stares down the camera. If you can do that, you will be successful and you'll make it in top 3 for sure.
Well, you know, speaking of trying to be successful here, I think a big talking point of day 1 was we see a lot of edge play. Day 2, I felt like we kind of saw a little bit more center play, but still a little bit of edge. I'm just curious if you guys had any thoughts about if we've seen adaptations in the lobby alone about what's been successful.
Well, I'll tell you what, in this last game, everybody was playing edge, and it wasn't their choice.
You had to.
Yeah, it wasn't their choice at all. And I mean, it kind of goes either way. I mean, you know, that's what I'm saying is like certain teams realize like, yeah, you know what, this rotation to center is going to be too difficult. So let's just focus on just wiping teams out on the edge, put some eliminations on the board, because that's how you win championships, right? You got to put 5 to 6 points a game if you get a bad zone. And then when you get the circle, you got to put up a 20-point plus game, right? So, I mean, at a certain point, though, you got to just decide, hey, 5 points ain't enough, Max. You gotta go for the big game.
I think sometimes, or you can just be, you know, your IWNRX, your Enigma Galaxy, your IA, and they do that in eliminations almost per game.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we're just gonna cruise by. We're just gonna always be in top 3, and that's why currently the top 3, top 4 has changed very little throughout this group for Group Red is because they keep getting those eliminations. So sure, Falcons, Get to Roy, TJB, Tiamba, they can get sometimes these big games, but when the top 4 is so damn consistent on the elimination front of things, it makes it so hard to breach that top 3, top 4 situation. So you're just hoping one of those teams falters at the end if you want to make in top 3, but as of right now, that doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, speaking of consistency, one of the most consistent things about these shows is the awesome commentary by the two gentlemen going to be taken away here on Erangel, John Allen and Blake.
Hey, look at that. Jason was really nice to us just then. I'm a big fan. Let's keep that up. Let's keep that going. Let's get that to be one of the most consistent things of the PMGC Group Red, because we're getting underway with match number 15.
Plane path from the eastern side over towards the west on Quarry. Nicer plane path than we saw on our last game as we head into match 3 of Erangel. And yeah, Jason was quite nice to us, which is always nice. I think it's because you hit him up with the old. You have 3 modes, so he's entering a 4th mode.
Whoa, that's incredible. He's going into gear 4. That's crazy. That's an anime thing, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Yes. Let's go. One Piece mentioned. Maxman going off right now. Oh dear. Plane path from Lipovka over towards the west coast. So again, fairly nice and easy for our teams to get down to the ground. Hopefully no casualties to be seen, but never say never. We saw IWNRX with some crazy hot drop on the previous day rather, early on in the matches, but doesn't look like we're going to see that here.
Yeah, this is a little bit easier for teams to move on down towards. I think right now, like the boys on the desk are saying, there are going to be some Hail Marys required going into match 3. We have 9 games remaining, 10 including this one, which is always going to be rough for some squads because now you have to risk it all. And it's very difficult right now, especially because this is the first time we're seeing in groups at least a bit more of a point sponge towards the top side of the lobby and very, very equal tallies towards 8th downwards. So you see 78 points right now for Getso Roy, with 14th being with 63. This is all changeable in one match. One match is all it requires for some of our teams down towards going home scenarios to get into going to survival stage.
Triple S, figure out which seat you're going to sit in. Come on, be reasonable. Stop jumping about. He'll turn that car around, take you back over to Rozok, and then you'll have to deal with Getso Roy. And how would you like that? I don't think you like that very much. Goodness me. Worst sort of passenger, you know? Can't keep still. Furia over in Yasnaya Poliana. Again, a split drop on this area. This time though with Na'Vi, not with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and I think for Na'Vi, it's much easier for them over towards Yaz. This is where they're usually dropping, rather than Mini Milta down towards that south side. This is where they prefer to drop. They actually don't loot here for a very long time, though, which I always find very curious, honestly. Typically, they'll have a very cursory loot in this area, though, to be fair, from looking what some of these players have on board, they seem to be already fairly well looted. But they tend to get themselves out of dodge. But with a circle that heads over towards this northeast side, it's not massively necessary to scout out too far. I think a lot more teams have been studying the circles as well, where Mansion and the eastern edge of the map were a little bit more open, allowing Na'Vi to make some of those rotates out there. But this time around, you got Team Queso towards the south, and Alter Ego taking up more presence on Mansion as well as Lipovka. Pretty basic split. A lot of times, if you drop Lipovka, you do want to have 2 outposts on that western side, which is what Alter Ego's doing with Alva as well as Rosemary, because Lipovka's very hard to scout from and know what's happening off in the distance. So if you are playing in a 4-man squad at home, yeah, try this out.
Could be something that can improve your performance, and you love to see that. Always good to get a little bit better every day. That's all you've got to do. Beat yourself from yesterday. It's a life lesson from John Allen and from Blank. There you go. I was just thinking back to the last game a little bit, Blank, because Virtus Pro dropped in East Yaz. Na'Vi weren't there. Do you think Virtus Pro were trying to hot drop onto Na'Vi?
I'm not sure. Maybe, possibly. I actually don't know. I think honestly, if you're Virtus Pro, I don't think hot dropping on Na'Vi is the greatest and latest of ideas, but certainly something to go for. Remember, the keyword of the day right now, according to Juice, is the Hail Mary.
Yeah, we've got to try and go for some wild out-of-the-box plays. I mean, certainly if you're IHC or Furia, it is Hail Mary time, right? You just got to find something. But I think not too many teams or players or watchers as well going to be looking at them and thinking, yeah, they're a threat towards the tables right now, because they are really doing a little bit worse. Well, a lot a bit worse than the rest of these lobbies. I mean, the fact that TJB and Falcon Force as well were able to keep up based on that last game towards the top side with, sure, they were talking about the consistency of the top of the tables, but a lot of them went down quite early last match. And that did allow TJB and Falcon's Force to get out to the inside, or, well, rather towards the outside of the track. Goodness me, got to get my prepositions right. But yeah, they are going to have an outside chance to jump up towards those top three based on that last game, almost alone.
It is interesting. I mean, you look at the leaderboards right now, I'm sure you guys have noticed already. Nick Galaxy at 105, ASI8 106, Na'Vi 106. It's really close grouping. Tongjibao and Falcons, though, off that last game, nicely done. 94 points and 96, opening up that lead a little bit, allowing more teams to make their way through. And this has happened quite frequently through Group Red, where some of our top teams, that performance has died out a little bit, allowing some of our other teams to catch up somewhat. I think for Tongjibao, this is a team that absolutely is gunning for a top 3. They deserve a top 3. Seven was talking about preparation. In the meantime, I think that's fair enough. Honestly, for the Chinese region, they have so many games, and it is a really rigorous schedule that they have to go through on their side, the amount of games they have to play. So getting ready for some of these international tournaments is always sometimes a little bit difficult. But for Tongjibao, like I said, adaptation is something that can happen quite quickly for a strong team like this.
Vengeance getting pushed off the high ground here. IWNRX moving them aside over towards Potato Hill. Lily is very unlikely to get back up here, but it's possible. I mean, the crawlbacks can come through, but no, that nade sealed the deal. The tag on the damage from Frozen. Good news for IWNRX, adding a point to their tally early on. First blood is drawn.
It's a lot of nades, though, for one Elam. For IWNRX, they're not going to get a lot of those back either, down towards the southwest edge. So a huge amount of utility expended. Now, I think that what they assumed was there was a ton more players behind this hilltop that they would be throwing nades over towards, but realistically, Lily was just that forward vanguard, playing as a somewhat of a scout role. So if IWNRX, I think they'll be pretty unhappy with how that panned out, because as we all know, grenades are hugely important in this game. You want to have a big tally of those on board at any point, and there was no way to replenish.
The value of grenades, obviously, you can throw them in clearer areas without exposing yourself. The arc on it allows you to stay in cover whilst also doing a lot of damage and getting information fed back your way. Stepping up though, Zed Wolf, he don't need no cover. He just goes for the cover of the barrel of his gun, sends it their way, and Vengeance lose a second.
And they're looking for more on the tally as well, so the rest of Vengeance are sent away. Down to just the 2 players now, and IWNRX carved themselves up a nice bit of space down towards this south side. They'll get the death crate as well, so I think what they were thinking right now is that we really want to loot that crate from Lily, but we also want a little bit more value out of this to steal some more utility away to replenish some of our supplies. So it makes sense that they get a bit more aggressive on this push over towards them as Vengeance look to roll out. And it's good timing on it as well, just before the circle pop, because you know these players are going to be getting into vehicles to make their next rotation forward. And that next rotation is far towards the north side. It is a real hard shift over towards Severny Way as well as shooting range. And I don't think a lot of teams were prepared for it.
TJB set up in the compound in the center of this big north shift. Just make it nice and safe for them. The Galaxy Falcons Force, I think that's probably one of the more dangerous areas of this crossing, but Falcons Force managed to get through nice and quickly and straight up towards Getso Roy. A little bit further on into this one. but still quite close to that central river that runs through from Yasnaya over towards Georgia Pole. Getso Roy have the gas station with an outpost anyway, not too much presence being felt there, but they can establish a swing around the east side for Furia. They put Kayovsky up in the distance a little bit earlier on so they can regroup up to that north side.
Yeah, for Furia, again, I do feel
Caster
bad for them.
sound
I
বাড়াও
don't think
একটু
this is a bad team. I think
Caster
they
sound
have
আরো
good
বাড়ায়
squad
দিব
mates on side. They come from a region that is very aggressive, and also if you are from that region in general, you are made in fire, essentially, forged in the flames of combat in Brazil. So I think for
ভাই
Furia,
আমার কথা
they
শোনা
are
যায়
a
হ্যালো
strong
হ্যালো
team, and they've had to deal with some of the craziest players in the world in terms of being aggressive and mechanical skill. So I don't think that Furia's a bad team. I just think that they've had a bad hand of it here
ওকে নাইস
over in Group
রুমাইশা
1.
সিদ্দিক
They're
স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার
playing
করে
into
দেন
squads who are very tactically minded, and they are getting caught off a fair few times. Some of their fights just aren't going their way with unexpected third parties coming through. Na'Vi do lose Lemon on the approach to Alter Ego, which is not great.
It's a pretty heavy hit to them. And Alter Ego looking like they just get across that road and out of the way now. Yeah, they didn't quite have the speed to get Na'Vi in there before Alter Ego could lay claim to it. A nice win on that trade. You see Rosemary picks up that point. Very valuable position for Alter Ego. You can see they're sending players out to scout the surrounding hills as well. They know they can't just get into this spot and try and play from there. There is still the rest of the game to go because we're only
অলরেডি ডান এখন একটু করে দেন সাইম ভাই আপনি একটু করে দেন আসান আহমেদ ভাই ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য স্ট্রিম গাইজ যারা আছেন সবাইকে ওয়েলকাম কি অবস্থা গাইজ আজকে আমি তো একটা 1 ঘন্টার একটা পাওয়ার ন্যাপ দিয়ে আসলাম ঠিক আছে আপনাদের মাঝখানে
I don't like that one. Yeah, do not like this circle whatsoever. I don't think a lot of players like this circle either, to be honest with you, with Yaz Lake cutting out a lot of that on the northeast side. The worst part about it, though, is that it cuts out the most northeast edge of Yaz Lake, preventing those rotates from coming through in this mid-game, because that's going to get cut out by Blue very shortly. And yes, right now in stage 2, stage 3, it's a possibility to make those rotates through, but that's a decision that you have to confirm on. So a lot of your other rotates are going to come through on the Roslock bridges as well as Yaz West Bridge. It's difficult. I think this is more of a game where it's a case of pick a spot. If it's good, play off the back of it. If it's bad, you're going to have to make some difficult choices in the future.
The team I'm looking at right now in terms of a strong potential position
Sanhok খেলাটা
is
সাইড ছিল জাস্ট লাস্ট চক
They were
আরে
hard on
দেখতে
the
হবে তো
southeast side. And that was before a pretty nasty spot for them to be in. But given this circle, they can move up towards the hill that sits to the west of that god compound overlooking Yasnaya fields and potentially have a massive stronghold on the southeast edge. They've already got 2 elims. It's going to be so difficult for teams to break through to their location. I feel like IWNRX could be onto a good game. The difficulty, of course, is if it shifts to that northwest side. But as you said, just like the other teams, it's kind of a coin flip at this point as to which side of the river you go for, and having a brilliantly strong position on one side is better than having a weak positions to both.
Yeah, you just want to take a spot that you can play out for the rest of the game. And sure, IWNRX are quite close to that edge side, but yeah, they have control over teams that are coming through. I quite like Falcon's spot at the moment. It is incredibly dangerous, but I respect it nonetheless. They're playing that bridge crossing. I think they're on the bank sides as well. And this does give them the opportunity to move over towards that north and south side. The difficulty comes where teams start crossing in droves. But I think most teams right now on this circle are just kind of in this situation where they have to make it back towards some of the positions they scouted earlier. They have to move away from shooting range, which I think a lot of teams tried to get into early on. So Falcons are fairly safe. Damn, that's some nasty shots from Longs.
A double roll-up as well coming on through. Getso Roy, Virtus Pro. Actually, it's a triple roll-up, I guess, technically. TJB going to stop in their tracks. They see 2 teams fighting. They've already managed to take some shots over this way, and Malo is the next to go down to them. Getso Roy assisted on their roll-up by a big nade as well, coming in through from Duque there. Able to take Virtus Pro down. They were caught in the mix.
Roy guys জায়গাটা নিয়ে নিল
one compound, and that's what you were talking about. Blank teams are just going to have to go for these positions that maybe they've seen something from earlier, but everybody had the same idea in this instance.
It's difficult. There's no easy choice a lot of times in these circles where you're backtracking. Obviously, a lot of teams would have wanted to take those compounds that sat a little bit over towards that northwest side, which is now where a lot of teams will have to go. Falcons, I want to see a quick rollout here to try and take control of that plateau on that northern edge. I think sticking around here for too long might be bad for business. But at the very least, they can try and control some area. I think their worry is that a lot of these eastern teams will have sightlines over towards them if they try to take some fights with some of the teams coming through from that southern side. But yeah, I definitely have high hopes for Falcons in this game.
IHC. Not seeing that aggression that was promised. You know, maybe circle dependent, maybe, but it's not really been the case so far. Certainly not been winning if they have been finding aggressive positions, but they go for a long wrap around out in the blue. It is stage 4, so it's survivable, but it's going to start to hurt now, especially once this.
But I manager can range. I have no clue.
Take an aggressive fight. Unfortunately, TJB sit on that western side.
Zero clue.
Barrier to break. Falcons Force spotting IWNRX as they try and make their push up towards that river, but there is a little bit of response. It's going both ways. A crash onto their position, a knock over towards top, but Falcons Force are staying very healthy, and IWNRX going down to one player here. Just Zedwolf, a potential roll up from Team Queso as well off in the distance as Zedwolf goes down. Top spot once again, taken out early, and the roll up can be rebuffed once more by Falcons Force.
I actually don't mind this. I didn't expect them to go for this, but this is a very aggressive hold on the southern bridge, playing underneath it as well. This is typically a position you want to take if you are heading down towards the bankside, but it certainly can be played earlier. They know that, again, a lot of teams are going to struggle to make those rotates on that northeast side. It's going to be a lot of teams coming from Rozhok over towards this bridge. So they can extract a lot of value out of this and then probably get into the late game fairly cleanly, just because there is limited teams on this south side to challenge them on this one. So yeah, actually, I respect the decision from Falcons to go for this play, and already finding one knock on Elim over towards Team Queso puts them at a 3-man. Yeah, a lot of nades been set from Furia. Get away from this gas station, please.
I just love the sight of them just all hopping about like some kind of devilish whack-a-mole to display to Tiamba. They've got the nades, they've got the ordnance to rebuff them. It was fairly comical for Furia, but they do maintain position, and that is going to be pretty valuable. Team Queso actually find a shot over towards Falcons on the south side in the meantime. TJB, yeah, they spotted IHC out on that west edge. Xiol trying to make it work for them, but nades from 676, back up from Triple S as well on the angle. Goes up with the UMP, but in rolls the
Bhai, what is wrong with IHC, bhai?
Puts it to sleep. Just one player now left standing for IHC. Off in the distance, it's Rogue, and he's all the way down the bottom of the hill.
This is one of these situations where you need to have plans going forward on the circles like this, where it gets a little bit tough in the sense that you know some difficult situations are going to come through in the future. We've already seen a fair few teams have those plans being laid out for them. I mean, Na'Vi could switch right back down towards this angle and play up towards Garage. Puncher going down is not ideal. 6 last player remaining. They did get a couple of really good shots over towards Tiamba, but with oversight from Furia there, that push from Na'Vi was always going to be difficult.
Circle shift up towards the Getzo Roy compound, the FaZe compound as well. Tong Jiabao right now also really happy with this shift. And remember, it's Falcons Force and Tong Jiabao both pushing. Team Queso have managed to get across the river, and it's made the Falcons Force position so much weaker, but Team Queso maybe looking to move away from it instead. See if they can get on past. We'll have to wait and see if Falcons Force are allowed to extract. But for Tong Jiabao, this is their chase game. With Na'Vi down, with IWNRX down, in an isolated position on the west side. If they can get rid of Enigma Galaxy, this is a big opportunity.
And Enigma Galaxy regroups. They tried to take a ton of space. It was greedy. It was really greedy, in fact, to head over towards that western side. But it was equally well played from Tong Jiabao to realize where those players were coming from and then shut them down as they made that entry. Because there was that possibility for Enigma Galaxy to go unchecked as they breached that ridge side. But with Tong Jiabao already finishing a lot of fights off towards that east, they could put a lot of attention down towards that south side. And this is the beauty of Tong Jiabao, who is a team that is a clean finisher. Furia over on those fights. They do not wait around for them to finish. They are quick to the chase, just like this, finding an extra 2 eliminations in the back pocket. Yeah, wonderful stuff right now from Tongjibao. 2 players down though, and it is Triple S and Longs left remaining, but with ST3N going down there for Incilio, now Tongjibao can go for a quick reset.
Another knock over towards 626 as well. Tongjibao, yes, you're right, they can go for a little bit of a reset here, but they need to be very careful with Incilio having a little bit of a nosy over their way. ASI8 blank, by the way, they are still alive. 4 elims playing on this eastern side. They took a knock there, and that's on IQ. So these 2 players you can see in the buggy, they're moving up to try and get the res. He's a lot further north than they are. Essentially, that's the position
খবর বলা ভিউয়ার আছে
anyway.
25টা ওই আবার স্ট্রিম লিংক শেয়ার
However, that
দেয়
does allow Falcon's Force to play on with 2 and be uncontested on their lead from the bridge. They're not in the circle, but they have a little bit more freedom.
With them going down to 2 quite early on, the fact they've been able to remain up and standing.
But the way
6
Falcon
eliminations
played
is
is
good. They're continuing on that chase, which is very nice. Tiamba comes up against Alter Ego, currently in 12th right now. Team Queso did overtake them into 11th place, so Alter Ego not in the strongest of positions.
টিয়াম্বার এর মধ্যে
in
যদি
the bottom
যে কোনো
5,
টিম
at
যদি
risk
3
of
ম্যান
going
নিয়ে
home
টিম
here.
ফাইট জিততে পারে এই তো আর
Alvar
পারবে
off in
না
the distance, and that
টিয়াম্বার
fight
যদি
is
3
just
ম্যান
not
নিয়ে
being
ফাইটটা
put
জিততে
up
পারে
by
তাহলে
the
অনেক
squad.
চান্স হয়সা পড়বে
Looks like it's going to be another
কি হয়
low
দেখতে হবে এখন
elim game,
এখন
low
ওরা
point
লেফটের
game
সাইডে
in
পুরো
general.
রিচটা নিয়ে খেলতে পারবে বুঝছেন
Tiamba rolling down over
Oh,
Alter Ego. Furia
let's
as
see.
well,
ওইদিকে
trying to
Falcon
contest
dead.
this. And again, we're in that stage 5 phase where we're looking at phase themselves, right? For that central
টিম
position,
কুয়েসর
being
একটা মাত্র
quiet,
প্লেয়ার
and how
আছে
they're going to
এখন
start to
আইটেড
mount an offensive to the rest of
সাথে
the lobby.
ফেজার ফাইট
You
হইতাছে
transition out of
এখন
just
আইটো ডেড
controlling your territory and going away with it. Look, they're already up to 6 eliminations. They were on 1 not 10 seconds ago. A nade over towards Furia as the roll-up over to Tiamba seems to be inevitable here. And that is going to be the last of them going down. Tiamba, they had a good attempt at that first push against Alter Ego, but Furia, too much for them to bear.
Yeah, it's a really strong rollout from Furia. I don't think Tiamba expected it with how safe the guys from Furia were playing inside of gas station. For them to explode out of locale like that whilst Tiamba was trying to get the refresh on loot coming through from Alter Ego, it was a very unexpected play, like I say, and I think Tiamba just wasn't quite ready for it. So they go down in a game where they could have got a lot more points off the back of this one. And this starts one of the few strong matches for Furia.
What about
We've seen them in a couple of ending circles now already today, and some of that playstyle we see over in their region starting to come back a little bit now.
Enigma Galaxy still in with 3 on the south side. They've been playing the Roshok Bridge crossing.
আইসি ফর্মে নাই ঠিক আছে আমি মানতাছি যে ফর্মে নাই #1 এ নাই
Unfortunately, the zone didn't.
#3 তে নাই হয়তো বা কিন্তু #16 এ ভাই আইসি র আমি কোনোদিন এক্সপেক্ট করি না ভাই
Tongjibao on the west, they have the hill out to their east to play up towards.
আইসি ভাই মাখন একটা টিম ভাই অ্যালেক্স রে বাদ দাও ডিসিশনটা ভাই আমার কখনো পছন্দ ছিল না আমি নো আইডিয়া অ্যালেক্স এর মতো একটা প্লেয়ার বাদ দিয়ে আমি কেন রোগ রে টিমে নিব
A wall crossing to make. You need loads of smokes to make it happen
nice
as well.
knock,
And with Zunda actually finding the first knock over towards Furia, that's good. There is a ton of sight lines available though, so for any team trying to poke up to take shots over towards Furia, they are getting shot at by the other teams who are taking that opportunity for themselves as well. So that's allowed Furia to get slightly further into this game. They did lose 1 player for it. FaZe though going for something very aggressive. Big amount of nades been sent across. Good one heads forward over towards Gusta. He steps back in the last moment. The nade explodes in his face but won't quite take him down.
Look at Mormon on this off angle as well for FaZe. They really just want to choke this fight out, leave Furia in the blue zone, give them no options to play but walk into a wall of nades. And Ventoras actually doesn't even want to wait that long. He's scouting out, he's moving in with the vehicle, trying to get a swipe through. I mean, maybe you pick up a player, but you certainly get information. You know they're all playing here now, and in comes the crash. Do they look towards Getso Roy? I don't think so. I feel like this is the fight that they just have to take. Ventoras is going to try and hound them down, and Mormon's ready to receive. They crash onto the flank of FaZe, and that might be catastrophic for them. They do manage to take the knock, but they're already on their way. The fold back needs to come through from FaZe. Pick your player back up, get him back into the circle, because it is going to be stage 6. That tick down is too harsh. Into the vehicle, can you find the pack away and get back in? Because you might just lose a player for it.
Oh my god, no.
It's a hella smart play from FaZe. The fact on Furia, sorry, the fact they were able to watch over towards Mom when they saw that Ventura scouted forward, saw none of them in vehicles. Then at that moment, as soon as he leaves away, they all make that surprise maneuver off towards the sideline.
Nice play,
realistically, FaZe thought they had them dead to rights there, but the amount of smokes that were in play for both teams limited either side's sidelines. I think having a solo off angle there actually really hurts FaZe in that situation. Gets so Roy now even having a peek over towards FaZe, who are now down to 2 players, and a game that could have been massively in their favor suddenly is removed from them, and Furia makes one hell of a rotate through no man's land.
Bao with a really big potential game on their hands here, Blank, because they were already up to those 8 limbs. Look at those standings. Currently Na'Vi, they are dead level. The tiebreaker going to Na'Vi, but the placements for TJB haven't been added on yet. When you consider Enigma Galaxy could be going down here and now, their placements are going to be fairly low. A good opportunity. A roll up from Getso Roy as well to the FaZe compound. They're shredded down to 2. That's going to make it so much harder, but they're going to give it a good go. Nade in. That's not going to be good enough there. Finds one on the flank, and it's Mela to try and strafe across. Takes one, but the rest is all up to Getso Roy.
Yes, so I lose car on that situation, but yeah, good fight there. Well played on the shotgun with the nade through the door line. You kind of just pre-fire the door there, and there's not much the player can do from inside that location. For Tongji Bao, though, yeah, very much an opportunity to confirm into that top 3. This seems to just be the MO of Tongji Bao, which some quiet games here and there, followed by massive blinding matches, which really blows the opposition out of the water. Again, that consistency maybe not quite there for Tongji Bao at the moment, but the speed at which they're able to get those engines rolling and hit max velocity in these matches, very astounding. Very, very astounding.
I thought you were just going to stop at hit max. I was like, what did he do? Goodness me. The side swipe over towards Enigma Galaxy. With Ralph down, he can fully engage those big brain gears to try and figure out what to do, but unfortunately, getting off a cliffside where you have full sight lines for a team that just wants to spray you down, wants to take your spot on the tables, you can't outstrap that. It's impossible. You can outsmart so many things, but you can't outsmart a bullet.
You cannot. No, absolutely. Unless you're psychic, in which case maybe you could use your side powers to stop it in midair. But that is not a part of PUBG Mobile. What is part of PUBG Mobile is this hold coming through from Tongji Bao. Again, this was very well set up, and it's very obvious that they've had a similar circle to this before, because where they're playing and the control they've had over that plateau that looks down towards that south side, incredible stuff. Already up to 11 eliminations. Would not be surprised to see Tongji Bao finish out both of these opposing teams now as they get this really nice lineup on the western side as we're crunching in towards stage 9. It has just been a great game from start to finish here from Tongji Bao. Yes, they had the circle at start, but their control has been phenomenal. It's been this iron grip over the lobby on the western side. I don't think anyone's really been able to challenge it.
Been really well marshaled from the high ground here for Tongji Bao. Getso Roy, 3 players. Furia with 3 as well. That high ground there, so Tongji Bao now fully controlled. Will have to be left in a moment. So a potential difficult maneuver for them once this circle starts to close. This is stage 8. Once this circle closes to its current white circle situation, it will be straight to the middle. And right now, TJB have got the closest to the middle position.
Yeah, I think when you look at TJB, this has sort of been just a masterclass in control on this game. It's been very hard to hold them down. I think they knew the exact angles from. They knew the exact fights they needed to take to have more presence on the side. And still having impact towards that end. It's been very, very nice. And now looking over towards Furia, even been able to pick themselves up a nice little loot crate on the side as well. FAMAS in hand for Flower.
Oh, wow. A bit of low profile, but the nades, certainly not. As Triple S nails it. IDP
but not nice.
Down with the FAMAS still there, but the nade again. To seal the deal. 12
Dante
elims,
call
likely a
দিতে
13th
আমি
found
শেষ।
as he gets that flush. Getso Roy trying to mount an offensive now to TJB's position. Really the only thing that could go wrong for them here is taking a knock or two. Maybe Kayovsky can do something in this situation because we've seen some pretty great things from him over his career. Can he make this one work?
Taki match?
Getso Roy
8:30
trying to keep them at bay and actually vying for the center on this spot. So TJB are going to have to move a little bit more.
8:20 আইডি
I do really appreciate. Kayovsky, go on. Oh, yeah, it's triple spray down here. I mean, it is set up so well for him.
মগা হবে
This could be an easy cleanup.
No,
There you
they've
go.
seen it.
That's one. I think that again, there's so many times where you see these situations where I'm just like, you just got to make the play. Just make the play. Make it happen. I'm really enjoying the fact that Flower's got the fan mask and the MG3 and the Gilly. That's when you know a team trusts you to marshal a lot of these aggressive pushes. Like, just have it all.
একটা প্লেয়ারের
Just
কাছে
take it over.
MG3
You can have it. That's
এরপরে
yours.
আবার
I
ফামাস
mean, either that or they just had that many loot drops, right? That they all got at least two, which is kind of crazy. But TJB definitely putting some faith in him. Let's get so Roy. They get rid of Kayovsky, and now it's a 4 versus 3. TJB definitely with the center, and big nades continue to roll on in. Longs does take some damage, but just a bit far from 676 on that one. To not quite connect. Triple S on the flank, though, lights up the sidelines for Getso Roy. Porsche next to try and leave the driveway.
Nice try, but TJB, bhai. Mujhe aukat dikhate hue, TJB.
And Tong Jiabao with another chicken dinner coming through today. This is how you make a bid for the top 3.
Yeah, it's a disgustingly good game. A 26-pointer. I wouldn't be surprised to see
16
them in
kill
first
chickens,
place,
guys.
actually, off the back of this one.
Darn,
With how many
fucker.
points they're able to pot up. It might be close, but yeah, that is a ridiculously good game from Tong Jiabao and a massive bid on day 3 for a top 3 here for Tong Jiabao. Yeah, wonderful performance. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Adaptation. They didn't have a lot of time to...
স্ক্রিন শেয়ার দিছি আমি গাইস ডিসকর্ডে সিজে ভাই আমি একটু হাত মুখ ধুয়ে আসি ঠিক আছে একটু সময় দেন আমাকে আই এম কামিং ব্যাক আর তাকে একটু আমার স্ট্রিমটা এখন একটু শেয়ার দিয়ে দিস তো সব জায়গায় Let's go, guys. I'm back. যারা স্ট্রিম এখন লাইক দেন না গাইস তারা লাইক দিয়ে দেন সবাই। No way, bhai. No way. Unbelievable ব্যাপার স্যাপার guys make sure to share the stream. one for glory. Baby, welcome to the stream. নাভের কোচ মনে হয়।
Welcome back to Group Red Day 3 as we hit the halfway mark of today. And I'm actually joined by none other than the team manager from Navi, 40. How are you feeling today? How are you guys performing?
Okay, so for today we have a good start, Sanhok game. And let's see what will happen in the next games.
Right on. Well, one of the maps that you guys have actually been struggling on has been Miramar. You guys are currently averaging about 2.5
ভাই নামের ম্যাচ
eliminations.
আছে কি?
Do
ইয়েস
you
ভাই
guys feel like
আছে।
you're going to be doing something different
610
today?
ডাকো 610 মনে হয়
To
না
be
আসবে ভাই।
honest, in Miramar we have like a very bad zones. So let's say this 2 games, and if we have the same zone, we will try to do our best and get how much point we can get from Miramar. Let's say 20.
Not bad. 10 points per match.
Now why 10? We take a chicken and too soon maybe.
How many you want?
I want 2 chicken.
All right, we're getting greedy with it. Well, you know what? Let's
We
actually
two
reflect
chicken,
back
guys.
a little bit more because we have played.
সবাই তো গেছে ভাই, প্যারা নাই ভাই, যারা আছে এরাই আসল ভাই ব্রাদার। ভাই আপনারা বাইরের লবিতে কি করতে খেলতে যান? নেপালের একটা টুর্নামেন্টে খেলতে গেছে, মানে 3টা টিমের মধ্যে ফাইট হয়, কে সবচেয়ে নিচে থাকবে, এগুলা কোনো খেলা ভাই?
Yeah, we have like
দুপুর 2টায় ভাই পোলাপান ঘুমের থেকেই ওঠে, ঠিক আছে? তারপরেও খেলতে গেছি। এখন ভাই ইটস নট অ্যাবাউট টেবিলের নিচে থাকা বা না থাকাটা ফ্যাক্ট হচ্ছে গিয়ে ভাই, তাইলে আপনারা বুঝেন ভাই, যে 3টা টিম নিচে আছে ওই 3টা টিম কিন্তু বিডি লবিতে কম বেশি ডমিনেট করেই খেলে। তাহলে আপনি বিডি লবি আর নেপালি একটা লবির মধ্যে ডিফারেন্সটা ধরতে পারলেন, ঠিক আছে? কাজে আমরা আসলে কতটুকু পিছায়া and how much improvement we do need, এটাও বুঝার চেষ্টা করতে হবে। এখন আপনি টেবিলের নিচে থাকেন উপরে থাকেন ডাজন্ট ম্যাটার, আপনার বড় লবিতে খেলাটা প্র্যাকটিস করে শিখাটাই হচ্ছে মেইন জিনিস। দিস ইজ হোয়াট আই থিংক। আমার কি ভাই স্ট্রিম অফ হয়ে যায় ভাই? ভাই তোমার টিমে তোমার কার খেলা বেশি ভালো লাগে? আই থিংক সবার খেলাই ভালো লাগে ভাই, কেউই খারাপ খেলে না। টাইম টু টাইম একজন আছে কি করে। আইসি কি কামব্যাক দিবে? আমার মনে হয় না ভাই আর কামব্যাক পসিবল। ইউ হ্যাভ লাইক 11 ম্যাচেস লেফট, সরি 9 ম্যাচেস লেফট ভাই। আজকের 3টা, কালকের 6টা ভাই। তো 9 ম্যাচে আপনি হাউ ক্যান ইউ কাম ব্যাক? কি ভাই, দুইবার বললাম আপনাকে না ভাই, খেলা কয়টা আইএনএম এর আর স্ট্রিম হবে কোন চ্যানেল? আমার কোনো ক্লু নাই, বাট 15 কে ফাইনাল একটা হবে। খেলা হচ্ছে 8:30 থেকে গাইস। গাইস যারা যারা 11 জন ওয়াচিং আছেন, মেক শিওর টু শেয়ার দ্য স্ট্রিম ভাই। জানতে ভাই ফুড ব্লগ স্টার্ট করেন ভাই। আমি অত বাইরের ফুড করি না, মানে বাসায় অর্ডার করি সবকিছু, কাজে ব্লগিং এর তো চান্সই দেখি না।
Hello, hello.
Hello.
What's happening, guys?
What's up?
Dante কই ছিলা ভাইয়া?
আমি একটু পাওয়ার ন্যাপ নিছিলাম।
ওয়াও, তোমার কল দিতে দিতে আমি শেষ। আমি কি রে কই গেল গো? बाबूजी देखा कितना केयर करता हूँ फिर भी ये मेरे साथ गॉक गॉक करते रहते हैं
What the fuck? তাহলে আপনি কি বেশি খান? It's not like that ভাইয়া, আমি I think পরিমিতই খাই।
कितना सोते हैं ये हाँ टू मच बाबूजी I agree with you
No way.
I can't better I guess
I see IGL का डेमो भाई। Let's go guys, we are back to Erangel. আইসি যদি কামব্যাক দিতে চায় এই ম্যাচের থেকে স্টার্ট করতে হবে ভাই, আর অনেক ভালো খেলতে হবে, which is very hard in my opinion.
গাইস সবাই স্ট্রিমগুলো শেয়ার দিয়ে দেন প্লিজ কথা শোনা যায় দান্তে
হ্যাঁ ভাই
সবাই স্ট্রিমগুলো শেয়ার দিয়ে দেন ভাই দান্তের স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার দেন ফ্রেন্ডসদের সাথে সবাইকে ডেকে নিয়ে আসুন একসাথে আড্ডাবাজি চুগলামি সব করি আমরা Let's do it together.
আর আইটারও এই ম্যাচে পয়েন্ট লাগে, কারণ টিজেবি যেভাবে খেলতিছে
দান্তে ভাইকে দেখতে তামিলের হিরো লাগে বাট হ্যান্ডসাম এটা ভাবি জিও বলে নিগা তামিল হিরো
नो वे कुछ तमिल हीरो नहीं लगता
जूनियर एनटीआर जैसा लगता है बाबू जी ভাই বিয়ে করছেন হ্যাঁ বিয়ে করে ফেলছে ভাই কারণ বিয়ে করছে অলরেডি 6-7 মাস হয়ে গেছে দাও দেন অবস্থা থাকবে
টিজেবি কিছু করা লাগে, টিজেবি রে না মারলে সমস্যা, টিজেবি রে পিড়া। আমরা এনসিডি পলিসি চালু করতে চাই ভাই।
ভাই টিজেবি একে চলে The fuck man, I see bottom of the table, can you believe it? What a downfall.
নাভি ভার্সেস রয় নাকি ভাই? রয়ের একটা প্লেয়ার নাভির রে পুরো চিপায় ফালায় দিল।
বাংলাদেশ 212 উইকেট ডাউন।
1v2 হিল করতেছে না, একলগে ফাইট নিতেছে, দেখি কি করে।
নাইস
নাইস। নাভি 4টা পয়েন্ট নিয়ে নিছে, যদিও 2 প্লেয়ার লুজ। 50-50 একটা অবস্থা। ভাই বিয়া করছেন? লেখছেই তো ভাই, ইয়েস হি ইজ ম্যারিড। ভাই বিয়ে করে ফেলেছি ভাই। সবাই ভাবছিল ভাই, আমি তো ভাবছিলাম তিয়ানবা করবে ডমিনেট। ওরে জিওল আইছি না ভাই, মোমেন্টাম ধরতে পারতেছে না, বুঝছেন?
ইউরিয়া যদি কামব্যাক দিয়ে দেয়, আজকে তো ভালো খেলতেছে।
ফিউরি আজকে হ্যাঁ অত ভালো খেলতেছে না, বাট খেলতেছে মোটামুটি।
সেকেন্ড ম্যাচ চিকেন, থার্ড ম্যাচে মেবি #2 না 3।
লাগবে ব্যাক টু ব্যাক সবগুলো ম্যাচে ভালো খেলতে হবে, নাহলে মনে করো যে হবে না।
হ্যাঁ ভাই, কিন্তু ব্যাক টু ব্যাক সবগুলা ম্যাচে আবার খুব একটু টাফ ভাই।
না না, সবগুলা ম্যাচ তো ব্যাক টু ব্যাক ভালো খেলতে পারবে না। ধরো একটা দুইটা চিকেন, সাথে হলো ধরো #5 এর ভিতরে ওভারঅল কিছু পয়েন্ট নিয়ে বাইরে যেতে হবে।
কনসিস্টেন্ট পয়েন্ট লাগবে, হ্যাঁ এটাই এখন
জিরোতে বাইরে
সবচেয়ে
যেতে
মজার
হবে।
বিষয়। দেখি ভাই কি হয়, এটাই দেখতে আসছি আমরা সবাই।
জিরোতে বাইরে এলেই সমস্যা।
আমরা অনেক হাই হোপস রাখছি মঙ্গোলিয়ানদের উপরে। টিজেবি 2 চিকেন সিধা টপ 1, ইয়েস।
এখন এটার কামব্যাক লাগে একটু, এখন ঢুকতে হবে টপ 3 তে।
টিডিএম এ বলে M762 তে 6x লাগা পিড়াইতেছে ভাই আমারে। I see the prime location ধরছে গাইস প্রেডিকশন টাইম কারে প্রেডিক্ট করবা বলো
prediction guys, prediction, my prediction. আমি তো চাই এখন এই চিকেনটা নিয়ে নেই।
এই ম্যাচে আমার প্রেডিকশন হচ্ছে গিয়া ভাই আইসি।
লেটস গো, তাহলে আমিও সাপোর্ট দিলাম আইসি রে। যাও
সিজে প্রেডিকশন।
সবাই প্রেডিকশন দেন গাইস, আর স্ট্রিমটা শেয়ার করেন, শেয়ার দেন
ভাই আপনারা প্রেডিকশন দেন ভাই।
রুমিসা সিদ্দিক, টিজেবি, আইএ, টর্নাবি, এতগুলা দিলে তো হবে না, একটা দিতে হবে, যে কোনো একটা।
নাবির তো চিকেনের পসিবিলিটিস আমি দেখি না ভাই, 2 ম্যান অলরেডি।
নাবি তো গন অলরেডি, নাবি যাবে ব্যান।
1 প্লেয়ার জাস্ট
এখন এই একটা প্লেয়ার লুজ করছে ভাই, সিরিয়াসলি।
কে উজাম?
পালাক গেছে, পালাক গন।
পালাক গন মানে ভাই জিজি
নকি সেই খেলতেছে আজকে কিন্তু দান্তে।
হ্যাঁ নকি ভালো প্লেয়ার তো ভাই,
ফার্স্ট ম্যাচে 7 কিল করেছে। তুমি ভরেছ উজাম অস্থির। Happy one man. Barracks, Big Mac Galaxy ভাই একটা ইয়ে করেন, প্রেডিকশন একটা হবে। Knock. পুলিশ পোলাটা কন্টিনিউসলি সেই হইতেছে।
NGX and Falcon সবাই দুইটা করে প্রেডিকশন দিতেছেন। যাই হোক আই এম স্টিকিং উইথ আইসি, যেহেতু আমি আইসি দিচ্ছি আমি এখন আইসি স্টিক করতে যেতেছি। আই এম গোনা স্টিক উইথ আইসি। এদিকে ফ্যালকন আর RWNRX এর লাস্ট প্লেয়ার, কিন্তু টুগেদার ফাইটটা না সোলো ফাইট নাও কতটুকু ভালো হইলো আই হ্যাভ নো ক্লু। বাট থার্ড পার্টি এসে বললো 3 জন প্লেয়ার ফিনিশ, অ্যাটলিস্ট আমি আর কোনো মানে বর্ষা দেখতেছি না বেঁচে থাকার। বাট ফল ব্যাকিং উইচ ইজ এ গুড ডিসিশন, কারণ পয়েন্ট খুবই ইম্পর্টেন্ট ফর ফ্যালকন। কারণ ফ্যালকনও জানে ভাই যে এই লবির থেকে লাস্ট চান্সের লবি আরো টাফ।
ফ্যালকন অনলি ওয়ান ম্যান অ্যালাইভ, আমরা চলে আসছে।
Again TJB, let's see guys, let's see. যারা স্ট্রিমে লাইক দেন নাই সবাই লাইক দিয়ে দিয়েন।
ইয়ান বেসের 3 ট্যাকল নিয়ে নিল।
বাট দ্য থিং ইজ যে আইসি কিন্তু ভাই জোনের অলমোস্ট মিডল ধরে ফেলাইছে, আর ওই পাশে ফিউরিয়ার কাছেও ভালো কন্ট্রোল আছে, আর ব্রিজটা ধরে রাখছে হচ্ছে কা ফেস ক্লান। টিজেবির পোলা পানিতে গাড়ি মারে ঘুরে কঠিন অবস্থা, গাড়ি অলরেডি গন, কি হয় দেখতে হবে। ফেজ অলরেডি ক্রস করে ফেলাইছে, টিজেবির উপরে বোমবার্ডিং। IWNRX ভাই যদি এই মোমেন্টে এসে ঝইরা পড়ে তাহলে কি বলবো আর, দুঃখজনক হালকা পাতলা বিষয়টা। বাট हम लोग क्या ही कर सकते हैं।
এই যে টিজিবি
ও আইনেস নো, একটা দুইটা, নো ওয়ে ভাই। নাইস ক্লিয়ার যদিও, কিন্তু একটা প্লেয়ার ফিনিশ হয়ে গেছে। NGX ওকে। ওরে এনজিএক্স এর রোটেশন ভাই, এখন আইটো আইসা ভালো জায়গা ধরে ফেলাইছে কিন্তু। আমি খালি ভাবতাছি ভাই, এই জন্য তো ওর ফোন চলারই কথা না ভাই।
ভাই ওদের তো আর আমাদের মতো এত ডাটা ওদের ইয়েতে থাকে না, ওরা তো ওই জাস্ট এই ফোনটা তোমার পাবজির জন্য, আর কোনো
সেটা ঠিক আছে ভাই,
রিসোর্স তো নাই, কোনো রিসোর্স তো নাই যে গেম অনেক হেভি হয়ে আসছে যেমন এত ল্যাগ দিয়ে।
আরে ফিউরিয়া রে,
Area falling apart slowly.
এই ম্যাচে যদি আইসে 20 পয়েন্টও নেয় সাপোজ, which is very tough in my opinion, কারণ সিটি সাইডের জন্য কিল পিক করার চান্সেস কম, সব টিমই কিছু কিছু করে লয়। আর যদি চিকেনটাও তাও পায় 10 কিল, 20 পয়েন্টে যদি নিয়ে নেয় 39 থেকে চলে যাবে হচ্ছে কততে, 59-এ। ওদের মিনিমাম 2-3টা 20 পয়েন্টের গেম লাগে মিনিমাম, 3টা 20 পয়েন্টের গেমও যদি হিসাব করি তাহলে যদি 60 হয়ে যায় ওরা ইজিলি উপরে চলে যায়।
টপ 11 এ ঢুকতে পারবে ওরা চাইলে, ইজিলি যদি একটু ধরে খেলতে পারে।
টাফ ভাই, 40 আর 74 এর ভিতরে। আইটরা মনে আমি একবারে এখন পর্যন্ত 0 পয়েন্টের ম্যাচ বের করতে দেখলাম না, which is a very good thing in my opinion.
Very good thing.
ঠিক আছে, যে ইউ আর যেগুলা তোমার ভালো ম্যাচ যাইতাছে তুমি ওগুলা ভালো ম্যাচ কনভার্ট করতেছো, আর যেগুলা ম্যাচে তোমার ভালো ম্যাচ যাইতাছে না তুমি টুকটাক কিছু একটা পয়েন্ট লইতাছো।
হ্যাঁ ওইটাই, জিরোতে যাচ্ছে না ওরা। ফিউরিয়া এক ম্যান, ফিউরিয়া 2 ম্যান। আচ্ছা আরেকটা কই,
আজকে কি লাস্ট ডে? না কালকে লাস্ট ডে।
Tomorrow will be the last day.
Tomorrow will be the decider.
TJB, let's go boys.
ভেপের কয়েলগুলো চেঞ্জ করে আনতে হবে। 0.8 ওহম নিছি ভাই, 0.9 ওহম নিছি তিনটা, কিন্তু আমার লাগবে 0.6। 0.9 এর ফ্লেভার ভালো পাইতেছি না।
0.6 যেটা ওটা ভালো। আমাদের এখানে তো এটাও ব্যান করে দিচ্ছে, বেটটা করতে পারতেছে না। আমার জুস পড়ে আছে কিন্তু এই কয়েলটার জন্য করতে পারতেছে না, বেটটাও খেতে পারতেছে না।
টিজেবি কামব্যাক সাইজও পারবে, একবার রিদম পাইলেই হয়। ওইটাই, রিদমটা ফিরে আসাটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি মেইন থিং। ঠিক আছে, ফেজ এখন কি করবে এটাও একটা খুবই দেখার বিষয়, কজ মেলা অলরেডি পানি দিয়ে উঠে গেছে, ওর সামনে P6 আছে। এখন মেলাকে উঠে 1v1 নিবে না টিমের লাগে ওয়েট করবে, এটাও একটা মানে খুবই ডিসাইডিং একটা ফ্যাক্ট হবে। টিজেবি এই সাইড দিয়ে ইজি এন্ট্রি পাবে জোনে, হায়ার গ্রাউন্ডটা পাবে, কিন্তু নেক্সট জোনে কি করবে এটাও হবে ইন্টারেস্টিং একটা বিষয়। সুপার ওয়েব করে আবার হচ্ছে ক্যালিবান GK3 ফাচ্ছে রে আইএনএস নিগমা গ্যালাক্সি। নিগমা গ্যালাক্সি না ভাই, অনেক কন্ট্রোভার্সিয়াল রোটেশন দেয় কিন্তু এত সুন্দরভাবে দেয় না। বাট আইএসসি রে অ্যাপার্টমেন্ট হোল্ড করা ডিসিশনটা কতটুকু ভালো হবে এটাই বুঝতেছি না। জোন কাটলে কেমনে ঢুকবে? এখন আইটের উপরে জোন কাটার চান্সেস অনেক বেশি।
একটা 30 কিলের চিকেন দরকার, তাছাড়া বাই ইম্পসিবল ভাই। 30 কিলের চিকেন ইজ নট আ জোক।
30 কিলের চিকেন? ঠিক আছে ভাই,
বেশি
মানে টোটাল পয়েন্ট 39 আর এক পেজে 40 পয়েন্ট নাকি ভাই? 30 কিলের চিকেন পাইলে ভাই ওর মনে আর খেলাইবো না, এবারে কইবো ভাই তুই লয়ে যা ট্রফিটা, মুঝে মাফ করে দে ভাই।
এই লবিতে পসিবল না ভাই, ইম্পসিবল দিস লবি। 10 কিল 15 কিল ঠিক আছে ভাই, গুড। 15 কিলের চিকেন হইলো ভাই 25 পয়েন্ট, নট ব্যাড।
20 কিল পর্যন্ত যাওয়া যাইতে পারে ভাই, 20 22, কিন্তু 30 ভাই পসিবলই না। তাও ভাই 20 22 কিল চিকেন পাইতে গেলে আপনার যে মানে মানে আপনার লাইফের ওয়ান অফ দ্য বেস্ট গেম দিতে হবে ভাই।
এক্সট্রাঅর্ডিনারি, চরম এক্সট্রাঅর্ডিনারি, এক্সট্রিম লেভেলের এক্সট্রাঅর্ডিনারি খেলা খেলতে হবে।
ইউএমপির এমো বলে 312। আল্লাহ,
ওই তো M4 এর এমো কম।
M4 এমো নাই।
নাইস ওয়ান।
বাট আইএসসির তো কিল নাই, কিল পিক করতে তো কষ্ট হবে।
যে জায়গা আছে ওই জায়গা তো দাম আগেই বললো কিল পিক করা কষ্ট। এখন ওদের মানে মেন টার্গেট হচ্ছে যাচ্ছে চিকেনটা।
ভ্যাম্পায়ার 23 কিলস চিকেন এমপি, ওইটাই ভাই, ওইটাই বলতেছি ভাই। 23 পর্যন্ত যাইতে পারবেন, 22 যাইতে পারবেন, 20 মানে এটাই ভাই অনেক একটা বড় বিশাল নাম্বার যারা আসলে কম্পিটিটিভ বুঝে। কিন্তু ভাই মানে আপনি যে অ্যামাউন্টটা বললেন এটা ভাই কাইন্ড অফ ইম্পসিবলই ভাই।
না এই ভাই বলে না, আরেক ভাই বলছিল, লিমন ভাই মনে
না ওই ইমন ভাই বলছো, ওটাই আমি মানে ওটাই বললাম আর কি, যেটা চাইলেও মানে ধরা ছোঁয়ার বাইরে ভাই, এটা পসিবলই না।
অনেক
ভাই 4টা প্লেয়ার যদি 7 কিল কইরা নেয় তাও কয় হিসাব দেখেন। এই লুং পোলাটাই না টিজেবি রে ধরে রাখে, বুঝছেন? খুবই কন্ট্রোভার্সিয়াল মুভমেন্ট দেয়, মরে যায়। টিজেবি 3টা প্লেয়ারের কেডি দেখেন আর লুঙ্গের কেডি দেখেন 0.3। লুং হইতাছে গিয়ে আমি, বুঝছেন? শেলে চদু লুং ওই পুরো আমি ভাই, নো সাপোর্ট এট অল। এই দেখেন এটা দেখেন 676 ওর 1.2, ফ্লাওয়ার এইচআর হচ্ছে গিয়ে আপনার 2.1 আর
ফ্লাওয়ার কেডি ভালো মনে
ফ্লাওয়ারের পিএমসি তে কেডি দিতে অবিবাহের কেডিতে বেশি। मुझे क्यों तोड़ा ना कि भाई
मैं तो कॉम्पिटिटिव प्लेयर भी नहीं।
तियान बा कौन? अरे भाई सोलो 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 तो ना जाना था। আহারে একটু ঝামেলা হয়ে গেল। আল্লাহ, বিশাল থ্রো হয়ে গেছে ভাই, বিশাল থ্রো।
What the fuck, man?
এনজিএক্স
Very
কঠিন একটা
nice.
থ্রো দিয়া দিল ভাই।
Very nice.
নো নেট বলি, নাথিং, ডিরেক্ট পুশ এন্ড ডাই। এসটি এর ওল্ড রোস্টার পিকা খেলে না এখন? না ভাই, পিকা রিটায়ার্ড। স্ক্রাইরে তো মাঝখানে নতুন এসটি রোস্টারে জয়েন করতে দেখছিলাম, বাট ওরা দেখি নাই আমি। নোফিয়ার ওয়াচ পার্টি করে, করুক, এটা তো ভালো ভাই, সেখানে অনেক কিছু আছে। আর আমি আই হ্যাভ নো ক্লু ওয়াই ইউ গাইজ আর হেটিং অন হোরা, বাট আমি পার্সোনালি কখনো প্রিফার করি না যে আমার থেকে বেটার স্টেজে থাকা কোনো টিম যে আমি হেড দিই। ঠিক আছে, বাদ সববারে লাগে।
ওইটাই, he already better, he's already is better, তাই না Dante?
আবার তো খালি ওই দিক দিয়ে নিয়ে নিতা বাবা। ফ্যালকনের এখনো সোলো প্লেয়ারটা বাইচা আছে। আইসির এই ম্যাচটাতে যদি কিছু পজিশন পয়েন্ট নিয়ে আসতে পারে ফ্যালকনের জন্য, যেটা কত বড় বুস্ট হবে। এখন আইট অলরেডি 4 কিল নিয়ে নিচ্ছে, আপাতত জোনের সামনে ওদের একটা কম্পাউন্ড আছে, ওই কম্পাউন্ড পর্যন্ত ইজিলি খেলতে পারবে। আমার মনে হয় অ্যাপার্টমেন্ট আর এই তো 6 কম্পাউন্ডের মাঝখানে যে ওপেন স্পেস, ওই ওপেন স্পেসে হাই চান্স আছে যে জোনটা পড়ার। কারণ এখনকার ম্যাক্সিমাম জোনই হচ্ছে কি এখন আপনার সেন্টার বেস্ট হবে, যেহেতু এটা একটা পিএমসি জোন। আর এই সেন্টার বেস্ট জোনে আইএসসি কঠিন অ্যাডভান্টেজ পাবে। টিম কুয়েসর নেক্সট জোনে মুভ দেওয়ার চান্স, মুভ দিতে হইব। মুভ দেওয়ার সময় কি করে, আল্লাহ রে, আইসি মরে গেল রে, কিছু করার নেই। আর কই যাইব বলে, এত দূর আনছে, এটাই অনেক। নাইস ট্রাই ভাই। টিজেবি আবারও কনসিস্টেন্ট খেলতেছে, এক পজিশন পয়েন্টও নিয়ে গেছে, 6 পয়েন্ট কিল পয়েন্টও নিয়ে গেছে। দেন আপনার হচ্ছে কনসিস্টেন্ট যে ম্যাচ, ওটা বাইরে অলরেডি হয়ে গেছে টিজেবি, বুঝছেন?
নকি দিয়ে দিছে, গডলেস নক।
লাভ নাই, এই নকে ক্যাপিটালাইজ করতে পারবে না। এই নক ইনস্ট্যান্ট রিভাইভ হয়ে যাবে। ঠিক আছে, তো এখন ওভার পিক করে এখন আইট যদি নক খায় যায়, আমার মনে হয় আইটের সমস্যা হবে। এই এখন কার উপরে পুশ করবে এটাও দেখার বিষয়। এর সামনে অনেক ওপেন স্পেস আছে। ঠিক আছে, রেড মালি ওয়েস্ট করতেছে, নাইস ভাই। রোজম্যারিরা বলে বেঞ্চ করে দিছে ভাই, নো ওয়ে। আইট জোন পাইছে, এইও জোন পাইছে। আবার তো জোনের বাইরে হচ্ছে টিজেবির একটা প্লেয়ার, আর হচ্ছে টিম কুয়েসো। টিম কুয়েসো মনে হয় না ওই সোলো প্লেয়ার পাবিপত্র ঢুকতে পারবে। তাহলে এই কিলটা কি গডলেস পাবে না কে পাবে? আমার মনে হয় কেউই পাবে না, ওই কিলটা ডিনাই করবে। ইয়েস, গুড ডিসিশন, গুড ডিসিশন। এটা আমাদের দেশের প্লেয়ার হইলো ওই জোনে ঢুকতোই, ওর কথা জোনে আমি ঢুকতে পারমু ভাই, বিশ্বাস কর। আমি হচ্ছে গা ইনভিজিবল ক্লক ভাই। টিজেবি আর এনজিএক্স এর এখন ফাইট করতে হবে, কারণ এনজিএক্স এর প্লেয়ার রাউফের পুশিং করতে হবে। আমার মনে হয় না পুশিং করতে পারবে, কারণ অ্যাপার্টমেন্টের থেকে প্রেসার খাবে, প্লাস টিজেবির থেকেও প্রেসার আছে। নেক্সট জোনে টিজেবির আবার প্রেসার আপ করতে হবে ইন ফ্রন্ট অফ আইসি। আইসি এখনো জোনের সেন্টার পজিশনে আছে, হুইচ ইজ এ গুড থিং। বাট নেক্সট জোনটা এখন কোন দিকে মানে আসলে শিফটটা দেয়, এটা হচ্ছে কি সবচেয়ে মেইন একটা দেখার বিষয়। স্টেজ 9 এর পরেরটা স্টেজ 10 ভাই। এইবার তো আর মনে হয় কোনো জোন নাই ভাই, রাইট? নো জোন। সেন্টারের দিকে ঢোকাটাই এখন হচ্ছে মেইন জিনিস। আইসি একটা জায়গায় শ্রিঙ্কিং করছে, হুইচ ইজ ভেরি গুড। ফিউরিয়া 2 ম্যান আইসির কাছে ভাই, এখন ভাই এটাই আইসির ম্যাচ ভাই, কিন্তু আইসির কাছে কিল মাত্র একটা, এটা হচ্ছে কি একটা সমস্যা। এখন কিল নিতে যায় যদি এখন হাঙ্গ্রি হয়ে যায়, তাহলে একটা ঝামেলায় পড়ে যাবো।
4 কিলো চিকেন নিলাম আমরা।
আমার কথা ভাই, একটা চিকেন নে, মোমেন্টামটা একবার বুস্ট কর, তোদের ওই ক্যাপাবিলিটিস আছে যে তোরা পারবি ভাই, বুঝেন নাই
ভাই?
এখন ভাই জিওল
এই দেখায় দিচ্ছে পুরো পিছন থেকে।
জিওল ফল ব্যাক দিয়া দিল, এটা কতটুকু টিজেবির স্পেস দেওয়া কতটুকু বেটার ডিসিশন হলো নো ক্লু। হয়তো এখানেও আটকে নিতে পারতো। এখন আইট ঠিক আছে, ওরাও আগায় এসে পড়ছে, নেট করতেছে টিজেবি ভাই। প্লিজ ভাই, প্লিজ ডোন্ট ডাই ভাই। আহারে আহারে, নাইস ট্রাই। 8 পয়েন্ট ভাই, নট ব্যাড গাইস। এখন আইট বলতো এ সাইড আইট ভাই, অনেক কনসিস্টেন্ট ভালো ভাই। প্যারা নাই, কিল পেয়ে যাবে। অল গুড ভাইয়া, অল গুড, চিল পাপি, চিল ভাইয়া। একলা না, সোলো ফাইট না। নাইস ডেমো ভাই। 2v4 ফাইট ইজি, হাই পসিবিলিটিস একটা 7 কিল চিকেন ডিনার হইতে পারে। থ্রো দিস না। এই গ্রুপে আয়া আমি একটাই প্রেডিকশন দিলাম, ফার্স্ট প্রেডিকশন, এবং এটাই ঠিক হইতে যেতেছে গাইস। বেটার ভাই, বুঝেন নাই ভাই, বুঝেন নাই। যাক ভাই যাক, গডলেসের মুখে হালকা পাতলা একটু হাসি ফুটছে ভাই, দেখতেও ভাল লাগে ভাই। পোলারি হাসতাছে ভাই, এত প্রেসারে খেলতাছিল।
গডলেস মাশরুম
ফাইনালি গাইস, আইসি চিকেন।
নিশ্চিত বলতেছে ওয়াটার রিলিফ, বাট ফিউরিয়া ভাই সেই খেলছে ভাই। সিরিয়াসলি ফিউরিয়া ওয়াজ গুড। যেখানে আর্লি 2টা ম্যান লুজ করার পরও ওরা #2-তে আসে, দ্যাটস গুড। কিলো পিক করছে পরে। ডেমো Dante সিজন তো মেরাতে দিল সব দিল।
এখন আইসি রে কোয়ালিফাই করতে কেউ আটকাইতে পারবে না ইনশাআল্লাহ ভাই। ওই গডলেস বেচারায় 554 ড্যামেজ দিছে ভাই, ভাবা যায়
554 ড্যামেজ দিয়ে একটা কিল ভাই। আরেকজনও দেখো না, ডেমো দেখো 933 ড্যামেজ দিয়ে 3 কিল।
অনেক ড্যামেজ ভাই, বললাম না আমি যে সিটি জোনে আপনি ড্যামেজই দিতে পারবেন, বুঝছেন? মানে কিল পাওয়া অনেক টাফ। কারণ সবাই আপনার কিলের একটু একটু করে হিস্সা নিয়ে যায়।
যাক অ্যাটলিস্ট ভালো ডিসিশন নিয়েছে যে ওভার কমিট করে না, জোনটা তৈরি থাকছে।
ওরে ফালাকরে কি ফালাইছে ভাই, আনলাকি। ওরে উজম, ওরে উজম, ওরে উলফ, ওরে গডলেস, ওরে ফ্রোজেন। ওরে নাইনয়েস, ওরে ওয়েস্ট্রন, ওরে আইকিউ, ওরে গুস্তাভো, ওরে ডেমো। কি খেলে ভাই একজন। আচ্ছা চিকেন দেখা ভালো লাগলো। ইয়েস গাইস, জানতে তুমি মিয়া খেলা বাদ দিয়ে কোচ স্পোর্টস অ্যানালিস্ট হয়ে যাও, ওইটাই ভাবতাছি ভাই। ভালো কোনো টিম থাকলে কোয়েন তো ভাই, যে টিমের অ্যানালিস্ট লাগবে, T2 টিম, স্যালারি ম্যালারি দিবে ভাই, আমি একটু টাকা পয়সা কামাই, ও করে একটু হেল্প হইলো। লেট মি নো ভাই, যদি কোনো টিমের কোচ অ্যানালিস্ট লাগে। নাইস 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 জিওল। এবিলি আসতেছে যে যাক ফাইনালি। এই আবেলি ছেলেটা ভাই আমাদের সাথে PMGC খেলছিল, ঠিক আছে, ছেলেটা ভাই অসাধারণ একটা ছেলে। ভাই টিজেবি একটা জিনিস কি যেটা বুঝলাম আমি ভাই এত দিনে, মানে এই কয়েকদিন খেলা দেখে, সেটা হচ্ছে টিজেবি অনেক ভালো অ্যাডাপ্ট করতে পারে, বুঝছেন? তো আপনি যত ভালো অ্যাডাপ্ট করতে পারবেন এই লবিতে, তত ভালো এমনিই খেলতে পারবেন। তো টিজেবি অ্যাডাপটিভ একটা গেম প্লে আছে, যার কারণে হচ্ছে গিয়ে মানে ওদের পারফরমেন্স আসতে আছে। এটা ক্রিপ্টো না, এই বিষয়ে আপনার অপিনিয়ন কি? ভাই আমার যেটা অপিনিয়ন সেটা হচ্ছে গিয়ে ভাই, যে টিম সব সময় আগে আসে, ঠিক আছে? এখন আপনার টিমে কত বড় প্লেয়ারই থাকলো না কেন, এটা ম্যাটার করে না যদি আপনারা অ্যাজ এ টিম পারফর্ম করতে না পারেন। সো ক্রিপ্টো থাকাকালীন সময় আমার কাছে যেটা মনে হচ্ছে সেটা হচ্ছে ফালাক আর আইকি ওদের বেস্টটুকু শো করতে পারে নাই। তো ক্রিপ্টো যাওয়ার পরে ও যেটা করতে পারতাছে, তো আলাদা একটা প্রেসারে খেলতে হয়েছে হয়তো ওই সময়, যেটা এখন খেলতেছে না। সো আই থিঙ্ক ইটস গুড ফর বোথ, কারণ ক্রিপ্টো হচ্ছে গিয়া ভালো একটা টিম বানাইছে, উইচ ইজ লাস্ট অফ আস স্পোর্টস। ওখানে হচ্ছে গুস্ট, ব্লেড, এরপরে ছোট, এরা সবাই হচ্ছে ওয়ান্ডারফুল প্লেয়ার। সো আই থিঙ্ক দুইটা টিমই, মানে i8 আর হচ্ছে ক্রিপ্টো, এরা হচ্ছে যারা যেখানে আছে ওরা ওখানে বেটার বিলং করে। সো আই থিঙ্ক হোয়াট এভার হ্যাপেন্ড ফর গুড। i8 দুয়ে চলে গেছে, নাইস। i8 এর কিল পয়েন্ট টিজেবি থেকে বেশি। আই লাইক ইট, আই লাইক ইট ব্রাদার, স্যাক্স। কিন্তু IWNR এক যে হ্যাশট্যাগ রেসেটটা বাইরে হয়ে গেল, এটা তো সমস্যা। আর টিজেবি তো কঠিন লিড লাইতাছে ভাই। ক্রিপ্টো আইজিলিং করতেছে। হ্যাঁ ভাই, আমার কাছে মনে হয় যে আইজিএল এমন একটা রোল, এই রোলটাই যখন আপনি আসবেন না, তখন আপনার মধ্যে একটা আলাদা একটা রেসপন্সিবিলিটি আইসা পড়ে, বুঝছেন? তো এটা অনেক রেসপেক্টেবল একটা রোল, হোয়াট এভার আই থিঙ্ক। কারণ আপনার ভিতরে যখন, ভাই আমার কি স্ট্রিম অফ হয়ে গেছে ভাই? হ্যালো অভি ভাই, হ্যালো। এই যে আমার স্ট্রিম থেকে ভাই, আমার স্ট্রিম থেকে পোলাপাইন অটো বের কইরা দেয়, বুঝছেন? যার কারণে আমার ওয়াচিং আসে না ভাই।
অটো কিভাবে বের করে দেয়?
এই আমার ফোনে কানেক্টেড আছে, তো আমার ফোনে একটু পর পর দেখায় যে আমার স্ট্রিম অফ হয়ে গেছে, তো আমার ইউটিউবে আরেকটা ভিডিওর দিকে নিয়ে যায়, কিন্তু আমার স্ট্রিম কিন্তু চলতেছে। এই যেমন 75 ওয়াচিং থেকে এক ধাক্কায় 19 ওয়াচিং গায়া পড়লো, কারণ আমার ওই তো আরেকটা ভিডিওতে লয়ে গেল, ওখানেও মনে হয় আরেকটা ভিডিওতে লয়ে যায়, এমনি হুট করে ওয়াচিং কমে যায়, বুঝছেন? এর লাগে আমি রিচ পাইতাছি না।
বাট এটা কেন হইতেছে?
এটা তো আমার আইডিয়া নাই ভাই।
নেটওয়ার্ক ইস্যু।
হ্যাঁ, এটা আমারও দেখাইছে কয়েকবার। আমি মাঝখানে বলছিলাম না দান্তে স্ট্রিম কি অফ হয়ে গেছে নাকি?
আমারও দেখাইছে।
To a quick report with the 7WG, as Alter Ego has made a big change in their roster for the rest of the day. Rosemary is going to be sitting out. He told me that he's just currently not performing, so we'll see if he's maybe going to make a comeback tomorrow. We have to wait and see what happens. Now, another team that has been performing really well today has been Fury. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and their coach told me that the biggest change so far for that team has been just a mentality change, a big confidence booster, and it's definitely starting to show today in their performance.
Your blame TJB in day one now says something. Brother, I did not blame TJB. What I did was I motivated TJB. So now they heard me and now they are performing. You should be thanking me, and TJB should also give me some money because I am the reason they are performing well.
Final match perform. What happening?
Final match perform what happening?
জার্সিটা তো সুন্দর ভাই।
আজকে তো আবার এনআরএক্স পয়েন্ট বের করতে পারতেছে না।
এখন যে বাকি আছে বাস বেশি কিছু না। আইসির জন্য যে যতটা ডিফিকাল্ট ওদের জন্য অতটা ডিফিকাল্ট না জিনিসটা।
Remember, TJB extra coach is equal to Dante. Exactly. You guys should never forget why TJB is performing well. It's me, man. It's always been me.
ডাইরেক্টর ওই যে হাতের ইয়াটা দেখছো না?
হ্যাঁ,
এটা জার্সির মতোই। আমি চিন্তা করতেছি নেক্সট জার্সি বানাইলে হাতের এটা বানাই দেব না একবার।
ভাই একবারে ই দেন না ভাই, ফুল সেট একটা কিট বানাই দেন না আমাদেরকে অভি ভাই।
ওই যে আসুক, ও যে ইয়াতে গেছে কি যেন বলে তোমার, হানিমুনে গেছে, হানিমুন থেকে আসলে পরে বানাইতেছে ডিজাইন।
না ওটার কথা বলতেছি না ভাই, ফুল কিট বলতে কি কি বুঝাইছি বলেন তো? ঠান্ডা ওয়াশটাছে, একটা ট্রাউজার, হ্যাঁ একটা ট্রাউজার, ওটাকে কি বলে ভাই ওই ট্রাউজারটারে? ওই তো নিচে যে একটা ইসের মতো থাকে,
এর মতো কিসের মতো? ওই যে এক্সারসাইজ করার জন্য যেগুলো পরে ভিতরে ইনার।
ওই ভাই আমি এখন একটা পরে আছি ভাই, এটা কি জানি কয় ভাই, ওই শীতকালে পরে না পোলা পাইন, নিচের দিকে হচ্ছে কি আপনার বাতাস ঢোকে না।
ও নিচের দিকে এলাস্টিক টাইপ আর কি।
হ্যাঁ ওই টাইপের একটা জার্সি আর একটা হুডি, আর ওইটাছে হাতের ওইটা ভাই, বুঝতেছেন কি হইবো ভাই? আমরা তো ভাই ফাড়ালাম ভাই, মারে বাপ, বুঝেন নাই ভাই? পারফরমেন্স আর মারে বাপ বাপ 100
না হাতের এটা সুন্দর লাগছে, এটা দেখি এটা ডিজাইন করার চেষ্টা করছি।
বিগ শাউট আউট টু ইউ আবিদ ভাই, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য স্ট্রিম। আজকে স্ট্রিম আছে, আজকে টুর্নামেন্ট একটা আছে, টুর্নামেন্ট ফাইনাল 15K 8:30 থেকে গাইস। তো অবি ভাই আপনি একটুই করেন না, আমার কথাটা চিন্তা ভাবনা করে দেখেন, বুঝেন নাই?
আচ্ছা আমারে তো তাকি ভাই ওভারলে দিছে 8:30টা লাইভ করবানি।
লাইভ করার পারমিশন আছে 8:30টা, আর টুর্নামেন্ট ফাইনালটা লাইভ করা কতটুকু জাস্টিফাইড হবে এটা বুঝতাছি না।
টুর্নামেন্ট লাইভ করো,
স্ক্রিম বলে লাইভ করো, টুর্নামেন্ট তো করো না লাইভ। খেলাটা আরেকটু স্টেবল হোক, টিমটা একটু স্টেবল হোক, প্লেয়ার আরেকটা লয়াল হই, তারপরে করো, প্যারা নেই, বুঝছো সিজে?
বুঝছি।
কারণ হুদাই খেলাধুলাও ঠিক নাই, হুদাই একটা আজেরা কোনো কিছু না কয়েও জানো বাংলাদেশে কন্ট্রোভার্সি হয়ে যায়। তুমি এখন অনেক ইয়াং, আমি চাই না তুমি ওই ভিতরে পড়ো, টিমও আসো। A1 ইয়েস ইমাদ ভাই, চ্যাম্পিয়ন চাই ইনশাআল্লাহ ভাই, #5 এর মধ্যে থাকার ট্রাই করব। ভাই আইসি ভাই, আমার প্রেডিকশন ভাই এইবার হচ্ছে গিয়ে IWNRX। অবি ভাইয়ের প্রেডিকশন?
না আমি আইএসসি ফুল সাপোর্ট টু আইএসসি নাও। আইএসসি ওর এখন
এই ম্যাচে হইতেছে নোভা, নাভি কি কই, নোভা বলে ভাই, নাভি।
বাবা ভাইয়া জানি তোমার চোখ খালি নাভিতেই যায়, বুঝো নাই? ছাড় কি শালা।
নাইট ইনটু
কি ভাইয়া শুনলাম এক টিম রানের চিপায় আরেক ফোনে ম্যাপ স্ট্রিম রাখা বলে খেলতাছে, কেডা? আমি তো এদিকে চুরি না, এদিকে আসলেও নাইট উইং ভাই ফুল ডিটেইলস ইন ইনবক্স প্লিজ।
কি
পানিতে কি কখনো জোন হয় পিএমসি তে? ওয়াটার সার্কেল হয়, বাট দ্য থিং ইজ ওয়াটার সার্কেল লাস্টের টাইমে আইসা ল্যান্ডে আইসা পড়ে, তো ওয়াটারে কখনো সার্কেল এন্ড হয় না, আপনার কিছু না কিছু ল্যান্ড থাকবেই, ঠিক আছে? What the fuck?
আমার বউ আমার লেখছে সারাদিন পাবজি নিয়ে দিচ্ছে।
ভাই এটা কি দিলি আমারে ভাই তুই নাইট উইং?
ইনবক্সে দেন তো ভাই।
কি দিছে
ভাই? I mean for real ভাই, আসলেও ওয়াও ম্যান ওয়াও। ছি ভাই, এটা যদি আসলে সত্য প্রমাণিত হয় ভাই, মান ইজ্জত যা ছিল সব যাই হোক ভাই। এই যে আমার আবার স্ট্রিম থেকে বের করে দিছে। বুঝলাম না, বাইর করে অন্য ভিডিওতে নিয়ে গেছে। এক্স্যাক্টলি ভাই, এটাই আমি বুঝাইতে ট্রাই করতেছি যে বাইর করে আরেকটা ভিডিওতে লয়া জায়গা, এটা কারণটা কি?
আজকে লাইভে মনে হয়
এটা শুধু আজকে না, বুঝছো, এটা আমার রেগুলারই হইতাছে। এই কারণে এই কয়দিনে আমার রিচ অনেক কম ইউটিউবে।
এমনি ইয়েও করতেছে, মাঝে মাঝে লোডিংও দিতে।
না, লোডিং এর স্ক্রিন দেখাচ্ছে হুট করে অফ হয়ে গেছে, বুঝছো?
ওটা বুঝছি, মানে এন্ড হয়ে গেলে যে পরে অন্য ভিডিওগুলো আমি দেখছি।
না রে ভাই, স্টারলিং ছাড়া আর অপশন দেখি না আমি। বাংলাদেশের ইন্টারনেট প্রোভাইডার এত শিট, এরপরে সবকিছুতে এত বাগ ভাই, আর ভাল লাগে না।
ভাই ইটস স্লোলি ব্যাক।
আপনি রিয়াকশন দিলেন কি নিয়ে এরকম?
আইটের নামে অ্যালিগেশন আসছে যে আইটের একটা প্লেয়ার রানের ভাজের ভিতরে আরেকটা ফোনে ম্যাপ স্ট্রিম চালায় রাখে। তখন আইট এটার জন্য হচ্ছে ওয়ার্নিং রিসিভ করছে, ঠিক আছে? তখন অন্যান্য টিম আবার পিটিশন করতেছে যাতে আইটে ডিসকোয়ালিফাইড করা হয়।
ও মাত্র একটা পোস্ট দেখলাম, কিন্তু ডিলে থাকে না ভাই, মানে স্ট্রিমের থেকে?
স্ট্রিমে 15 মিনিটস দিলে
তাহলে ম্যাপ ফিট কেমনে দেখবে যদি ডিলে
আরে
থাকে?
ভাই, ডিলে তো আমাদের এখানে ডিলে ভাই, ল্যানে তো আর কোনো ডিলে নাই। ডিলে তো সব অনলাইনে, বুঝো না?
স্ট্রিম
কারণ তোমার যে কোচিং প্যানেল আছে, এই এই ভিডিও তো দেওয়া হয়, ম্যাপ ফিট তো দেওয়া হয় কোচিং প্যানেলের জন্য মেইনলি। কারণ তুমি যে মোমেন্টে ম্যাচ খেলতেছো ওই মোমেন্ট হচ্ছে কোচিং কোচ যে প্যানেলটা আছে এরা হচ্ছে তোমার ম্যাপ ফিট দেখে তোমার রোটেশন এন্ড এভরিথিং তুমি কি করতেছো ওটা দেখে ওরা ফাইন্ড আউট করা ট্রাই করে। সো অ্যাজ ফার অ্যাজ আই নো এখানে কোনো ডিলে থাকার কথা না, টুকটাক কিছু ডিলে হইতে
কিন্তু
পারে।
প্রত্যেকটা ইয়ের পিছে একজন করে থাকে না, ওটা তো চেক করে বা
ওইটাই ওইখানেই কট খাইছে, কট খাওয়ার পরে একটা ওয়ার্নিং খাইছে। এখন এটা কতটুকু মানে ভ্যালিড এটা আমি জানি না, কতটুকু জাস্টিফাইড একটা নিউজ এটাই আমার আইডিয়া নাই।
কিটসুনে দেখে কি যেন কইলো। Guys, prediction দিয়ে দেন। It's high time to prediction, guys.
আচ্ছা, আমার প্রেডিকশন ছিল আইডব্লিউ এনআরএক্স ওই জোন ছাইরা আরো ভিতরে হান দেয় পুটকি মারা খেয়ে গেছে। আর নাভিকে প্রেডিকশন দিছিল ভাই,
কিন্তু ভালো পজিশন ধরতে পারবে।
তুমি দিছিলে না নাভি?
আমি দেই নাই ভাই, আমি এখন দিতেছি।
তোমার প্রেডিকশন তো পাছা, এটা আমরা জানি মাহির।
ফ্যালকন যাও। আমি চাই ভাই ফ্যালকন ফাইনাল কোয়ালিফাই করুক ডাইরেক্ট।
অফিশিয়াল পোস্ট কে দিছে এটার? আই হ্যাভ নো ইনফো।
এখন মরতেছে ভাই আপনার টিম।
কেডা নিছে এখন? লোগা উঠে গেছে। আইসি রে
এই যে কি চিপায় মিপায় ঢোকে আমি বুঝি না ভাই।
এটা কোন চিপা ভাই? কি রে এটা কোথায় যাচ্ছে তা? ও বুঝছি।
কি বুঝছো বলো, জায়গাটার নাম বলো। মাদার চোদ।
কি বুঝছি তো, এটা হলো আপনার ইসের দিকে এল আজহার।
এল
আজহার
আজহার।
সামনে আজহার। এটা সামনে
পুরো ব্রিটিশ কাউন্সিল নাকি ভাই?
ভাই বিশ্বাস করো আইসি টপ 11 ঢুকে যাবে।
এটা আমিও জানি।
টপ 11 থেকে বাইরে যাবে হলো আপনার আইএনএস।
যদি না বের হয় তাইলে ওরে
ওইরকম থাকবে ভাই।
টিজেবি এই
নাভিক
ম্যাচটাও ভালো বের করতে পারবে যদি
সেটা নাভি ক্লিয়ার করতে পারে। ভাই সবাই মনে হচ্ছে টিয়ান বা ডমিনেট করবে, এদের টিজেবি কি খেলা দেখাইতেছে। টু চাইনিজ টিম 135 119
মেলা ক্যারিং ফেস জাস্ট লাইক ফেডারাল। আমার মনে হয় ভাই মেলারে হচ্ছে কি এখন ইসা নেওয়া উচিত। মেলা আর নুজি অনেক ডেডলি একটা কম্বো, একসাথে থাকলে অনেক ভালো করতে পারতো। কি টিমটা ছিল ওদের ভাই, মেলা নুজি গটটুনি লোগান। টিমটা হারাই গেল।
গর্টনি মানে টনিকে না?
আরে না রে বোকাচ্ছে, দা গটটনি গটটনি এনে আবার টনিকে কইতে কর। আরো
না
নেশা
আগে
কর।
টনিকে ফেজে ছিল তো তাই বললাম আর কি। প্রথমে তো ফেজে তো টনিকে ছিল।
রয়ের খেলা এক জায়গায় এসে বসে ওই জায়গাটা নড়েই না।
ও একটা কম্পাউন্ড ভাই, ওরা স্প্লিটও খেলেন
প্রত্যেকটা ম্যাচেই। আইসিড মারতেছে
লেমন হাক দিয়া ভাই, পুরা লেমন হচ্ছে গিয়া ভাই, পুরা আমি ভাই। হাগার সময় আমি আর মারার সময় হচ্ছে গিয়া ভাই অন্য। ছেলেটা যেমন হাগে তেমন মারে ভাই। এই যে আবার আমার আরেক ভিডিওতে লয়ে গেছে।
লাইক দান্তে অফ হয়ে গেছে স্ট্রিম।
অফ হয় নাই, ওই তো অন্য জায়গায় নিয়ে গেছে।
মানে এখানে দেখাচ্ছে অফ। কাজ এটা কিন্তু কন্টিনিউয়াস প্রসেস। হ্যাঁ, যাদের এমন হবে সাথে সাথে রিফ্রেশ দিলে হয়ে যাবে।
হ্যাঁ রিফ্রেশ দিলে বা স্ট্রিমটা কাইটা আবার ঢুকলে ঠিক হয়ে যাবে।
কাটার দরকার নেই, রিফ্রেশ দিলে চলে।
দুইবার হলো সেম প্রবলেম ভাই, সেম প্রবলেম আমার নিজেরও হইতাছে ভাই। এই যে আমার ভিউয়ার 35 আইসা পড়ছে, এখন এটা কেন হচ্ছে? এটা কি কারো কোনো আইডিয়া আছে এটা কেন হয়?
তোমার কি কোনো টাইম লিমিট দেয়া আছে স্ট্রিমে যে একটু পর্যন্ত কন্টিনিউ হবে?
প্লিজ ইউজ এ কি ফ্রেম frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently keyframes are not being sent often enough, which can cause buffering. এটা এখানে লাল হয়ে আছে।
It is a different frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently keyframes are not being sent often.
টিজেবি
Cause buffering.
তিয়ান বা দেখি এফডব্লিউ
চাইনিজ টি পুরো এফডব্লিউ গেলে ভাই।
No hate please guys. भाभी मेरा 3 टाइम्स मेरा तो 5
नाइस
टाइम्स हो गया भाभी जी
Yeah, guys, slowly, slowly point
ভাবিজি
নিতেছে better.
এ আমার আবার আবার এগেইন ভাই
भाभी जी स्ट्रीम हाक दिया the
Big
fuck
man,
man
galaxy.
this is ridiculous man
মাঝখানে দেখবা
close
it hurt your line.
guys for info যারা যারা প্রেডিকশন দিতে চান ফার্স্ট 2 জনের মধ্যে প্রেডিকশন দিতে পারেন ঠিক আছে
আইসির কয় মিনিট লাইভ লাস্ট প্লেয়ার না না
না বস
Oh, my average.
শান্তিতে স্ট্রিম দেখতে দিবে না ভাই আপনারা এই কথা বলেন তাহলে আমার পেইনটা বুঝেন ভাই ঠিক আছে আমার যেখানে আসতো ভাই অ্যাটলিস্ট ভাই 400 500 ওয়াচিং আসতো এখন ওয়াচিং আসতেছে ভাই 30 35 স্ট্রিমের ওয়াচিং একটু বাড়তে নিলেই সবার স্ট্রিম থেকে বাইর করে দেয় কারণ এমনি হইলে কেমনে দেখবেন স্ট্রিম
আরে আজকে 4 পয়েন্ট
আইট নিয়ে এখন এইট নিয়ে যা শুনতেছি ভাই আসলেই নাকি ভাই এটা তো এখনো কনফার্ম না আইসি এলিমিনেটেড পালাক টেনুল ফর স্ট্রিম দেখতেছিল আমি স্টার্টিং করছে
ভাই আইট
ওদের ইয়ে
কি ভাই অভি ভাই
হ্যাঁ
কি বলছেন
বললাম টিনুল কি ওদের কোচ নাকি কোচের অ্যানালিস্ট
কোথার কোন টিমের
আইটের
না টিনুলস তো আইটের সাথে কোনোভাবে কানেক্টেড না
লা ওই ফেরকন কোয়ে বসে তিয়ানবার দুইটাতে ভাই নাভি আর টিজেবি ভাই একটা জিনিস ভালো লাগে চাইনিজ টিম যে সিচুয়েশনে বহুত বড় স্পিড খেলতে পারে সেটা পিএল হোক এখানে কত বড় স্পিড খেলে ওরা
বুঝলাম
ফুল আইকিউ
কিন্তু কনফার্ম করছে যে পালাক করে সিম দেখতেছিল বাট এমজিএক্স মনে করছে ওরা চিট করতেছে ম্যাচের পর দেখলে সমস্যার কথা না
Nice Noki! Stop being so cocky in front of Noki. Nice try, nice try. 4 point, not bad. But if the allegation is true, I am very sad. কিন্তু মজার বিষয় হচ্ছে আইডব্লিউ এনআরএক্স কে তো এখন ক্লিয়ার করতে হবে রয়কে, কিন্তু রয় যে পজিশন ধরে বসে আছে, ইট ইজ গোইং টু বি ভেরি হার্ড ফর আইডব্লিউ এনআরএক্স। আবারও টিজেবি চিকেন পাইবো মনে হয়। কারণ তো ভাই আমি একটু আমার এটার একটা ছবি তুলি। ছবি তুলতে গেছে সোনার পাল্টায় গেছে গা। ফ্রেম ড্রপ দেখছেন কত ভাই? টিজেবির লেগে আবারও ভেরি গুড ম্যাচ। টোনি কি আগে ফেজে খেলতো? ইয়েস।
মেলা জানতে ভাই তো নামই নিছিলেন না। কি রে কেসও এমন খেলতেছে কেন? কেসের ম্যাচও আর গোল গোলটা আছে গোল। Why do you think it's so good? Yeah, man.
Animal live box হয়ে গেছে দেখতে। 7 মিনিটের বক্স হয়েছে।
তো কি যেন দেখলাম ঘুরতে ছিল একটা যেন করতে ছিল লোডিং।
নাইস ভাই, ইস্টে সোলো ক্লিয়ার করছে ভাই। ইস্ট মাই গড মাই ম্যান।
অনেক ইস্টারে ডাউন যাইতেছিল ভালো না। নাভি ভার্সেস টিজেবি
আইডিপি দিয়ে দিচ্ছে।
আমার ইন্টারনেটের অবস্থা যে শিট ভাই। ভাই ইন্টারনেট নিয়ে এত প্যারা, ইন্টারনেট থাকে না, ইলেকট্রিসিটি থাকে না, একটু ওয়াচ পার্টি করতে যা যদি একটু পিস না পাই ভাই, নো ফাকিং পিস ম্যান। নাইস নাইস নক। ফেজার একটা প্লেয়ার, বাট দ্য থিং ইজ if NRX tries to push phase, third party from Roy as expected, very bad decision, very bad. I don't know why you did that, but brother, ew, brother, ew, brother, what are you doing? Oh, by sex, Shay, nice one. Navi versus TJB, the important fight. Nice! By Navi to my cope. নাভি প্রেডিকশন কার জানি রে? নাইস ভাই, নাভি ইজ ব্যাক ভাই, নাভি ইজ ব্যাক ফর রিয়েল। ঠিক আছে, এই ম্যাচ তো নাভি চিকেন, নাভি চিকেন ভাই ভাই, নাভি তো ভাই খেল গয়া ভাই।
আমি প্রেডিকশন দিতে হবে না।
আপনি কবে দিলেন
ভাই IWNRX সেক্সি, ওয়েল প্লেড।
অনেকক্ষণ পরে একটা ম্যাচ ভালো যাইতেছে আইডব্লিউর ভাই, কাল কোনো লোকে দেখা হয় নাই তাই।
আমি তো বলি এটা ফ্যালকনে নিয়ে নিতে চিকেন ভাই। প্রিভিয়াস স্টিল নাইস বুইস।
ইয়া, ফ্যালকনের চান্স আছে, কিন্তু ওই তিয়ানবার একটা প্লেয়ার আছে না ভাই, ওই খেলা নষ্ট করবে ফ্যালকনের।
তিয়ানবা আউট ডান।
লেফটে একটা আছে গ্রিন, দেখেন।
নাম কি করি বলছে। নাইস।
ওই ইস্ট 4 কিল। #456 অ্যালাইভ। টপ 3 তে ঢুকে যাবে, দুই টিমই লাগে 4 আর 5। এই তিনটার মধ্যে যে কোনো দুইটা টপ 3 তে ঢুকে যাবে না এই ম্যাচ করে।
ইস্ট একা মারতে সব, ইস্ট চেতা ভাই, ইস্ট কই এই শালা কারা
খেপছে
বিষয়টা আমি দেখতেছি।
ওই
118 121 অলরেডি ঢুকে গেছে। 123 ওরাও ঢুকে গেছে। দুই টিম ঢুকে গেছে।
ভাই আপনার কথা বোঝা যায় না, আপনি কি আমাকে কাইন্ডলি একটু কল ব্যাক করতে পারবেন?
ডিরেক্টর স্ল্যাম লাগাই দিয়েছে তিয়ান বাড়তে একটা।
আসসালামু আলাইকুম জি, আমার ইউজার আইডি হচ্ছে AFT0819। হ্যাঁ, এখন আমি মানে অনেক কানেকশন লস পাচ্ছি ভাই, আমার ইন্টারনেটের মানে ডাউনলোড স্পিড বাফার করতেছে, আপলোড স্পিডও বাফার করতেছে। আমি কারেন্টলি স্ট্রিম করতেছি ইউটিউবে, তো আমার ইউটিউবে স্ট্রিমিংটা অনেক বাফার করতেছে।
সিজে জান দিছো
অনেক বেশি বাফার। ওভারঅল সবকিছুতে ভাই। এখন তো পসিবল না ভাই, কারণ আমি এখন স্ট্রিমিং এ আছি অলরেডি, তো এটা মানে আমার একটা কন্টেন্ট, আমি এটা কাইন্ডলি তো অফ করতে পারবো না আমার পিসি দিয়ে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ শিওর, বাট আপনি এখন ইন্টারনেট কানেকশনটা অফ করে
ভাই
নিন,
ওবি ভাই ফ্যালকন চিকেন হইলে আমার প্রেডিকশন ঠিক হইব।
কারণ কদিন আগেও আমি কমপ্লেইন দিছিলাম, কমপ্লেইন দেওয়ার পরে হচ্ছে আমার মানে একদিন ঠিক ছিল, তারপরে
একদম প্রথম আপনি কি কইছিলেন?
আজকে মানে এত বেশি ছিল যে মানে বলা বাহুল্য, মানে
ভুল লাগেছে যদিও আপনি ফ্যালকন বলেন নাই। হইতে পারে
একটু ফুল সাপোর্ট আর নাই ফুল সাপোর্ট।
আচ্ছা সাইডে ফুল সাপোর্ট লাগাইছি স্যার এখন।
না তখনই বলছি, তুমি দেখো স্ট্রিমে গিয়ে।
হ্যাঁ নকটা খাইছে ফিনিশ হয়ে দিয়েছে ধর। আরে নক দিছে নাই, আরে নাই দে ফিনিশ। ওরে ভাই অনেক ইস নক খাবে রে, ওর টিমমেট কই ভাই?
কিছু করার নাই ভাই, এখন কি করবে? সোলো ইস্টে নাইস ট্রাই।
টপে ওদিকে রাইটে সামনে দিচ্ছিল মানে ওদিকে কেমনে, এটা কি ডাইরেকশন? সরি ভাই স্টেল হয়ে থাকলে হয়ে যেত।
আজকে স্ট্রিম করতে অনেক ঝামেলা হয়, আমাদের বিডি তো অনেক প্রবলেম, ওইটাই ভাই। একটা স্ট্রিম করতে যা যদি শান্তি না পাই ভাই, তাহলে আর কি করব বলেন? মানে আপনাদের সাথে কিছুক্ষণ টাইম স্পেন্ড করতেছি, ঠিক আছে, মানে কিছু টাকা হয়তো বা আর্ন করার ট্রাই করতেছি, একটু সময় দিতেছি এখানে, দিনে 4 ঘন্টা একটা জিনিস করতেছি, ওইটাও বলে ভাই শান্তি পাইতাছি না ভাই, মানে হোয়াট ইজ দিস ভাই, খুবই স্যাড ভাই, এটা খুবই বাজে। হ্যাঁ
ফাইনালি মনে হইছে ফিউরিয়া চিকেন যদি না হয়
ভাই আসলে তাই মনে হচ্ছে যে ওরা হারবে।
আই গেছে
আমাদের ওখানে
ওরে
push
ভাই
করা দরকার ছিল।
এখন আমি পুশ দিয়ে দিব
না ফাক ম্যান।
সোলো পুশ দিছো গরুর বাচ্চা, ভাত পাও না খাইতে সোলো পুশ দাও রাইতে শালা গরু।
ওই আগাই গেল না চিকেন।
ও মাই গড, সিজে সিজে ভাই কোপ হ্যাঁ
Can you believe it, man?
Natus Bhintias. Natus Nodus Chicken.
এই নেট নিয়ে আমি ম্যাচে ঢুকলে তো ভাই কিছুই করতে পারবো না, মারমু আমার শটে রেজিস্টার হবো না আমি। ভালো খেলো
কল দিছিল না ইন্টারনেটের ওদের?
হ্যাঁ এখন ওরা বলতেছে যে ওরা একটু রাউটার রিস্টার্ট করে ওদের এন্ডের থেকে মানে নেটওয়ার্ক রিস্টার্ট করে, আমার নেটওয়ার্ক রিস্টার্ট করতে গেলে তুই স্ট্রিম অফ হয়ে যাবে ভাই।
সিজে জয়েন দাও।
জি স্যার জি।
ইয়ার মেনশন দিতেছে না 6
নারুটো বাইরে হয়ে গেছে ভাই রুমের থেকে, এটা মেনশন দিয়েন। সিটাডেল
আচ্ছা এখন
হ্যাঁ
ভাই নারুটো ভাইয়ের নাম কি দিয়েছে, আমি নারুটো সার্চ দিতে পাই না।
ইজি ভাই বুঝে না ভাই,
ওই দিকে স্টার লগে যদি টপ থাকতো নাভে ওয়াইফাই যেত, তো টপ বলি বারবার দূর একটা। ডাইমেনশন তো অফ না, আবার চেক করতে
নামে ঢুকে যাবে টপ টপ 2 তে চলে আসবে। আমাদের নেডিং স্কিলটা বাড়াইতে হবে বুঝছো, আমাদের টিমে আমাদের নেডিং দেখলে
মাই প্রেডিকশন গন রাইট, আরে ভাই নাইস।
Mine also. Let's appreciate.
আমার এখানে দেখছেন ভাই 3153 kbps, অনেক ই খাইতাছে ভাই।
0.21 0 2 8 Still last match left.
আমাকে কত জানি বললো কিবোর্ড ইন্টারনাল একটা জিনিস বলছিল মনে নাই, কত কত সেকেন্ড জানি রাখতে বলছিল, 4 সেকেন্ড না কত জানি।
4 সেকেন্ড।
ভাই লাস্ট ম্যাচটা তাহলে আপনি একটু ব্যাকআপ দেন।
Yes, yes, I am here.
আমারে তো গুনলোই না, যাই হোক ভিনিসিয়াস হ্যাটট্রিক।
My prediction gone right, Abdullah Himmel. Yes, bro. Nabi happy. গাইজ আপনাদেরকে আবারও বলতেছি লাস্ট ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হবে সুন। যারা যারা প্রেডিকশন দিয়ে কিছু প্রাইস পুল উইন করতে চান তারা আইএনএম এর স্ট্রিমে গিয়ে ফার্স্ট 2 জনের মধ্যে প্রেডিকশন দিয়ে আসতে পারেন। এন্ড যাদের প্রেডিকশন সবচেয়ে বেশি কারেক্ট হবে তাদের মধ্যে প্রাইস পুল দেওয়া হবে। আমি স্ট্রিমটা এখানে শেয়ার দিচ্ছি, প্রেডিকশন করে আসতে পারেন, ঘুরে আসেন, ঘুরে এসে প্রেডিকশন দিয়ে আসতে পারেন ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হলে। Nabi, which country? Nabi, yes, I know that হচ্ছে নাবিটা হচ্ছে পাকিস্তান।
শোনা ভয়েস শোনা যায়। টিকিউ 11-তে টিকিউ কিন্তু এই 23 পয়েন্টের ডিফারেন্স হ্যাশট্যাগ 16-11 জাস্ট একটা চিকেন লাগে ভাই আইএসপি ভালো পয়েন্ট।
আইসি টপ 11 এ থাকতে হলে কত পয়েন্টের গ্যাপ দেখছো? 23 পয়েন্টসের গ্যাপ। হাফিজুর রহমান হ্যালো হ্যালো ভাইজান। স্ক্রিন কি আবার অফ হয়ে গেছে নাকি? দান্তেরটা বাই এনেছেন না? আচ্ছা ভাই তো পাইলাম না আরেকটা। আমাদের স্ট্রিম অফ হয়ে গেছিল গাইস। স্ট্রিমটা মাঝে মাঝে ইয়া হচ্ছে, আই থিংক ফ্রেম ড্রপ অর সামথিং, ক্লোজ হয়ে যাচ্ছে। রিফ্রেশ করে আবার সবাই ব্যাক করে কাইন্ডলি। আর স্ট্রিমটা লাইক দিয়ে রাখেন, শো ইউর সাপোর্ট টু দান্তে গাইস। হয়ে গেছে লাস্ট ম্যাচ স্টার্ট হবে সুন। Last match for the day.
Report with the 7WG. This time is going to be in regards to TJB. This team has played insanely today, being able to get 63 points so far, and we still have one more match to go. I got a chance to talk to their coach. Their coach told me that they have been getting lucky with the circles, and they also been making the right decisions, whether it's going to high ground or whatever the case might be. They've been lucky with the circles and getting those right decisions. Will they stay at the top of first place? Stay tuned and find out.
Okay. ঘুম আসতেছে, 1:41 বাজে না? রহমানের মেসেজ রেস্ট্রিক্টেড কেন ভাই? রিট্রাক্টেড কি করছেন ভাই? কি কমেন্ট করছেন? পিউরিয়া যাক খেলা দেখাইলো। You don't know that.
Coming through, you know what we finna do. Running game, second place, you know how we like to move. The hit crew coming through, you know what we finna do. Running game, second place, you know how we like to move. The hit crew, move the hit crew, move the hit crew, move the hit crew, move the hit crew.
আই ট্রেড ডিসকোয়ালিফাই কি না ভাই ডিসকোয়ালিফাই কেন করবে ডিসকোয়ালিফাই করলে তো খেলতেই দিত না সুরজ what's up bro Guys, one more time, Dante, boys. When I student put the screen, the test again. হ্যাঁ ভাই ইনশাআল্লাহ আবার যদি আল্লাহ কপালে রাখে কোন একদিন আবার দান্তে খেলবে যদি খেলা কন্টিনিউ করে না করলে তো আর হবে না আচ্ছা কমেন্ট বক্সে হচ্ছে আইএনএম এর ইউটিউবের লিংকটা দিলাম যারা যারা প্রেডিকশন দিতে চান টু উইন সাম প্রাইজ পুল ওখানে গিয়ে প্রেডিকশন দিয়ে আসতে পারেন ফার্স্ট 2 জনের মধ্যে যাদের প্রেডিকশন কারেক্ট হবে ডেফিনেটলি ওটা স্ক্রিনশট নিয়ে রাখবেন এবং আইএনএম এর ফেসবুক পেজে দিয়ে রাখবেন সো আমাদের এই গ্রুপটা এন্ড গ্রুপ গ্রিন এই দুইটার যতগুলা ম্যাচ হবে এগুলোর মধ্যে যাদের প্রেডিকশন সবচেয়ে বেশি কারেক্ট হবে তাদের 5 জনকে প্রাইজ পুল দেওয়া হবে বিস্তারিত জানতে আইএনএম এর ফেসবুক পেজে দেখতে পারেন চোখ রাখেন ওখানে ডিটেইলস দেওয়া হবে কি প্রাইজ পুল দেওয়া হবে কালকে 6টা প্রমিস ফর আইএনএম পেজে দুইটা গ্রুপ এই গ্রুপ আর পরের গ্রুপ দুইটা গ্রুপের মধ্যে যাদের প্রেডিকশন সবচেয়ে বেশি কারেক্ট হবে তাদের মধ্যে প্রাইজ পুল দেওয়া হবে নট লাইক জাস্ট এই গ্রুপের প্রেডিকশনের জন্য এই গ্রুপটা এবং সামনে আরেকটা গ্রুপ যেটা আছে গ্রুপ গ্রিন এই দুইটা গ্রুপের প্রেডিকশন যার যত বেশি কারেক্ট হবে তাদের থেকে টপ 5 কে প্রাইজ পুল দেওয়া হবে যেটা ক্যাশ মানিও হইতে পারে অথবা ইউসিও হইতে পারে প্রেডিকশন রাইট হলে স্ক্রিনশট কবে দিব তানজিল আরিফ ভাইয়া প্রেডিকশন গুলো কারেক্ট হলে স্ক্রিনশট গুলো নিয়ে রাখেন নেক্সট যে গ্রুপটা হবে গ্রুপ গ্রিন ওইটার ম্যাচগুলোরও প্রেডিকশন যদি কারেক্ট হয় ওগুলা সহ একসাথে সাবমিট দেন গ্রুপ গ্রিনের ম্যাচ শেষ হওয়ার পরে গাইজ একসাথে কমেন্ট করেন, স্ট্রিমটা লাইক দিয়ে রাখেন, শেয়ার দেন, প্রেডিকশন দিতে পারেন, প্রেডিকশন দেন। আইট 4 নেমে গেছে।
Guys, I'm back, guys. I'm back. Bringing justice to you guys. Bringing justice to you guys. Hello. কেমন গেল আজকের পিএমজিতে? চশমাটা যেহেতু বাথরুমে চশমাটা রেখে আসছে নাকি? আইসা ভাই কাপ জাপ করে ফ্রেশ হয়ে খালি বইলাম।
শালা
হ্যালো,
হ্যাঁ
প্রেডিকশন ফ্যালকন কাঞ্চিলারি ভাই।
তোমারে আর কি কইতাম ভাই, তোমার কিছু কওয়ার নাই।
গাইজ এই ম্যাচ গাইজ এনজিএক্স চিকেন, হ্যাঁ আইট নেমে গেল কেন? আইটার ভালো ম্যাচ খেলে নাই,
খেলতে 5 পয়েন্ট নিয়েছিল লাস্ট ম্যাচে, 5 ম্যাচ পয়েন্ট নিয়েছিল।
অত বেশি ডিফারেন্স না তো, পয়েন্ট 8 পয়েন্ট।
প্রথম ম্যাচেই তো 20 পয়েন্ট, দেখি টোটাল 25 পয়েন্টই নিছে।
এরপরে আর বেশি পয়েন্ট নিতে পারে না।
আরে লাস্ট ম্যাচে 5 পয়েন্ট, কিন্তু হ্যাশে 3 4 5 ওরা কামব্যাক দিছে ভালো করে।
আরে আরে ওই হ্যাশট্যাগ 16 তো এটা কি ভাই?
ডিফারেন্স দেখো,
আমি কি দেখলাম
17 21 23 25 33 37, জাস্ট 20 পয়েন্টের ডিফারেন্স। চিকেন #1
ভাই ওদের কামব্যাক হয়ে গেছে। ও
এই টাকি ভাই
ভাই ওয়াচ পার্টি সে কল দিও নি তাহলে ভাই। হ্যাঁ মাইকো
এটা দেখো তো, তুমি কি ফ্রেশ হয়ে আসছো না? এরকম তো ছিল না। ও তিয়ানবার জোন প্রেডিকশন কি দেয়া হয়েছে নাকি সবাই? প্রেডিকশন দেয়া হবে।
গাইজ প্রেডিকশন দিয়ে দেন, প্রেডিকশন।
এই ম্যাচে আই এম গোইং উইথ থিয়ানবা অনেকক্ষণ পরে।
থিয়ানবা
টেকনিক্যাল সমস্যা ছাড়া চলেই না।
তোমার আবার কি টেকনিক্যাল ইস্যু?
ইস্যুর তো শেষ নাই ভাই।
ও তো সবই টেকনিক্যাল ইস্যু।
ভাই আমি কিসের ভিতরে ছিলাম ওই ভাই জানে ভাই, আরেকজন ডিএন সিনিয়র আছে ভাই, what the fuck।
আরে ওই এর মতো আরে তুমি তো আচ্ছা কি এর মধ্যে আসলা বাথরুমে না?
ওই ভাই ওরা কিন্তু পিন্দামো ভাই।
এই তুই ইয়ার লাইভের মধ্যে উল্টাপাল্টা কথা বলতেছিস কেন?
মানে ভাই তো ভাই ব্রেন ভাই ম্যাচ বিল্ড করে তো ভাই, ব্রেন না থাকলেও ম্যাচ ব্রেন
মানুষের
বিল্ড
একটা
করে।
লজ্জা থাকা উচিত, ওর কোনো লজ্জা
আমার
বলতে
মনে হয় ভাই ও ইচ্ছা করে
কিছুই
এমন
নেই।
করে ভাই, আমার এটা মনে হয় ভাই। মানে ও এমনি করে অ্যাটেনশন চায়।
I
আমাদের
think
মাঝে
so.
একজন আছে মাহির ইসলাম নামে ভাই।
IWNRX. Big game, bad boy. Let's see, bro. IHC will take the winner in the chicken dinner. Sanil Rahat. Thank you. Ranjil Arif's prediction, Falcon. Guys, streamটা লাইক দিয়ে যান সবাই কাইন্ডলি। চিওল ভাই ফিনিশ হইস না, আর যাই হোক বটম থেকে উঠো। পিএমজিসি চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিম লাস্ট বারে ওদের এত ডাউনফল, আনবিলিভেবল গাইস। কি ইন্ট্রো ছাড়াই ফাইট দিতেছে নাকি? I see. I see, guys. Wake up, bro. ট্রেড হয়ে গেছে একটা। নাইস। আইসো নক দিতে। আইএনএস ম্যান হারাইস না ভাই, ম্যান হারাইস না। what the hell? Oh ভাই seriously impossible this shit man. I see, come on mate. কি রে আইছে কি করতেছে? GX Redox এটার একটা মানে লাইভ আইছি বলে ভাই তুই মেনে গেছ নাকি মারা খাইছি আনবিলিভেবল আইছি out of the chat same ভাই oh not looking good আইছি এভাবে মারা খাবে impossible আইছি শেষ ওদের থেকে ভালো ফিউরিয়া খেলতেছে হ্যাঁ ফিউরিয়া ভালো খেলতেছে ফিউরিয়া আজকের ম্যাচগুলো অ্যাটলিস্ট অনেক ভালো খেলছে লাস্টের ম্যাচটা তো চিকেন এনে দিতে পারতো যদি ওভার অ্যাগ্রেশন না দেখাইতো আজকে দান্তে খেললে এখানে ফ্যাস্টার মনে থাকতো ইনশাল্লাহ ভাই আপনি বলছেন যে এটাই অনেক বেশি আচ্ছা আপনারা জোর উপরে ভরসা রাখেন এটাই অনেক বেশি ভাই ইনশাল্লাহ হয়তো দিন আসবে ওরা good something oh my god can the last man kill him TJD Dragonite out Enigma Galaxy out Navi সেকেন্ডে চলে আসছে
ফিউরিয়াসকে প্রত্যেকটা ম্যাচেই পয়েন্ট আনছে এটা বানতেছে
এটা
আমি
ফিউরিয়া ভালো খেলতেছে ফিউরিয়া আজকে ভালো খেলতেছে স্পেশালি অনেক ভালো খেলতেছে
ভালো
লাস্ট
করে
ফুড এই যে
খেললে
না আসছে না ভালো
থাকলে কোয়ালিফাই 11 এ ঢোকা মনে হয় পসিবল
হ্যাঁ কালকে 6টা ম্যাচ তো 6টা ম্যাচে ওভারঅল ধরো টপ 11 এর পয়েন্ট কত আছে কাট অফ পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে 85 ধরো এখন যাবে ধরো 90 না 86 এ ধরো কাট অফ, কারণ #10 যারা ওদের হচ্ছে 3 পয়েন্ট নিয়ে ওরা আউট।
এই ম্যাচেও ভালো জোন পাইছে, যদি পয়েন্ট আনতে পারে ভালো।
হুম ডাব্লিউএন আর এক্সটেন্ড টিয়ান বা ফাইট করো, একজন মরে যাও। এসটিম এসএস কই যে ম্যাচের এসএস কই?
জানতে পাই নিছে ভাই। ফিউরিয়া
কি সিজে আজকে এমন হইতেছে কেন খেলা?
কি আজকে?
হ্যাঁ আজকের এক্সকিউজটা কি? দুপুর থেকেই অবস্থা।
এই ম্যাচটা তো ভাই জোনের বাইরে।
এই ম্যাচ কি পুরা ম্যাচই তো ধরো দুপুরে গুলা তো তার এরকম ছিল না, দুপুর গুলা তো সব 0-0-0।
দুপুরে গুলা তো আজকে
এখনো সেম
করারই
অবস্থা।
ভালো।
গাইস যদি ফেভারিট টিম গুলারে সাপোর্ট দেন, অনেক সময় ফ্যানদের ইয়াতেও টিমের পারফরম্যান্স ভালো হয়ে যায়। এই ফিউরিয়া নক খাইস না। নাইস 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 নক।
টিয়ান বা রয় ফ্যালকন
ভালো ভালো প্রেসারে রাখছে। ওরা ইন্ডিভিজুয়ালি খেলে অনেক। সিমিলার গোস টু মাই টিম, একদম আমার টিম আইএনএম এর মতো পুরা ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল খেলে। চিকেনটা হারাইলে ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল খেলে।
ফিউরিয়া যদি এই ম্যাচে
লাস্ট ম্যান
10 চিকেন পায় 20 পয়েন্ট। নাইস
পুশ দে একটা ম্যানই আছে। ফিনিশ
একাই মাইরা দিতেছে, দেখছেন 1v2 অলরেডি 1v3। নাইস ইসরে
টিয়ানটা ভাবে 8টা
তিনটা নক, পারফেক্ট টাইম। যদি ফিউরিয়া পোর্ট দিত।
ফ্যালকন অ্যালাইভ স্টিল। বিপি এর একটা ম্যান আছে। এই টাইমটাতে পুশটা দেওয়ার দরকার ছিল টিয়ানবার এখনো 2টা নক পড়ে আছে, না রিভাইভ করে ফেলছে। ফ্যালকনে মাত্র 1 কিল। ফ্যালকনে এত প্যাসিভ কেমনে খেলতেছে? দ্যাটস মাই ক্র্যাশ।
জি
বিপি গন লেজনে ফিডের কাছে 3 কিল, তার মানে 8 পয়েন্ট।
এরে ওপেনে কে
ঢুকছো সিজে সবাই?
ঢুকতেছি
কিন্তু ভালো খেলছে।
নক ফিনিশ
9 plays for Tianba. আরে তিনবার পাশে তো দেখি সুন্দর সুন্দর ড্রপ পড়ে আছে।
না ফিউরিয়ার এটা ভালো ছিল, দুই টিম ফাইট করতেছে, কিল নিতে পারবে মনে হয়।
ভাই জানেন ভুলটা কোথায় হয়েছে? ভুলটা সেই মুহূর্তে হয়ে গেছে যখন ফ্যালকন তিয়ানবাকে ওই থার্ড পার্টিটা করে নাই রয়ের সাথে ফাইটে। ওই মোমেন্টেই তিয়ানবা ম্যাচটা চিকেন পেয়ে গেছে এবং থ্যাঙ্কস টু দ্যাট আই এম আউট গাইস। যারা যারা ছিলেন আমাদের সাথে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। স্ট্রিমে লাইক দিয়ে পাশে থাকবেন, সাবস্ক্রাইব করে পাশে থাকবেন। দেখা হবে আবার কালকে ইন্টারনেট ফিক্স করে। Falcon, nice try, but shit happens, man. Nothing to do, bro. We'll make a bad decision, and that's how it works, bro. You are easy, lol.
Yo. Nice.
Nice, Tiano, nice.
GG, man, GG.
GG, বুঝো না বে? Easy. LMAO, lemao.
No intro, right after no intro, ভাই ও GG.
কায়স কি তুই তিনটা নক করে দে আর আইসি চিকেন বাইর করে লাগ, বুঝছস না? আচ্ছা নাইস ট্রাই ভাই। এই হেলথলা যদি তিনটা নক করতে পারতাম আমি আমার নাম চেঞ্জ করে চোদনা রাখুম।
বাট ফিউরিয়াস অনেক ভালো খেলছে, অনেক ভালো।
QGG and Tianba with this performance, Tianbas are back, guys. We're getting shut up back হয়ে গেলাম আমরাও। Make sure to subscribe, like and share. ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে, আবার দেখা হবে আগামী কালকে। ততক্ষণ আপনারা দেখতে থাকুন পয়েন্ট টেবিল এবং কেউ দিয়ে যাচ্ছে আজকের এমভিপি। ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে।
ধন্যবাদ সবাইকে। প্লিজ জয়েন দ্য
ফিউরিয়া
Yo. না কি করতে? I missed. ও এটা কি আসলেই? আমি দেখছি ওটা, এটা কি আসলেই? ভাই এইটা করেন না ভাই, অনেক একটা সাউথ এশিয়ান টিম এত জোস চলতেছে, এইটা যদি এই কাহিনী হয়। আমি তো ভাবছি রুমর। ওই যে যেমন ইছেরও এরই মতো ডিএমআর এর না কার জানি করলো না আগের গ্রুপে, যে কোচ হারায় ছিল না কি করছিল, ইশারা মারছিল।
points for CMF Esports. Then we have
দুটাই হেড ইজি ইজি আমার টিম কাজও খাই হ্যাঁ টিপিএস আর ওয়াই কি কিও 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 পরের পেজটা দেখি ও আচ্ছা 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 ও ভুলে গেছি থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার আল্লাহ হাফেজ থ্যাংক ইউ গাইস কালকে আবার চলে আসবেন গ্রুপ রেডের লাস্ট ডে নিয়ে ঠিক 4টা বাজে 4:45 আজকের ওভারঅল স্ট্যান্ডিং টিজিবি নাভি ইনারে আইটের জন্য খারাপ লাগতেছে গাইস আইট ইনশাআল্লাহ কাল কামব্যাক করবে মেবি কোনো ইন্টারনাল ইস্যু অবশ্যই হচ্ছে কিছু রোড প্লে কিছু ঘটেই ভাই আমার মানে ইয়ান আপনি করতেছে এত সুন্দর পারফরমেন্স হবে এখন আপনাদের এলিমিনেশন দেন ভাই হাইস্ট এলিমিনেশন ভাই এর থেকে পিচফুল জিনিস আর কি হতে পারে সাবডিভিশন টিম হাইস্ট এলিমিনেশন করতে এই গ্রুপে 92 এলিমিনেশন জিজি আইএর তো কোথাও পারবো না যে ভাই ক্যাম্পিং করে হোল্ডিং করে গেল পজিশন পয়েন্ট নেন 33 Well played, right? Well played. আরে পরের স্ক্রিনটা দেখাবে না মুখস্থ হয়ে গেছে গা নাইস Hope so. East, GG East. Dear MVP of the day. भाई ওটা তো পসিবল কালকে ভাই মনে করেন আইএসসি ডে ভাই ওকে এন্ড করে দেন ভাই করে দেন থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার আল্লাহ হাফেজ আসসালামু আলাইকুম GG হ্যাপটিক ডে ভাই হ্যাপটিক ডে প্রত্যেকটা দিন হ্যাপটিক ডে যায়
Welcome back as we finish the day number 3 of Group Red, and I'm joined alongside two great coaches here, Nick McGalaxy Peko and IWNRX Bluffus. I'm just going to start off with you. What are you guys going to be doing tomorrow to make sure that you maintain yourself within the top 3?
First, in last 2 or 3 tournaments, we had final day issues. We couldn't perform well in last days, but we tried to fix this. We trained, and I hope we can get the London ticket in this stage. We will see.
Right on. Well, hey, you told me last time it was all about the mentality. Hopefully, you guys got that narrowed down. Now, Peko, you guys are currently outside of the top 3. Last time we talked about this, you guys were in first place. So, what are you guys going to be doing to make sure you actually get to that top 3? What's going to be the biggest challenge?
It's going to be tough. I mean, the pressure is on top and everything. So tomorrow we're just going to go and play as usual. We pray going to get a little bit lucky than today because the zones weren't really that good for us. We still got some points. I mean, the top 6 teams of the leaderboard are fighting for the London tickets, and it's going to be tough, obviously. So yeah, tomorrow we'll just give it everything, and yeah.
You mentioned it. The top 6 teams are going to be fighting for that direct ticket to the grand finals in London. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for the final day of Group Red and let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to make it out of these 2 guys here? Which team are going to make it? Back to you guys.
Cause the bits with the flame ignite, yeah. It's back for the bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the score, baby, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm laying the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock, selling our beats and we're selling the lot, burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild war. Fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, fire. Yeah, war, fire, fire. control inferno. Wild, wild, fire, fire, fire. Yeah, more fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure, yeah, pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire, go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to talk. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, 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 yeah. More fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure, yeah. Pure fire, fire, fire. Go that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill.
তাহলে তোমার বাকিটা আমরা একটু আগাইলাম ভাই, ঠিক আছে? সেটা কে 6 নাম্বার দিয়ে আমি 5 নাম্বার কভারই আছে। আমি লো ওই তোমার নিচে কই? হ্যাঁ আছে এই বাকি আমার এখানে বাকি আছে, একটা প্লেয়ার আইছো মারতাছ দেখো ওই ফলের কাছে ওই কে তুলতাছে ভাই সামনে জব তুলে একটা ঢুক আমি চিল্লার ট্রাই করি আসতেছি দাঁড়া ভাই ফোরম্যান আলাইভ এত সুন্দরজন ভাই শোরুমর ক্লিয়ার তো পরে না আমার কথা হচ্ছে এই জায়গাটায় হোল্ড করা দরকার এত ছোট জোনে এত বড় স্পিডের কোনো মানেও দেখি না ভাই সিজে কোন জায়গায় নক ফিনিশ খেয়ে গেল এটারও কোনো লজিক বুঝি না ভাই ক্যাপ হয় ভাই ফোকেরিটা বাইরেছে তোমার এই জোনে তো তোমার ওই চিপাই হওয়ার কোনো দরকারই নাই ভাই তোমাকে পিচের ফ্রি কিল গুলো লও তারপরে না তুমি অন্য সাইড হোল্ড করে থাকো ভাই আর আমরা জানি পার্সোনার ভিতরে এনিমি আছে আমরা এই সাইডটা ফোরম্যান নিয়ে পরে পুশ করতে পারতাম না ভাই সুন্দর কইরা কত অপশন ছিল ভাই কিন্তু আমরা সবাই আলাদা আলাদা হয়ে গেছি মানে যার কোনো দরকারই নাই ভাই আমি তোমাকে ভাই কখনো কোথাও যেতে বলি না ভাই তুমি রেকর্ডিং চেক করো আমার নিজের রেকর্ডিং আছে তুমি আমাকে একটা ক্লিপ দেখাও আমি তোমাকে বলতে শুরু করব আমাকে কোনো জায়গায় আমি ধরতে বলি না আমি কাউকে কোনো জায়গায় ধরতে বলি না আমি কাছে বলছি বামের কম্পাউন্ডটা ফাঁকা এই কম্পাউন্ডে না এই জায়গাটার থেকে আমরা আশেপাশে সব জায়গাতেই